Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. This time, Xiaofu planned to open up a path to Red Plum Plains. He once again continuously used teleportation channels before using a city creation stone. After arriving at Red Plum Plains, he obtained 10 achievement points. Come to think of it, it was possible to farm achievement points like this. If everyone got 10 achievement points every time he or she stepped into a new region, it would be incredibly easy to reach Baron status. Then again, stepping into a new region was incredibly difficult to normal people. However, it was now incredibly easy for the Great Ken town. They could open up a new path every 3 days, and Baron status was 1000 achievement points. Therefore, they would have to step into 100 new regions to get 1000 achievement points. Xiaofu looked at the people he had brought, and he found that even though they were indigenous residents of the Heaven Awakened world, they also received 10 achievement points each time they came with him to a new region. However, opening up 100 paths would require 300 days, which was quite a long time. There were also other ways to obtain achievement points. One could gain achievement points from killing elite magic beasts and conquering villages, so getting 3 people to Baron status to upgrade to a city would be quite easy for Xiaofu. 139 Horse Jade Soul. However, Xiaofu felt that these methods were definitely limited, so he had to try them out before seeing how they worked for indigenous residents of the Heaven Awakened world. Xiaofu then turned his attention to Red Plum Plains. It was mostly covered with grass and filled with short trees with red, plum-like fruits, which was how it got its name. Moreover, because it was a plains area, there were many types of horses, and many players went into the plains to catch horses. The most common horse was a type of brown horse, and there were many of them. Xiaofu looked to see if they would be useful, but they were inferior to his Black Forest horses in terms of both body and strength. However, there was a type of horse called the Red Lightning Horse, and those horses were completely red. They were extremely fast, and they looked like red bolts of lightning when running as fast as they could. They seemed to be faster than the Black Forest horses by a bit. However, in terms of avoiding and going over obstacles, Black Forest horses were superior, as the environments that they lived in were quite different. The Forest of Horrors was filled with trees, creating many obstacles, while the Red Forest plains were mostly plains, so the horses could run as fast as they wanted. Xiaofu was interested in the Red Lightning horses, and he hoped to find a den if possible. Following this, Xiaofu started to go about his proper business. Red Plum Plains had 3 main cities, which were Great Ancient City, Dangle City, and Green Grass City. The structures here were made from a combination of stone and wood, and they made Xiaofu feel like he was in a completely different country. The first place he went to was Great Ancient City, and he bought 20 lots of land and prepared to open a restaurant. After doing this, he started to wander around Great Ancient City to see if he could find anything of value. As he walked around, he found a stall with many people crowded around it, and he went over to take a look. Xiaofu saw a young man who looked 24 or 25 years old, and he sat cross-legged and wore black clothes. There was a large saber on his back, and he gave off a sharp saber aura. It seemed that he was a swordsman. Xiaofu was surprised to find that he was a player, as it was rare for players to have such a sharp aura. Xiaofu would normally only feel this sort of aura from indigenous residents, and most of them were from ancient martial families or were great generals who had trained from when they were young to have such a powerful aura. There was a faint blue-colored oval-shaped jade. It was quite smooth and had a picture of a horse's head engraved on it. It was this thing that had drawn so many people over, and Xiaofu looked at its description. Horse Jade Soul, an exotic item that can be used on horse-type dens. It strengthens horses, increases spawn rate plus 15, and increases the chance of spawning higher-grade horses plus 30%. This item was quite good, as it could strengthen horses by increasing their strength, speed, recovery, and endurance. What's more, it increased the spawn rate by 15. If a den spawned 5 horses per day, this item would increase it to 20 per day. The third stat was even more important, as horses with higher grades would have greater potential. This sort of item was quite rare, so Xiaofu decided to buy it and use it on the Black Forest horse den. "What's your price for this?" Xiaofu asked. The young man looked at Xiaofu before calmly replying, "I'm not selling it. I'm only exchanging it for dark gold rank material." So he wanted dark gold rank materials, not money. Only then did Zhao Fu realize why it still hadn't been sold yet despite being a good item. Even though Zhao Fu already had legendary rank equipment, dark gold rank equipment was still quite rare to the masses, and it would normally only appear at auctions. In fact, even finding dark gold rank material was quite difficult, and normal shops wouldn't have any. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it. The horse jade soul was a strategic item and could improve a den, while dark gold rank materials were not very important to Zhao Fu. Therefore, he did not mind exchanging dark gold rank material for the horse jade soul. As such, he nodded and replied, "That's fine." Following this, Zhao Fu took out a large monster paw. It was black and gave off an icy light that caused one's heart to tremble. As soon as Zhao Fu took it out, it gave off a powerful and ferocious aura, and those who saw it couldn't help but take a step back and cry out, "A Lord-grade beast material." A hint of emotion finally appeared on the young man's calm face. He looked at Zhao Fu with delight as he said, "My name is Ling Wu, I owe you a favor." Even though Zhao Fu felt that using this spare paw to exchange for the horse jade soul wasn't worth it, that was only to him. To everyone else, they thought that he was taking a loss, as dark gold rank equipment was quite rare and considered to be a treasure to normal people. What's more, the dark gold rank material that Zhao Fu had taken out was something that had come from a lord-grade beast, which was much rarer than normal metals, so it would be worth more. What's more, the horse jade soul was only useful for players who were lords, and they needed to have a horse den. Most people would not be able to use it, so it seemed that Zhao Fu had lost out. However, Ling Wu was not one to take advantage of others or accept charity from others, so he had said that he owed Zhao Fu a favor. Hearing Ling Wu's words, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised when Ling Wu said that he owed Zhao Fu a favor so sincerely. However, it seemed that Ling Wu's background was not ordinary and he seemed quite strong, so perhaps this favor would come in handy sometime. As such, Zhao Fu did not refuse and nodded as he replied, "My name is Zhao Xin." Ling Wu nodded to express that he remembered his name, and the two of them didn't say anything else before they left. Ling Wu took the bear paw and Zhao Fu took the horse jade soul. After this, Ling Wu left, while Zhao Fu walked around Great Ancient City for a while. He did not find anything else, so he decided to go to the other main cities to look around and to buy some properties. Zhao Fu turned to head towards the teleportation channel when a dirty little beggar, who looked around 12 years old, wore tattered clothing, and looked extremely famished, shakily bumped into him. After bumping into Zhao Fu, the little beggar came to his senses and quickly bowed, saying, "I'm sorry, sir." After saying this, the little beggar ran away with a scared expression on his face. Zhao Fu stood still and calmly watched as the little beggar disappeared from view. Within a dark alley, the little beggar smiled with delight as he took out a piece of jade. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure appeared in front of him and clamped its hand on his throat. The hand raised the little beggar's entire body, and he felt the aura of death as he struggled in fear. 140 sickly grow lonely when one felt the most confident and pleased would falling from those heights be engraved in one's heart. Zhao Fu's eyes coldly looked at the little beggar as his hand started to slowly squeeze his neck. The little beggar felt his neck being crushed, and his face became red from being unable to breathe. His hands clawed at the hand that was holding his neck, but he was unable to resist at all. By now, the little beggar was nearly out of breath, and his legs furiously kicked in the air. "Let go of my little brother." Two figures suddenly appeared as a voice called out. Seeing this, Zhao Fu saw a boy and a girl who both looked 14 or 15 years old. They had delicate looks and looked quite similar, and they were most likely twins. They each held a dagger and glared at Zhao Fu hatefully. Seeing their youthful faces, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and casually threw the little beggar at them, causing him to hit a wall. After sliding down to the ground, he immediately fainted. Seeing this, the twins furiously rushed over with daggers in their hands. They were surprisingly fast, and it was to the point that normal people would only see two blurs rushing towards them. In just a moment, the boy reached Zhao Fu and swung the dagger towards him. Even though this boy was incredibly fast, his speed was nothing in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not even bother using a weapon, and he used his king's power instead, causing a black light to appear around his fingers. He then struck out, leaving a black arc of light through the air. Clang! The dagger and Zhao Fu's fingers clashed, and a look of shock appeared on the boy's face. Zhao Fu's fingers broke the dagger's blade, and he then pushed out with his palm, sending the boy flying. After hitting the ground, the boy was unable to get up. Seeing that her brother had failed, the girl moved around Zhao Fu abnormally quickly and stabbed towards him with her dagger. Zhao Fu once again waved his fingers, but because she was a girl and he only wanted to teach them a lesson, not kill them, he attacked to the side of the girl, deliberately missing her. However, the girl had thought that Zhao Fu was going to launch another attack, so she dodged right into his attack. Ah! A cry sounded out as Zhao Fu's sword-like fingers slashed through the girl's clothes. Zhao Fu was quite shocked when he saw the white, slightly exposed part of the girl's chest. The girl quickly covered her chest and retreated far away, her eyes reddening. She looked incredibly wronged, and it was to the point that she was about to cry. Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. He had only wanted to teach them a lesson. It was good that they had met him, because if they had angered someone else, it was possible that they would have lost their lives. Following this, Zhao Fu picked up the jade that the little beggar had stolen. Zhao Fu normally put things in his king's ring, and he only wore this piece of jade because it was the jade that He Xianru had given him that could hide his fate. Zhao Fu could not afford to lose it. Just as Zhao Fu was thinking about leaving, a fist, which brought a lot of wind with it, shot towards him, and Zhao Fu instinctively punched out with his own fist. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu took a step back in surprise, while the other figure took 7 or 8 steps back before stopping. Zhao Fu saw that the person was a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. She had delicate and pretty features and also wore tattered clothing. However, her face was quite pale, making her look quite sickly. This girl's so strong. Zhao Fu had only used 10% of his strength in his punch because he could feel that his attacker's cultivation was not very high. However, he hadn't expected the power within her fist to be enough to cause him to take a step back. "Sir, I don't know how my little brothers and sister offended you, but please take it out on me and let them go." The sickly girl wiped away the blood coming out from her lips and looked at Zhao Fu with a serious expression. From the collision of their punches just then, she could tell that the black-cloaked figure's strength was unfathomable, and she was not a match for him at all. She had used her full strength and even caught him off guard, yet he had only taken a single step backwards, while she had been lightly injured. She simply couldn't imagine how her younger siblings had offended such a powerful figure. Zhao Fu was quite interested in the sickly girl, and he felt that the power she had came from some sort of bloodline or special constitution. There wasn't a lot of information about bloodlines and special constitutions that originated in the Heaven Awakened world, so Zhao Fu did not know much about them. Hearing the sickly girl's words, Zhao Fu realized that this was the first time that he had met such a special resident of the Heaven Awakened world. He understood how special she was. Her cultivation was no more than Tier 0 level 3, yet she had such immense strength. Such a talent could be greatly nurtured in the future. With Zhao Fu's strength, he could use her 3 younger siblings to blackmail her to submit. However, such a method would be too underhanded, and she would never be truly loyal to Great Kin. Zhao Fu did not hide his interest and lightly laughed as he said, "I'm very interested in you." The sickly girl's expression became serious as she asked, "Are you saying that you'll let my younger siblings go if I submit to you?" "You can think about it that way. However, I won't use their lives to threaten you. I never planned on killing them. It's up to you if you want to follow me, so think about it carefully," Zhao Fu replied. The sickly girl thought for a while before replying, "You really won't harm them?" Zhao Fu nodded sincerely. "All right, I can agree, but you have to give my younger siblings some money and prepare a safe place where they won't be harmed." The sickly girl agreed because the black-cloaked figure in front of them was simply too powerful. Their lives were completely in his hands, and she knew that her younger siblings would have been dead a long time ago if he hadn't held back greatly. Moreover, she could sense that he was not an evil person, so after thinking about it, she decided to submit. "Big Sister King. We don't want to be separated from you. We don't care about money." The 14 or 15-year-old girl held her clothes together with some string, covering her chest. Hearing the words between the mysterious black-cloaked man and Big Sister King, the young girl quickly ran over and pulled on her arm. The boy held his chest and struggled to his feet before saying, "Big Sister King, you said that the 4 of us would always be together. We don't want to leave you." Hearing their words, the sickly girl felt a warmth within her heart and felt quite touched. At that moment, Zhao Fu agreed to accept the 3 others as well. Even though they were quite young, they were already more powerful than most normal people, and they deserved to be nurtured as well. 141 Strange Illness. How about it? Do you want to come with me? Zhao Fu looked at the 3-person group hug as he asked. They thought about it, and because they didn't want to be separated, they all nodded. They then ran over to the fainted little beggar and woke him up. The first thing the little beggar did when he woke up was scream in terror. He instinctively struggled and tried to run away. It was clear how afraid he was of Zhao Fu. However, when he realized that his older siblings were gathered around him, he was able to gradually calm down. Afterwards, they told him about submitting to Zhao Fu, and the little beggar nodded, expressing that he was willing to go with them. However, the little beggar's terror towards Zhao Fu did not decrease at all, and he did not dare to look up at the mysterious and terrifying black-cloaked figure. Following this, Zhao Fu asked them a few questions and learned some more about them. They were not blood siblings. Instead, they were orphans who had relied on each other for survival. The sickly girl was called Chuoba King, the boy twin was called Wu Ling, the girl twin was called Wu King, and the little beggar was called Yu Zongchang. Because they had submitted to Zhao Fu as their lord, Zhao Fu could now look at their stats and grades. What shocked Zhao Fu was that Chuo Buking was SSS grade, while Wu Ling, Wu King, and Yu Zongcheng were A grade. He wasn't surprised that the three younger ones were A grade, but Chuo Buking, the sickly girl, was actually SSS grade. Apart from historical heroes like Bei Qi and Wang Jian, this was the first indigenous resident of the Heaven Awakened world that Zhao Fu had met who was SSS grade. Usually, such people were city lords, which was why Zhao Fu was so dumbfounded. The population size of main cities was massive, but there were very few people who were S grade or above. And yet, no one had discovered that Chuo Buking was SSS grade. Even someone who was S grade would be very important to the city, let alone someone who was SSS grade. If the government knew about her, they would have definitely taken her and nurtured her greatly. What's more, when Origins spawned S-grade people, there would be a sign, such as a flash of golden light. With her SSS grade, it should have been impossible for Chuo Buking to be living in poverty. Could this be a trap? Or is there a bigger story behind all of this? With Zhao Fu's wary nature, he couldn't help but consider this because it was simply too surprising that Chuo Buking was in this situation while being SSS grade. Wait. Zhao Fu realized that it was possible that Chuo Buking had not been discovered to be SSS grade because she had not been spawned but born normally. Even though the Heaven Awakened world had origins and ends that could spawn people and animals, the indigenous residents of the Heaven Awakened world could still give birth to children themselves, though players could not do so yet. People who were born in the Heaven Awakened world didn't have any special signs when they were born, and they required a lord to personally check their grade. It was unlikely for high-grade people to be born in such poor conditions, so the city lord most likely didn't pay much attention to those areas. Zhao Fu asked Chuo Buking about this and confirmed that she was not spawned from an origin. This allowed Zhao Fu to relax and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Obtaining this SSS grade girl was purely out of sheer luck. However, Zhao Fu still couldn't work out why she was so powerful. The only clue was that there were a few question marks next to her race. Let's go, Zhao Fu said as he looked at the four of them. The four of them silently walked at Zhao Fu's side. Chuo Buking no longer seemed as strong, and her face paled even more as she walked unsteadily. Wu King supported her as she walked, and seeing how sickly she looked, Zhao Fu couldn't imagine how she had unleashed so much power before. Seeing this, Zhao Fu gave her a bottle of special healing pills and said, "Take them, they're good for your body." Chuo Buking accepted the bottle, and not just her, but the other three people's attitudes towards Zhao Fu also became more gentle. Zhao Fu had bought these special healing pills at a high price from a main city, and they contain many precious medicinal ingredients. After taking one, Chuo Buking's complexion immediately became somewhat ruddier. Following this, Zhao Fu took the four of them to a clothes shop and said, "All of you, pick some clothes for yourselves." Because the four of them were orphans, they survived each day with great difficulty. Eating until they were full was already a luxury, and because it was the first time they had came to such a place, they felt quite apprehensive. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, their gazes were filled with delight, and they looked at the nice-looking clothes around them. However, their gazes all fell on Chuo Buking. Whenever they made a decision, it was always with Chuo Buking as the leader. Chuo Buking nodded weakly, and only then did the three others happily run around and pick clothes. Seeing how happy her younger sibling seemed, a trace of a smile appeared on Chuo Buking's face, and she turned to look at Zhao Fu and said weakly, "Thank you." Zhao Fu looked at her and replied calmly, "No need to thank me." At this moment, Wu King brought a few clothes over and said excitedly, "Big Sister King, I've picked out a few clothes for both of us. Let's go try them out." Chuo Buking shook her head and lightly smiled, saying, "It's okay, just pick a few for me." "Eh?" Wu King said unhappily, "Don't be like this, I've picked them out already, so let's just go and try them on." In the end, Chuo Buking was unable to refuse Wu King, and she was dragged by Wu King into a changing room. After the two of them changed and appeared before Zhao Fu again, they looked like completely different people. Chuo Buking was wearing a white dress, and with her pale complexion and graceful demeanor, she looked like a young miss from a big family. She looked mild, sensible, and weak, making one want to protect her. Wu King was wearing a light green dress that made her look more elegant. Her young face gave off a fresh and clean feeling, and Zhao Fu inadvertently glanced at her chest, making her blush. After Zhao Fu paid for their clothes, they left the clothing store, and he was about to take them back to the Great Ken town. Suddenly, Yu Zongcheng's stomach started growling, so Zhao Fu took them to a restaurant. After eating their fill, they finally returned to the Great Ken town. Only then did the four of them find out Zhao Fu's true identity, greatly shocking them. The first thing Zhao Fu did was tell Li Si to make arrangements for places for them to stay, while Zhao Fu took Chuo Buking to Zhong Beishu, the apothecary, to see what sort of illness she had. The healing pills that Zhao Fu had given her could treat her injuries, but they could not rid her of her illness. She seemed to have a strange illness, and he learned that around this time every year, she would become incredibly weak and sometimes feel as if she was being burned by fire. Of course, Zhao Fu did not know much about illnesses, so he took her to Zhang Beishu. 142 Refining Spirit Medicine. After carefully examining Chuobaking, Zhang Beishu cupped his hands as he said respectfully, "Your Majesty, this isn't an illness but something caused by this young lady's special constitution?" "Oh?" Zhao Fu said in surprise as he asked, "Can you tell what sort of constitution she has?" Zhang Beishu shook his head and replied, "Your Majesty, this young lady's constitution is simply too special, and I'm unable to determine anything about it. However, I know the causes of some of her symptoms and some methods for handling them." Zhao Fu was slightly disappointed, as he thought that Zhang Beishu would know what her strange constitution was. However, it was good enough that he knew what to do about it, so Zhao Fu asked him about what could be done. Zhang Beishu explained, "This young lady is like this because she will go through a transformation every year, which requires sustenance from a large amount of blood-refining spirit medicine. Without blood-refining spirit medicines, this young lady will be racked with pain and weakness, but if she has blood-refining spirit medicines to help her complete the transformation, there will be no problems." After hearing Zhang Beishu's explanation, Zhao Fu understood. He asked what blood-refining spirit medicines were, and Zhang Beishu explained that they were blood-type spirit medicines, such as blood ginseng, blood reishi mushroom, blood fleech flower root, etc. They could help transform one's blood and even refine one's blood. Zhao Fu currently did not have any blood-refining spirit medicines, so he ordered his people to go to the main cities to buy some. Lying on a bed, Chuobaking felt quite apologetic as she looked at Zhao Fu. She had not done anything for him, yet she had already brought him so much trouble. When she heard Zhang Beishu's explanation of blood-refining spirit medicines, she felt that they were definitely more expensive than normal spirit medicines, which were already quite expensive. What's more, the amount that she needed was great, so it would be an astronomical sum. Chuobaking didn't want to cause Zhao Fu so much trouble, nor did she want him to give her so much for nothing in return. Because she had no way of repaying him, she said weakly, "Your Majesty, it's fine, I'll be alright after enduring it, so there's no need to waste so much medicine on me." Zhao Fu lightly smiled and gave her a reassuring look. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhao Fu no longer wore his black cloak, reducing the feeling of mysteriousness and iciness that had been around him and making him seem more approachable and gentle. Zhao Fu said, "Don't worry. To me, those blood-refining spirit medicine aren't much, and since you've joined me, I'll take responsibility for you." Chuobaking felt quite moved. Even though she acted like she was mature, she was still a 17-year-old girl and weak inside. She had suffered a lot of coldness and cruelty since she was young, things that she should not have endured at such an age. Hearing Zhao Fu's promise to her, she felt quite touched and decided to treat Zhao Fu sincerely from now on. Seeing Chuobaking tear up, Zhao Fu couldn't help but pat her head. He somewhat saw himself in her. After his mother had passed away, he had survived in pain by himself. Chuobaking blushed, feeling quite embarrassed. Zhao Fu realized that he had been a bit rude, and an awkward look appeared on his face as he withdrew his hand. After his people returned with the medicine, he ordered them to prepare the blood-refining spirit medicines in the way Zhang Beishu had instructed and to feed it to Chuobaking. After drinking a bowl of the medicinal soup, Chuobaking's face became ruddier and did not look as pained. It seemed that Zhang Beishu's methods were quite effective, and seeing this, Zhao Fu told Chuobaking to lie down and rest. Following this, Zhao Fu left the apothecary shop and went to the Black Forest horse den. Right now, Little Black and Little Gray were playing around while Little White was lazily lying on one side watching the other two play. When the three animals saw that Zhao Fu had arrived, they all looked incredibly delighted. Recently, Zhao Fu hadn't spent much time with them. Zhao Fu came over and rubbed their heads with his hand before taking out the horse jade soul. He chose to use it, and it let out a brilliant jade light before flying out of his hand and turning into a majestic large horse. It loudly whinnied before leaping towards the horse statue floating above the den and entering it. At that moment, the Black Forest horse den started to change. No matter if it was the horse statue or the round stage on the ground, they both acquired a jade sheen and looked like they were made of pure jade. At the same time, Zhao Fu found that the Black Forest's horse's strength, which was around Tier 0 Level 3 to Tier 0 Level 5, had risen to Tier 0 Level 5 to Tier 0 Level 7. This was quite a big change, and if Zhao Fu had more jade horse souls, he would be able to raise the average Black Forest horse's strength to Stage 1. Stage 1 soldiers with Stage 1 war horses wasn't as simple as just 1+1. They would be able to face off or even overpower a normal Stage 2 soldier and could suppress normal cavalry. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with the horse jade soul's effects, and he couldn't help but wonder how Leng Wu had obtained it. He decided to head to Red Plum Plains, and because of the matter with Chuobaking, He had delayed his original plans and had not yet bought properties at the other two main cities. As such, he started to take care of those matters. At this moment, Beiqi was leading 5,000 soldiers and 3,000 skeletons to explore the region outside of the Great Qin town. They were slowly advancing when some of the scouts had discovered an advanced village ahead. Zhao Fu had handed military matters completely to Beiqi, and because Beiqi had the ability to take down advanced villages, Zhao Fu normally did not take part in such matters anymore. After all, it was Beiqi who had taught Zhao Fu most of his military tactics. After carefully advancing for a while, Beiqi reached his destination. The advanced village was different than the ones they had found before. It was not a normal human village or an outlander village but an ancient fallen clan village. The village and its villagers looked like a minority group, and they looked quite rough and wore colorful clothing. The style was quite different compared to the clothes that people normally expected ancient people to wear. This was an advanced village of the Xianbai clan. The Xianbai clan was a clan that had appeared quite early on, and it was subjugated by the Xiongnu people in the beginning. However, as the Xiongnu clan fell, the Xianbai clan started to rise in power, and it truly shined in the Wei, Jin, and the southern and northern dynasties. They created many states but started to go into decline due to a dramatic integration policy. Instead of making the country easier to govern, it shattered its governing power, and the Xianbai clan disappeared into history. 143 Xianbai. Most of these people's bodies were fairly tall and sturdy, and they all looked quite arrogant and obstinate. They were filled with a primal sense that was in stark contrast with the Confucian teachings that were promulgated in China. While Beiqi was observing them, he found out the strengths and weaknesses of the village. In terms of strength, their fighting power was slightly greater than that of a normal person's, and they would be very good soldiers in battlefields. However, those who worshipped fighting power would often be impulsive and reckless. Beiqi could also tell some evident weaknesses. Not only were their defenses quite lacking, but their management was also chaotic. There were roughly 9,000 or so villagers in Xianbai village, yet it would be no problem for Beiqi and his 5,000 soldiers and 3,000 skeletons to destroy them. The key consideration was reducing his casualties while maximizing his gains, which would be population. Beiqi knew that the main purpose of the exploration teams, apart from searching for resources, was to increase the population, so Beiqi would always operate according to Zhao Fu's principles. However, Beiqi was often quicker and more efficient than Zhao Fu, and he already had a plan. Most of the minority clans in history were nomadic clans. They did not do much farming, and they instead bred livestock. However, this was different in the Heaven Awakened world, as they still had livestock but started to do some farming. This had to do with the geography of the land. If they were in a plains biome, the Xianbai people would have mainly focused on breeding livestock and moving from place to place. However, because they were in a forest, they were unable to breed and move around large numbers of cattle and sheep. However, they still had a lot of livestock. There were roughly 2,000 cattle, 4,000 deer, and 5,000 sheep. Beiqi planned to take advantage of this. This time, Beiqi had with him 5 generals. He sent a chain of orders down and waited until it was dark. The Xianbai people carried about their business as usual and did not notice anything strange. Time gradually passed, and soon, the sun descended behind a mountain. When the sunset cast a golden light on the village, it made the place seem even more exotic. The chief here was a coarse and violent fellow. He was quite strong, and within a clan that valued strength, the strongest would always be the leader, regardless of his or her management skills. This man was called Lu Ruo, and he was a very strong and domineering man. His personality was quite cruel, and he executed people who committed even the slightest wrongs. Moreover, he liked to use cruel methods to torture people. From a modern perspective, he would be an evil dictator, but there were still many people who submitted to him because in this world, the strong could do anything that they wanted. These people were not bound by morals or ethics, and they were quite similar to orcs and goblins. It was now dinner time, and the Xianbai people mainly ate meat for their diet with some other foods as subparts of their diet. They cooked whole pots of delicious meat, and because Beiqi's soldiers couldn't light any fires so that they wouldn't give themselves away, they only ate some dried food. Time continued to pass, and soon, it was midnight. Now that it was quite dark and most people had fallen asleep, it was time to carry out their plan. First were the 3,000 skeletons. No matter if it was in the east or the west, animals were sensitive towards monsters, and they would be terrified of them. Xianbai village's livestock were in the northern part of the village, and when a large number of skeletons drew close, the cattle and sheep started to become restless. The aura of death became denser and denser, causing the cattle and sheep to fearfully moo and bleat, and they started to charge at the fences around them. At this moment, some people realized that something was off, and when they saw a large number of skeletons approaching from the north, they yelled, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Countless Xianbai people were woken up from their sleep. But by now, the 3,000 skeletons, who were led by the 10 king's undead cavalrymen, had already reached the northern side of the village. Luckily, the skeletons summoned by the king's undead cavalry were not much weaker than when they were alive, or it would have taken them much longer to arrive. Because the Xianbai people relied on their livestock for most of their food, the livestock area was heavily guarded. As the 10 king's undead cavalrymen brought the 3,000 skeletons charging over, even though the Xianbai people didn't understand why there were so many undead attacking their village, they still ran out to meet them in battle. Riding atop their large skeleton horses, the king's undead cavalry charged, forcefully tearing open up a gap in the wooden fences. Following this, a countless number of skeletons flooded in from the gap, and many Xianbai soldiers ran over to stop them. At this moment, the chief of the Xianbai village, Lu Ruo, sat up from his bed, and there were a few naked women lying beside him. He coarsely pushed them away, and hearing the sounds of fighting from the northern area of the village, he put on his clothes and walked out. At this moment, someone came to report, "Chief, there are around 3,000 skeletons attacking us from the north. The situation is quite dire, and they're much more powerful than normal skeletons." Lu Ruo frowned, and a look of fury on his face appeared as he prepared to go and see what was going on. Roar. The king's undead cavalry unleashed massive roars. The livestock, which were already going mad with fear, seemed to completely lose control. They broke through the fences and started to run in terror. Some rushed towards buildings, while others rushed towards people. As the livestock started to go mad, Xianbai village descended into chaos. The livestock were future food for the village, and they could not be lost. Seeing this, Lu Ruo yelled, "Hurry and control the livestock." Bei Qi had chosen to attack the livestock area to cause chaos. Now, the Xianbai people had to split their forces between defending the skeletons and controlling the crazed livestock. Sheep and deer were not too difficult to subdue, but crazed cattle were not easy to bring under control. If someone was rammed by a cow running at full speed, even if the person didn't die, he or she would be heavily injured. And yet, this was only the beginning of Bei Qi's plan. Very soon, Doke and the other generals led 4,000 soldiers to attack the eastern side of the village. Xianbai village was already in extreme chaos, and they were spread incredibly thin. This attack was like a sharp blade that stabbed into the village, and it was incredibly difficult to defend against. Hearing about this new attack, Lu Ruo had to order his people to disregard the livestock and face the new enemies. Soon, the two sides clashed and started to battle. Suddenly, a group of 800 armored cavalrymen charged in from the western side of the village with unstoppable momentum, coming behind Lu Ruo without being stopped at all. The cavalry was led by 100 cavalrymen wielding long swords. They were abnormally powerful, and their swords gave off rays of sword light. Combined together, those 100 soldiers seemed like a massive godly sword that could shred iron like dirt, and they stabbed into the rear of Lu Ruo's army. They were Bei Qi's unique military profession, the Iron Eagle elite soldiers. 144 clothed divine general the cavalry charged through, pincering the Xianbai army from behind. With the chaos from the livestock and the difference in morale, stats, and equipment, the Xianbai army was destined to lose. Seeing the devastated state of the village, Lu Ruo furiously hacked a few soldiers who were rushing at him to death. His fighting power was indeed quite powerful, and Doke gripped his spear, preparing to engage him in battle. Bei Qi was wearing a set of white clothes and had a blood-red sword at his side. He rode on a large black forest horse and calmly looked at the battle. There was slaughter everywhere, and even though the Xianbai soldiers were quite courageous, they were unable to fight back at all, and some even started to run away in desperation. In the end, Bei Qi's gaze fell on Lu Ruo, and when he saw that Doke was going to start fighting him, Bei Qi said, "Doke, fall back." The battle had more or less been decided, and in order to preserve as many soldiers as possible, he had to finish this battle as quickly as possible. As such, Bei Qi decided to personally act. Bei Qi drew the Seven Murders sword at his side and lightly tapped his warhorse with his feet. Upon doing this, the warhorse shot forwards like a black blur. Lu Ruo could tell that Bei Qi was the commander here. If he was able to kill him, it would be possible for him to save the village. As such, he loudly roared and raised his large saber as he rushed at Bei Qi. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Bei Qi. How could he be a match for Bei Qi, who had stage 1 cultivation and now had the Seven Murders sword? The instant that they clashed, the battle was decided. A blood-colored sword light flashed as a head flew into the air. Riding on his tall warhorse, Bei Qi sped past Lu Ruo in an instant. Lu Ruo had not been able to receive even a single strike from Bei Qi. After killing Lu Ruo, the light that the blood-red star in the sky gave off became slightly denser. By now, Bei Qi had reached the center of the battlefield. Seeing the chaos, fighting, and blood around him, he slowly raised the Seven Murders sword in his hand as he yelled softly, Soldier aura formation. All of the Great Ken soldiers' bodies released blood-red, somewhat metallic-looking auras that gathered towards Bei-Chi. Scree-ee-ee-ee. Suddenly, a bird's cry that seemed to be able to pierce through rocks and metals and shake the sky sounded out in the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area. A massive blood-red eagle appeared in the sky. Its gaze was incredibly sharp, and its claws glinted with a cold light. The massive icy and bloodthirsty aura that it gave off seemed to be able to flip mountains and overturn seas and suppress everything. The Xianbai soldiers had lost their will to fight after Lu Ryuo had died, and facing this terrifying aura, their courage and fighting spirit were completely shattered. They immediately threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground, choosing to surrender. Bei-Chi, wearing his white clothes, rode on his black forest horse in the midst of the blood and corpses. The remaining Xianbai people all kneeled around him, and adding on the massive blood-red eagle flying above him, Bei-Chi looked like a god who had descended from the heavens. From then onwards, the legend of a white-clothed divine general started to spread. After the Xianbai people surrendered, the situation was pacified quite quickly. Doke quickly went through the numbers and reported, "Commander Bei, because we were able to conclude the battle and gain control of the situation quite quickly, we've subdued 7,356 Xianbai people. Most of the livestock ran off, but there are still about 20% remaining. We've also obtained 360,000 silver coins, and we did not suffer many losses. 68 people received light injuries, 3 people received heavy injuries, and no one died. The skeletons fought the main force of the Xianbai people, and we lost about 500 of them." Hearing Doke's report, Bei-Chi nodded. His battle tactics were quick, simple, and violent, but the disadvantage was that they also caused many casualties. Because the Great Kin soldiers were superior in terms of equipment, cultivation, stats, and battle tactics, there were no casualties this time, while only 500 skeletons were lost. This was not a big deal because they were summoned by the king's undead cavalry from corpses, and their numbers could be replaced using the Xianbai people's corpses. The outcome of the battle satisfied Bei-Chi. As such, he wasn't stingy, and he split the money amongst the soldiers and slaughtered some cattle and sheep to have a great feast to celebrate their victory. Following this, Bei-Chi went to the barracks and found that there were 3 profession change stone steels: Xianbai soldier, E-grade military, description, soldiers of the Xianbai clan, effect, receive skill, Xianbai saber technique. Xianbai archer, E-grade military, description, archers of the Xianbai clan, effect, receive skill, Xianbai archery technique. Xianbai shield bearer, E-grade military, description, shield bearers of the Xianbai clan, effect, receive skill, shield bring. There was nothing special about these military professions, and they were only slightly weaker than Great Ken's basic soldiers. However, they were slightly better than the military professions from the legacies of smaller families. Following this, Bei-Chi went to the village hall. There was a silver cube floating in the air, and it was a fine gold rank city heart. Bei-Chi put his hand on it, and just as he was about to conquer it, he received a chain of system announcements. "Would you like to conquer the ancient fallen clan, Xianbai village?" System announcement. "Your faction is part of the Chinese clan and has unlocked nation fate. Conquering this village will bring many benefits. 1. Great Ken's fate will fuse with a trace of Xianbai's fate. 2. The more Xianbai's fate is fused, the more favorable the Xianbai clan will be towards your people. They may no longer see you as enemies and even fully submit. 3. You will obtain the Xianbai tier, which can be fused in 2 items or used to summon people from the Xianbai clan." Bei-Chi was quite surprised that there were so many benefits from conquering this village. As such, he chose to conquer it and relocate it. Following this, the basic structures of Xianbai village disappeared as the other structures were all destroyed. Finally, the cube in the air slowly floated into Bei-Chi's hand, and a tier-shaped item also descended. This was most likely the Xianbai tier. Zhao Fu, who was busy opening restaurants, also received some system announcements. "Congratulations, your subordinate Bei-Chi has conquered an ancient fallen village, Xianbai. Great Ken's fate has fused with a trace of Xianbai's fate. Congratulations, your subordinate Bei-Chi has conquered an advanced Xianbai village. With the King's Rings bonus, you have obtained 400 achievement points. Congratulations, your subordinate Bei-Chi has relocated an advanced Xianbai village. With the King's Rings bonus, the Great Ken town has obtained 41,000 XP. Xianbai." When he heard these system announcements, he was quite shocked, but he also felt quite delighted. Conquering ancient fallen villages could increase his fate, and he had also obtained 400 achievement points and 41,000 experience point. He was now 1/5 of the way to leveling up to an intermediate town. 145 Xianbai tier. After receiving so much experience point after conquering this advanced village, the Great Ken town would most likely level up after conquering a few more of them. However, it was a pity that advanced villages were quite rare, and finding a single one was already quite lucky. Most of the villages that they found were basic villages, then intermediate villages, and finally advanced villages. As for towns, even if every region was as big as an entire province in the real world, there would be less than 160 towns in a region. After going through all of the system announcements in his mind, Zhao Fu focused his mind on taking care of the restaurants again. Back at Xianbai village, Beiqi looked up at the tear-like object descending from the sky, the Xianbai tear. He caught it and looked at its description with a curious expression on his face. Xianbai tear, the heavens pitied the ancient fallen clans, allowing them to appear in the heaven-awakened world. This is their final chance, and it is their final fate. Now that their village has been conquered, their fates have been decided. Because Xianbai village was conquered, it means that its fate has been fused or devoured, and the item created, the Xianbai tear, symbolizes the grief of the clan. Effect, can be fused into items or can summon people. 100 Xianbai tears can fuse into a dark gold rank item or summon an S-grade Xianbai person. 1000 Xianbai tears can fuse into a epic rank item or summon an SS-grade person. 10,000 Xianbai tears can fuse into an legendary rank item or can summon an SSS-grade Xianbai person. Xianbai tears cannot fuse any further than 10,000 Xianbai tears. After looking at the Xianbai tears information, Beiqi put it in his spatial ring and decided to give it to Zhao Fu when he returned. He felt that Xianbai tears weren't very useful. After all, they had to conquer 100 Xianbai villages before they could even fuse a dark gold rank item or summon an S-grade person. This showed that Xianbai tears weren't very valuable. Just those 100 villages alone would be worth tens of times more than those 100 Xianbai tears. It was only the legendary rank item or SSS-grade person that was somewhat attractive, but they required too many Xianbai tears, 10,000 in total. That meant that they needed to conquer 10,000 Xianbai villages. This would be incredibly difficult, and it was simply impossible at this point in time. As such, Beiqi decided that the Xianbai tears wouldn't be very useful, as it would be incredibly difficult to gather them and would only be useful at later stages. The greatest gains this time were the 7,000 or so people. Zhao Fu had told Beiqi about the Ken Resistance Alliance, which was quite dangerous, especially the school of vertical and horizontal. As someone who had lived during the period of the 100 schools of thought, Beiqi knew how terrifying those people were. The current generation of the vertical branch had shown its intent, and it was unknown if the horizontal branch condoned this behavior. Now, Great Kin had to rapidly develop to face any future threats. After taking a short rest, Beiqi brought the 7,000 captives back to the Great Kin town. After all, with so many captives, it would be difficult for them to do any more exploring. After taking care of the matters in Red Plum Plains, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Kin town at the end of the day. The second day, Zhao Fu went to the apothecary shop and saw that after a day of resting, Chuobiking had completely recovered. Her complexion was ruddy and did not look weak or sickly at all. The blood-refining spirit medicines she had taken yesterday had been very effective. However, this was only temporarily. If she lacked spirit medicines, her body would become weak again. However, with Zhao Fu looking after her now, there was not much to worry about. Right now, Chuobiking had been reunited with Wu Ling, Wu Qing, and Yu Zongcheng, all of whom were incredibly happy that Chuobiking had recovered. Seeing Zhao Fu walk in, they all felt incredibly grateful and somewhat awkwardly paid their respects to him. Now that they were living in Great Kin, they had to learn the rules of etiquette. Because they weren't used to it, their movements seemed quite awkward. Seeing the four of them, Zhao Fu lightly smiled and nodded as he said, "Come with me." The four youths had no idea why Zhao Fu had came to find them, so they could only curiously follow behind Zhao Fu. They went through a teleportation channel, leaving the Great Ken town, and arrived elsewhere. There were many rat folk standing guard here, and it was the first time that the youths had seen so many rat folk, making them quite nervous. After all, humans and outlanders were normally quite antagonistic towards each other, so they couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive upon seeing so many rat folk. However, when they saw how respectful the rat folk were towards Zhao Fu, they slowly grew less scared of them. Following this, the four of them went with Zhao Fu to a large hall. There was nothing within it except the stone steel. "Place your hands on it and see if you can change your profession," Zhao Fu said. The four youths nodded and placed their hands on the stone steel, following which their bodies flashed with light. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite excited. From the beginning, Zhao Fu had wanted to develop them as assassins. After all, they were agile and quite suited to this profession, so he decided to bring them to see if they could receive the acknowledgement of the stone steel. Since they had received the acknowledgement of the assassin profession changed stone steel, they had the potential to become assassins. As for the trial to kill underworld demons, Zhao Fu decided to have them wait for a while. Their cultivations were quite low, and it would be quite difficult for them to kill the underworld demons. As such, Zhao Fu did not allow them to go on, but he was quite confident in their strength and potential. This was especially so for Chuoba King. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the remaining 7 assassin equipment sets. They were all equipment sets that would become more powerful as their owners became more powerful, and Zhao Fu, with his assassin lord's ring, would be able to draw more power from them. Thus, he wanted to find owners for them as soon as possible. Zhao Fu briefly explained the uses and effects of the assassin equipment sets, and from how valuable the equipment sets were, the 4 youths could tell how much Zhao Fu valued them. They were incredibly excited and grateful, and all of them had their own thoughts. For example, Wu Ling silently vowed that when he became strong, he would definitely repay Zhao Fu. Chuoba King's heart felt quite warm, and she felt that she would never be able to repay Zhao Fu in her lifetime. As for Wu King, she thought that perhaps that it was because Zhao Fu wanted her body that he was treating her so well. As for Yu Zongcheng, he would do whatever Zhao Fu told him to do. The shadow that Zhao Fu had left in his young heart was simply too terrifying. After placing those 7 equipment sets in front of the youths, they all closed their eyes and used their hearts to sense them, choosing one that was suitable for them. In the end, they chose the Void equipment set, Light equipment set, Blood equipment set, and Terror equipment set. 146 Blood equipment say Wu Ling chose the Void equipment set, which gave him Void power. Void power nullified most attacks and could cause his body to vanish, which would allow him to carry out dangerous assassinations. Wu King chose the Light equipment set, which had some light element skills. One would think that light element skills did not suit an assassin, but they could be used to bend light, reflect light, and scatter light, aiding one's assassination skills, and it could even be used for healing. Yu Zongcheng chose the Terror equipment set, which had a mental type legacy, and its skills were used to strike fear into enemies during the day and terror at night, making it so that they could not sleep. This would slowly torture and torment the enemy, making it easier to assassinate them. Chuoba King, who Zhao Fu valued the most, chose the Blood equipment set, which gave the owner a type of blood power. It could use one's blood to recover and kill, and as long as some of one's blood remained, one would always be in a half-unkillable state. It was quite an exceptional power. In the end, out of the 12 assassin equipment sets, only the War, Kill, and Battle equipment sets were left. They were all as powerful as the Blood equipment set, so it would most likely be more difficult to find suitable owners for them. However, this was already quite good. 9 of the assassin equipment sets now had owners, and Chuoba King had chosen the powerful Blood equipment set. Zhao Fu eagerly anticipated her growth. After all, she was SSS grade like Beiqi and had outstanding potential. Following this, Zhao Fu took the 4 of them back to the Great Ken town and told them to get used to their new powers while raising their cultivation. When he had any spare S-grade orbs, he would give them to Wu Ling, Wu King, and Yu Zongcheng. Following this, Beiqi and the exploration team returned to the Great Ken town, and he reported the matter about Xianbai village to Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu was quite delighted. With these 7,000 captives, Great Ken's overall population was now a bit more than 46,000, and they were slowly growing to a size that could rival a main city. At the same time, Beiqi handed the Xianbai tear to Zhao Fu, and after looking at the Xianbai tear, Zhao Fu also felt that it was not very useful and put it inside his king's ring. At this moment, Li Si brought a few Xianbai elders and beautiful young women into the room. He paid his respects to Zhao Fu before saying, "Your Majesty, these people requested to see you." Zhao Fu nodded and looked towards the elders and the beautiful young women. At this moment, the group of people kneeled down and spoke in a language that Zhao Fu could not understand. However, because they had submitted to him, he could understand their intent. Their words were along the lines of, "Respected Majesty, we have completely submitted to you and will live under your glorious light in the future. We would like to present our most beautiful women to serve you, please accept them." Zhao Fu understood that most minority clans would offer their most beautiful women to those who conquered them. After all, they lived in a world where the strong devoured the weak, and their traditions and culture were different to those of the modern day. Zhao Fu wanted to refuse because he already had a few female attendants, and he did not want too many people trying to serve him. However, when the elders saw Zhao Fu hesitate and frown, their faces paled. In their eyes, if Zhao Fu did not accept, it would mean that the Xianbai people's lives would be tough from now on. Li Si could understand what Zhao Fu was thinking, so he advised him, "Your Majesty, it's best that you accept them to put the Xianbai people at ease." Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded to show that he accepted the Xianbai women. Smiles broke out on the Xianbai elders' faces, and the Xianbai group left with Li Si. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to talk with Beiqi. Beiqi would continue to lead the army and explore outside of Great Ken's territory, while Zhao Fu would go to Battle City, as the restaurant and merchant alliance had formally opened. The restaurant's business was very good, and it did as well as the one in Holy Light City. Just as the restaurant opened, the various factions in Little Valley started to become wary, and they were particularly worried because the restaurant was opened by an unknown faction. They sent people to find information about the restaurant, but they were unable to find anything. Most players were incredibly jealous of the restaurant's success, but because their status wasn't high enough, they could only watch. Soon, as time passed, they would also be able to raise their statuses to Baron. Soon, Zhao Fu's advantage of being a Baron would no longer be an advantage, as most people would soon become Barons. However, being able to open up a path to another region every 3 days was already quite good, and Zhao Fu was currently the only one who could do such a thing. Moreover, in terms of businesses, his greatest advantage was not the restaurants but the Merchant Alliance. Recently, many people had seen quite a few new and interesting things being sold on the streets. They were all things that the region did not have, which attracted not only many indigenous residents but also players as well. Now, the Merchant Alliance was starting to become a massive profit generator by buying and selling goods. For example, Zhao Fu would sell his Black Forest fruits at Little Valley, and many people were incredibly curious upon seeing them and would ask, "Shop owner, what is this fruit? What does it taste like?" The person in charge of selling the Black Forest fruits replied, "These are Black Forest fruits from the Forest of Horrors. You can't find them anywhere in Little Valley." Just the rarity of this fruit caused many people to buy it. They knew that the Forest of Horrors was a neighboring region, and it was the first time that they had seen something from another region. Could it be that someone had passed the boundary? Everyone was quite surprised. The person in charge of selling the Black Forest fruits laughed and said that he was only responsible for selling the fruits and did not know anything else. Because he didn't know, people didn't continue to ask. They looked at the Black Forest fruits and asked, "Shop owner, how much are these Black Forest fruits? I want to try." The person picked up 2 Black Forest fruits and handed them to the person, saying, 2 copper coins for one. "Since it's our first day, I'll give you a discount of 3 copper coins." What? Everyone felt incredibly shocked. Because of how rare this fruit was, they thought that it would be exorbitantly priced. However, it was only 2 copper coins for one. All of them had expected at least 10 or so copper coins. Zhao Fu did not charge high prices for these normal goods. Instead, he decided to earn a small profit on each one but sell a massive amount of them. Because of how plentiful they were in the Forest of Horrors, he did not have to worry about running out of stock, so he decided to generate profit by selling a lot of them. In the Forest of Horrors, they could buy 3 Black Forest fruits for 1 copper coin, so selling one for 2 copper coins in Little Valley already increased their profits by many times. 147 Sword Genius. That was only one of the various businesses run by the Merchant Alliance. Apart from selling specialty foods from each region, it also sold clothes, medicinal grasses, and other materials from different regions. If the establishment of restaurants caused the various factions to start feeling wary, the establishment of the Merchant Alliance made them feel an extremely grave sense of danger, as the Merchant Alliance's profits would be massive. It wasn't just the various factions that placed their attention on it, but even the system's governmental factions took it seriously. Countless gazes fell on the Drizzle Merchant Alliance, but it ignored all of these gazes and continued to make money in a low-profile way. It didn't show any signs of danger and acted merely as a business person. It even gave the various factions some discounts. This surprised and delighted the factions. With the Merchant Alliance bringing them benefits, they no longer felt as tense about the Merchant Alliance, and the relationship between the Merchant Alliance and the various factions became more amicable. This was exactly what Zhao Fu had wanted. After all, a business person had to show that he or she was harmless and would be beneficial to everyone in order to do well. However, the various factions couldn't help but try to guess who the Drizzle Merchant Alliance belonged to, but they were unable to find any information, nor could they make any precise guesses. They just had to accept that the mysterious Merchant Alliance couldn't be offended and was best kept on good terms. Zhao Fu was quite pleased with the Drizzle Merchant Alliance. It now spanned the Forest of Horrors, Little Valley, 100 Bamboo, and Red Plum Plains. In order to fool others, he set the headquarters of the Drizzle Merchant Alliance at Little Valley, while the true headquarters was at the Great Ken Town. Now, the Merchant Alliance and restaurants in each region earned a bit more than 7,000 gold coins per day. 7,000 gold coins did not seem like much, but the 4 regions added up to over 28,000 gold coins per day, which was 280 million copper coins or $2.8 billion in the real world. And that was only for one day. As Zhao Fu opened up more and more regions, the profits would be greater and greater. With so much money, Zhao Fu bought all of the energy crystals in all of the main cities, spending 10,000 gold coins to buy 1,000 energy crystals. Zhao Fu had kept the god-refining plan in his heart this entire time, and even though he now had the energy crystals required, he still couldn't carry out the plan because he was still lacking a few important things. Zhao Fu still hadn't finished preparing some matters and finding some things, so even though he had the energy crystals, he couldn't carry out the plan just yet. He would only be able to start it after finding the thing that he needed. After checking on the Merchant Alliance, Zhao Fu went to Battle City and went to the arena to see Jnaya. Zhao Fu found that Jnaya had become one of the most prominent fighters in Battle City. Now, anyone who had not heard of Sword Demon was definitely not from Battle City. Every time Jnaya fought, the arena was completely packed, with most of the people there to watch him fight. It was clear how popular he was. These people liked Jnaya because they liked to watch him execute people with a cultivation level above his, and they were completely astonished by his superb sword skills. They were also completely stunned by his talent, going through Stage 0 to Tier 0 Level 4 in just a short period of time. Both the player factions and governmental factions set their eyes on him, and they extended many generous offers to persuade him to join them. However, they were all refused. Countless people started to investigate Jnaya. They wanted to know his true identity, where he came from, and what faction he belonged to, but they couldn't find anything. The only thing that they knew was that he was brought by a mysterious, black-cloaked figure to the arena one bright morning, which started his legend. After 50 or so battles, not a single person had been able to force Jnaya to take off his cloak, and no one had seen the true appearance of Sword Demon. This made Jnaya even more mysterious, and there was even a rumor that no one knew what Sword Demon looked like, as those who had ever seen his appearance had all died. Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile when he heard those rumors. He went to the big man in charge of registrations, and by now, he had found out that the man was called Xing Li. Zhao Fu walked over and said, "Brother Xing? How have you been recently?" Hearing that voice, Xing Li turned and saw that it was Zhao Fu, making him feel quite delighted. He smiled as he replied, "So it's Brother Zhao. Here, please take a seat. Sword Demon will be fighting next." Xing Li gave Zhao Fu a VIP seat in the arena, and Xing Li's attitude towards Zhao Fu was extremely good. This was because to everyone else, everyone thought that Xing Li had discovered Sword Demon. As Jnaya's status rose in the arena, so did Xing Li's. Only Xing Li knew that it was because he had been lucky. He had luckily been in charge of registrations that day, and Zhao Fu had insisted that Jnaya compete. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have discovered Jnaya, a sword genius. Zhao Fu sat down. He had come specifically to see Jnaya's progress. Following this, Jnaya walked onto the stage, still wearing his black cloak, but his aura was colder and more powerful. As he walked into the arena, countless people cheered his name, making the scene seem incredibly lively. What surprised Zhao Fu was Jnaya's opponent. It was a large, burly man who was wearing clothes made of beast fur and had a large beard. It seemed that he was a new person. Those from the minority clans can enter the system's main cities. Or was this person captured and brought here? The man piqued Zhao Fu's interest. Historically, the Zhangnu people had some enmity with Great Qin, and it could be said that they were a powerful enemy. As such, Zhao Fu asked Xing Li about the appearance of the minority clans in the system's main cities. It turned out that in order to increase the number of people in the arenas, the city lord of Battle City had allowed the ancient fallen clans, or minority clans, and outlanders to enter the city. It seemed that governmental policies really did wildly differ from region to region. Player factions were usually weaker than minority clans and outlanders, but with the system's main cities supporting player factions and trading with them, player factions were able to become much more powerful. This included purchasing good equipment, recovery items, and support items. However, since player factions did not have this advantage in Battle City, they were in quite a precarious situation. Zhao Fu turned his attention to the fight. Facing Jnaya, the Zhangnu person felt an indescribable sense of contempt, and he raised the scimitar in his hand and rushed towards Jnaya, seeming incredibly ferocious. Jnaya knew that the person in front of him was a Zhangnu person, and he did not hold back either. The battle concluded very quickly. In just an instant, the Zhangnu person fell to the ground and Jnaya left the stage amidst wild cheering. Zhao Fu could tell that Jnaya had improved incredibly quickly here, so he told him to remain here. After chatting with him for a bit, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Qin town. The next day, a new void beast spawned, so Zhao Fu decided to open up a fourth path, which was to the final region around the Forest of Horrors, East Green. 148 Eternal Nigh. The process of opening up a new region was the same as before, and soon, Zhao Fu arrived at East Green. The rocks on the ground were covered with lush, green moss, and there were few trees but many creeks here. There would sometimes be fog in the air, making the place seem quite dreamlike and beautiful. East Green had 4 main cities, which were Southlight City, Heavenstone City, Nine Sun City, and Seawater City. Just like before, Zhao Fu went around the main cities and found that the specialty good here was a type of freshwater fish. These fish were found in most of East Green's creeks, and they looked like normal grass carps but slightly smaller. Their meat tasted incredibly delicious and tender, and they were loved by many people. After looking at the goods in the main cities, Zhao Fu went about his business of buying properties and opening restaurants. He went to each of the 4 main cities and found that there were fewer players in Heavenstone City than the 3 other cities, but he could not figure out why. After buying properties, Zhao Fu hired some people to start renovations and to make preparations for the grand openings. After taking care of these things, Zhao Fu started to send out his intelligence department, Eternal Night, and planted people in each of the main cities. The one who was most excited about this was undoubtedly Liu Mai, as Zhao Fu normally restricted her greatly. Go Binglin, Wang Ergu, and the other high-ranking members of the intelligence department could use teleportation channels at their discretion, but Zhao Fu restricted Liu Mai in this matter. Because of this, she always seemed unhappy when she saw him. Now that Zhao Fu was no longer restricting her, she could finally use teleportation channels as she wished and go to the main cities whenever she wanted to supervise the operatives. As such, she was incredibly happy. However, Zhao Fu reminded her that he would restrict her again if she didn't take her job seriously or made trouble for him. In response, Liu Mai acted incredibly obediently and continuously praised Zhao Fu. Beside her, even Wang Ergu couldn't help blush with shame, wondering where the domineering and boorish third mistress went. She was now better at flattery than even him. Eternal Night established a small part of itself in each main city, with around 10 or so people per main city. In order to conceal their identities, Zhao Fu ordered them not to come into contact with any of the other Greatkin subjects in the main cities. They were to focus on collecting intelligence for now, as there were not yet any assassination targets. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the Heaven Awaken world map and started to look at it seriously. Now that he had opened up paths north, south, east, and west of the Forest of Horrors, he needed to do some more planning and strategizing. In Holy Light City, Zhang Feng walked into Zhang'er's clothing shop and looked at her doing the accounts. He said with a caring expression, "Lil, just leave the accounts to other people. You have a lot on your plate, so don't tire yourself out." Zhang stopped and looked up at Zhang Feng with a slight frown. She knew that her big brother would not come to find her if he didn't need something from her. She knew that he was only pretending to care about her, so she calmly asked, "Big brother, what have you come to find me for?" Because Zhang didn't appreciate his fake attitude, Zhang Feng looked quite awkward as he said, "It's not much. I just wanted to ask how the clothing shop was going." "It's doing quite well. It's already somewhat famous, and many members of upper society have started to order clothing tailored from here. We're earning about 50 gold coins per day," Zhang replied curtly. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was quite delighted and said, "Lil, you should know that the Zhang family and Zhu family's relationship has become quite strained, and putting aside why, the Zhu family seems to have obtained a nation's legacy. The Zhang family's in quite a dangerous spot. I heard that Zhao Xin hasn't come to see you in a while, and I wanted to buy 500 secret silver ring equipment sets for the Zhang family's elites. Please talk to Zhao Xin about this." Zhang could tell what her big brother wanted. He wanted to push her towards Zhao Xin to use Zhao Xin's power to develop the Zhang family and defend against the Zhu family. He wanted something to happen between her and Zhao Xin while also obtaining some benefits. Equipment sets consisted of a weapon and a set of armor, so 500 equipment sets meant 1,000 pieces of secret silver ring equipment. Right now, a single piece of secret silver ring equipment cost around 300 to 500 silver coins. 1,000 pieces of secret silver ring equipment would be at least 300,000 silver coins, and even the Zhang family would be paid to spend such an amount. What's more, this was the absolute lowest price, so they wanted her to personally talk to Zhao Xin. "I'm not doing it," Zhang said somewhat coldly after finally hearing what Zhang Feng wanted. She was angry that the Zhang family wanted to use her as a tool, but she also didn't want Zhao Fu to think of her as a woman who was just trying to use him. Zhang Feng didn't panic when Zhang refused, and he started to use all kinds of matters, like their family, their parents, and the Zhu family, to persuade her. In the end, Zhang could only agree. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Zhang Feng's face as he turned and left. Zhang lowered her head, silently wiping away a few tears. "What is it, Zhang?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he sat opposite Zhang, who looked apologetic. "Zhao Xin, I would like to buy some equipment," Zhang said with great difficulty. Zhao Fu smiled and didn't mind, and he nodded as he replied, "Sure. How many do you want?" She looked up at Zhao Fu and breathed in deeply as she asked, "I want to buy 500 secret silver ring equipment sets. Can you give me a discount on them?" Haha. Seeing how uncomfortable and tense Zhang looked, Zhao Fu realized what this was about and couldn't help but laugh, and he said, "Of course, I'll give you 40% off." Zhang let out a sigh of relief and felt incredibly grateful and ashamed. Zhao Xin treated her so well, yet she had the audacity to ask him for a favor. She soon started to tear up. Zhao Fu asked with a concerned expression on his face, "What's wrong?" Zhang fought back the tears and shook her head, indicating that it was fine. Zhao Fu felt that something was off, but he was not in a position to ask. At this moment, a soldier came to report that there were matters for him to take care of, so he apologized to Zhang Re and said his farewells. "Thank you so much," Zhang Re suddenly said with her head lowered. Zhao Fu stopped walking and said, "No need to thank me, we're friends. I'll do my best to help you, and you don't need to feel like you owe me anything. Perhaps I'll need your help in the future." Those words completely undid the knot in Zhang Re's heart. She hoped that one day, she would be able to help Zhao Fu in return, and she lifted her head and beautifully smiled. Zhao Fu was able to relax when he saw that Zhang Re felt better. He cared about Zhang Re, as she was his first friend, so it was only normal that he would help her. 149 Inauspicious item. After talking to Zhang Re, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Ken town and continued taking care of unfinished matters. At the same time, he decided that Great Ken would develop northwards because his plan was to leave China and use Vietnam as a stepping stone. Even though Vietnam was a smaller country than China, it was still a country, and seizing it would take some preparation. Zhao Fu planned to open a path in that direction first before developing his forces in that direction. East Green's 4 restaurants had all opened, and these things no longer required Zhao Fu to look over them himself. He also received some good news. The underground exploration teams had discovered a skeleton general. This skeleton general was just as powerful as the first one, but Zhao Fu's soldiers had become much stronger. Li Wen had combined the 2 exploration teams together, and at the cost of a few light injuries, they had successfully killed the skeleton general. The skeleton general dropped 5 items. The first item was its armor, which Zhao Fu gave to Li Wen as a reward. The skeleton general's sword was called the Flowing Cloud Sword, and it had the same stats as Bei Qi's original star-slashing sword. Zhao Fu gave this new sword to Wang Jian. Next was a general soul, and now that Zhao Fu knew how powerful the general armament was, he could no longer bear to use general souls to strengthen pieces of equipment. He decided that he would keep them until he had 10 so that he could fuse them into a general armament. The next item was a skeleton general profession change stone, and Zhao Fu gave it to a rat folk called Carnegie to use. Now, Zhao Fu had 11 generals. The final item was quite interesting. It was a jade flute that was white-colored and felt cold to the touch. Because it had been contaminated with undead aura for a long period of time, the aura it gave off was quite strange and eerie, and it felt like an inauspicious item. Death Cry Flute, a strange flute that will make any song played seem sad and will make one subconsciously shed tears. The person who plays the flute will attract ghosts to him or her. The 5th item was indeed an inauspicious item. If it appeared in the real world, it would give many people a big scare. After all, anyone who played this flute would attract ghosts to him or herself, which sounded quite horrifying. However, in the Heaven Awakened world, with Zhao Fu's current strength, he did not fear ghosts. As such, he put the jade flute to his lips and lightly blew. As a note sounded out, Zhao Fu felt a chill at the back of his neck as if a cold breeze had blown past. He looked up and the scene fell silent, and something strange started to happen. A few illusory figures slowly appeared, and they were both male and female. They looked quite blurry, so their features could not be seen. The clothes they wore were quite normal, and their feet were floating a few centimeters off the ground. Zhao Fu looked at them and found that they were just some normal ghosts. These ghosts were quite weak, and a casual attack could cause them to dissipate. In fact, they did not even dare to come within 10 meters of Zhao Fu. This was because just the power of the fate around Zhao Fu was enough to kill them. Zhao Fu was surprised that blowing just a single note was enough to attract a few normal ghosts. If one played an entire piece on it, just what would be attracted? The Death Cry flute seemed to be quite powerful, so Zhao Fu put it inside his king's ring. He then looked at the ghosts around him and casually waved his hand. A formless wave of energy rippled out like a breeze, immediately scattering the ghosts. Most of the important things had been taken care of, so he went back to his room to cultivation. He had risen to stage 1 not too long ago, but he hadn't advanced much since then. However, not too long after he started cultivating, he was interrupted. Go Binglin knelt on the ground with a serious look on his face and reported something to Zhao Fu. Hearing what he had to say, Zhao Fu's eyes glinted coldly before putting on his black cloak and leaving the room, going with Go Binglin to Heavenstone City. There were many people gathered in front of the restaurant. Some were sighing, while others were rejoicing at the owner's misfortune. This restaurant was the one that Zhao Fu had opened. Zhao Fu walked in and saw a chaotic and disorderly scene. All of the tables and chairs had been smashed, and what made him furious was that there were 20 or so corpses on the ground. These corpses belonged to the waitresses, the managers, and the chefs. All of the people associated with the restaurant had been ruthlessly murdered. The ground and walls were stained with their blood, and their bodies lay on the ground in different positions. However, the same expression of fear was engraved on their faces. Zhao Fu knew all of these faces, and now, they were all in front of him, dead. Zhao Fu became filled with rage. and his eyes became cold as his hands tightened into fists and asked, "What happened?" Beside him, Go Binglin could feel Zhao Fu's anger, and his heart trembled. He cupped his hands respectfully before saying, "Your Majesty, this is what happened. Not too long after the restaurant was opened, Heavenstone City's young lord came here quite drunk with a few servants. He directly said that he was reserving the entire restaurant and ordered the manager to kick everyone out. Because of his status, the manager could only apologize to each of the customers already dining here and ask them to leave. The young lord then demanded all of the dishes to be served to him, which the manager did, carefully attending to him. However, the young lord said that he didn't like the wine here, so the manager went to some other restaurants and spent a lot of money to purchase the wine that he liked. In the end, the young lord became more and more difficult as he became drunker, and he even ordered the waitresses to perform sexual favors for him. The manager felt quite troubled, as we only hired these women to be waitresses, so he did his best to explain to the young lord that this demand was simply impossible. However, the young lord did not care, and he tried to force himself on some of the waitresses. A few of them were unwilling, and they injured him while struggling. The young lord flew into a fit of rage, and he ordered his guards to kill everyone in the restaurant and for the restaurant to be smashed. He was then brought back to the city lord's residence by his lackeys because of how drunk he was. Now, Zhao Fu realized why there were so few players in Heavenstone City. With such an overbearing, violent, unreasonable, and bloodthirsty trash doing as he pleased, who would want to stay here? Something that one put his or her blood, sweat, and tears into could be destroyed by him on a whim. Even though Zhao Fu was enraged, his mind was quite clear. He immediately realized something and said coldly, "Order all of Great Ken's people to leave Heavenstone City immediately." Go Binglin complied and quickly left to disseminate the order. Very soon, everyone who belonged to Great Ken left Heavenstone City and returned to the Great Ken town. Not too long after they had left, a group of guards came to seal up the restaurant and to confiscate all of Zhao Fu's properties. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu's quick thinking, it was possible that not a single one of his subjects in Heavenstone City would have remained alive. System announcement. You have been listed as a wanted criminal by Heavenstone City. System announcement. Your position in Heavenstone City has been exposed. Please leave quickly. It seemed that the young lord was not taking any risks, and he was trying to get rid of any future troubles, causing Zhao Fu to gnash his teeth in anger. He had never felt so furious before. 150s level fugitive. Even though he was furious, Zhao Fu knew that he couldn't stay here for long. He had already become a wanted criminal, so he would not be able to use Heavenstone City's teleportation channels. As such, all he could do was quickly walk towards the city gates. However, he soon caught the attention of a 10-man patrol squad. Facing those 10 city guards, Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he quickly walked into an alleyway. The city guards thought that Zhao Fu's cultivation was only stage 1, so they were incredibly confident. A single stage 1 city guard would be able to take him down, let alone 10 of them. As such, they did not notify anyone, and they followed Zhao Fu into the alleyway. At that moment, Zhao Fu stopped walking and turned to look at the city guards, a cold smile appearing on his face. Li Wu. You're wanted in Heavenstone City, and you won't be able to escape. If you surrender now, we'll leave your corpse intact. Don't blame us, you can only blame yourself for offending the young master. The captain of the patrol squad said confidently and somewhat mockingly to Zhao Fu. Li Wu was the name that Zhao Fu had used to purchase properties. He was cautious by nature, and because he knew how much power the government had in main cities, he never used his real name to purchase properties. Hearing their words, Zhao Fu's gaze became incredibly cold. His people had treated the young lord courteously and had continuously made concessions, but they had been killed in the end. What's more, they had blamed Zhao Fu and his people. As such, Zhao Fu did not reply and immediately attacked. At this moment, he simply wanted to kill. Black traces of King's power rose from his body, and he leaned forwards before kicking off the ground, leaping towards the city guards like an arrow shooting out of a bow. So fast. The city guards were completely dumbfounded, and before they realized what was happening, Zhao Fu had appeared in front of them. He stretched out his fingers, forming a hand knife as black light covered it. Kai. Zhao Fu's hand knife pierced through a city guard's chest, and blood flowed out of that city guard's mouth as a look of surprise appeared on his face. He had never thought that he would be killed so easily. In the next second, Zhao Fu's body once again disappeared. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy sounds rang out as 2 city guards flew away, smashing against the walls on either side of the alleyway. Their chests were completely caved in, and it seemed that they would not be able to live for long. The remaining city guards were quite fearful and realized that they were actually the prey, not the hunters. Hurry and leave. Let's report this to the city lord. When the captain saw that 3 city guards had died in an instant, he realized that they were unable to fight against Zhao Fu, so he immediately gave the order to retreat. At the same time, the city guards were extremely confused. When had players become so powerful? Normally, they relied on their strength to look down on players, but now, it seemed that they had unexpectedly kicked an iron board. They wanted to leave, but Zhao Fu was not willing to let them go. The fury in his heart exploded out, and he darted back and forth within the squad of city guards like a black shadow. Bang! Zhao Fu's fist smashed into a city guard's chest, causing him to collapse as his body flew backwards. Kai! Zhao Fu whirled around and slashed out with his hand, and a city guard's head flew off his neck, causing blood to spurt from his neck. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Perhaps these city guards could act high and mighty in front of normal players with their stage 1 cultivation, but with Zhao Fu's different powers and high-grade equipment, he had long since started to disregard stage 1 city guards. After Zhao Fu dashed around in the squad of city guards for a few moments, there was only one city guard left. The other city guards lay on the ground in all sorts of positions, looking extremely pitiful, and the alleyway was dyed red with blood. This final city guard tightly gripped his sword with both hands, but his body was trembling. His eyes stared at Zhao Fu, and because he knew that he couldn't escape, he could only go all out. Zhao Fu disappeared before his eyes in an instant, and the city guard cried out in fear. He savagely slashed forwards with his sword, but the black blur easily dodged around it and appeared before him. In that instant, a hand grabbed onto his head and lifted him up. Bang! Without any hesitation, Zhao Fu simply tightened his grip and crushed the city guard's head. It exploded like a watermelon, causing blood and bits of brain to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu continued to stand still, his hands covered with blood. It was the first time that Zhao Fu had felt killing to be so happy and carefree, and this started to change Zhao Fu's personality. Of course, Zhao Fu knew that he could not stay here, so he quickly left towards the city gates. Soon, a soldierly-looking middle-aged man brought a large group of city guards to the alleyway. When he saw the gory scene, he was incredibly infuriated. The middle-aged man was called Yu Limping, and he was one of Heavenstone City's 3 great generals. He was in charge of all of the city guards in the city. Before, he hadn't paid much mind to this matter, as it was just a hedonistic young master offending some weak players. In order to not make any trouble for Heavenstone City, it was necessary to get rid of the people who the young lord had offended. Yu Limping had wanted to deal with this player like all of the other players in the past, by getting rid of him quickly and without too much fuss. However, he never would have thought that he would continuously receive messages that his city guards had been killed while he was within the city. As such, he brought people and came here immediately. Only after seeing the scene did he find that the situation was not as simple as he had expected. His stage 1 city guards had been massacred without being able to resist at all. It seemed that the young lord had angered someone who could not be offended. The city lord simply spoiled his son too much, and the Keon family's people were incredibly vile characters, stirring up the young lord each time. If this went on, Heavenstone City would be destroyed. However, there was no turning back now. Yu Limping suppressed the flames of fury in his heart as he turned and said, "Immediately list Li Wu as an S-level fugitive." The city guards beside him were quite surprised. They knew that S-level fugitives were all-powerful enemies who could threaten the existence of main cities, so they were quite shocked to hear that a weak player would be listed as an S-level fugitive. They all asked in disbelief, "Sir, are you sure about this?" Yu Limping nodded seriously and said, "For him to kill city guards so easily, his strength is not inferior to mine. Hurry and report this matter to the city lord and give the order for the city gates to be closed. We can't afford to let him escape, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Hearing this order, some city guards went to report to the city lord, while Yu Limping and the remaining city guards chased in the direction that Zhao Fu had left in. By now, Zhao Fu had already reached the southern city gates of Heavenstone City. He stood in the midst of a large crowd, suppressing his aura to not stand out. He was about 10 or so meters away from the city gates when the city guards standing at the city gate took out their sabers and said in a loud voice, "Close the city gates. No one is to enter or exit." This gave Zhao Fu a big shock. He was still in Heavenstone City, and if the city gates were closed, it was more likely than not that he would die. Putting aside the 100,000 stage 1 city guards, just the city lord alone would be enough to take him down. He had to quickly escape from here. 151 Massacre. Many people were displeased that the city gates were suddenly being closed because some of them had wanted to go out to hunt to earn some money, while others wanted to come in to sell the things that they had found outside. Even though there were not many player factions in Heavenstone City, there was still a considerable number of players in the city. Moreover, it was not only the players, but also the indigenous residents who were inconvenienced by the sudden order to close the city gates, so many operations stopped as a result. The city gates closed quite suddenly and without any warning, so there were many people standing on either side of the city gates who looked incredibly displeased and were yelling for the city gates to be opened. The city guards coldly harumphed, They had received an order to not let anyone in or out at any cost, so they loudly replied, "The city gates will remain shut. Anyone who tries to get in or out will die." Those words were filled with killing intent, causing countless people to retreat. Even though they were incredibly displeased, their lives were more important than whatever business they had. At the same time, they were quite confused what had happened in Heavenstone City for them to suddenly close the city gates. It was the first time that this had happened. The many people standing around the city gates retreated, and the city guards pushed the 10-meter or so tall large gates, which were made from fine gold drink material, until they were almost closed. Hiding within the crowd, Zhao Fu knew that if he did not act soon, he would lose his opportunity. He circulated his king's power, and a large amount of the Black King's power streamed out from Zhao Fu, dispersing around him like fog. Clang! Zhao Fu drew the Sky Demon's sword and raised it high into the air, instilling it with his king's power. Feeling Zhao Fu's power, the Sky Demon sleeping within the sword suddenly opened its cold, blood-red eyes. Large amounts of Sky Demon chi streamed out from the sword, and as the Sky Demon sword gave off a demonic gleam, Zhao Fu yelled, "Sky Demon Slash!" Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed downwards with the sword, and a demonic howl seemed to roar out. The air seemed to be cleaved in half as a massive black sword light flew out. The 10 or so city guards closing the gates and the 20 or so city guards standing by were all hit by the sword light without being given a chance to even defend themselves. The terrifying sword light seemed to devour their bodies, and after it passed through them, the ground became dyed with blood, and countless broken corpses lay on the ground. The pungent smell of blood and guts started to fill the air. At the same time, a 20-meter-long gash appeared on the ground, and traces of demonic chi floated up from it. These sudden changes shocked all of the people around Zhao Fu, and they all looked at the black-cloaked figure in front of them, who seemed like a demon god. As everyone stared in shock, Zhao Fu's body blurred and shot towards the city gates like a black ray of light, and soon, he was about to rush out. Suddenly, a powerful body jumped down from 10 or so meters above and blocked Zhao Fu's path. It was a general guard, and his cultivation was above stage 2. "Piss off!" Zhao Fu yelled coldly and swept out with his sword, and the Sky Demon's sword, filled with killing intent, slashed towards the general guard. This strike was ferocious to the extreme, and the general guard immediately used his large saber to parry Zhao Fu's attack. However, he had underestimated Zhao Fu. Bang! The general guard felt like a massive beast had slammed into him, and he slid back by 10 or so meters before steadying himself. He stared at Zhao Fu in shock, while Zhao Fu ignored him and rushed out of the city gates. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Zhao Fu stepped outside of the city gates, the city guards on top of the city walls continuously released arrows at him, forming a rain of arrows. They tore through the air, giving off an incredibly sharp aura. Luckily, there were only 4,000 city guards on each side of the city walls, and most were within the city. Only 1,000 of them were archers, and Zhao Fu quickly dodged around while also using his king's domain to form a protective shield behind him. Soon, Zhao Fu escaped from the rain of arrows, and the other city guards could only quickly come down from the city walls. They were not as strong as the general guard, but they could still jump down 10 meters without any issues. At this moment, the general guard caught up with Zhao Fu and slashed his large saber towards him. A cold light flashed in Zhao Fu's eyes, and he pointed the Sky Demon's sword at the general guard, unleashing Sky Demon's feast. A massive demon's image flew out from within the sword and spread its wings as it flew towards the general guard. Seeing this, the general guard was quite shocked and quickly used a defensive skill. While he held his large saber in front of him, a blue crescent moon appeared before him, covering his body. The Sky Demon's image flew past the general guard's body in an instant, and the blue crescent moon rippled with a powerful blue light. The Sky Demon's image was unable to devour any fleshly essence before disappearing. After this, the blue crescent moon also slowly disappeared. Suddenly, the general guard coughed up a mouthful of blood and half-kneeled on the ground, looking quite injured. It seemed that even though the Sky Demon's image was unable to devour any of his fleshly essence, it had still been able to injure him. Zhao Fu did not continue to attack, and he instead continued to run. He only had a single goal, which was to stay alive. The general guard reluctantly watched Zhao Fu run further and further away. Everything that had just happened seemed to have taken a long time, but it all happened in the blink of an eye. Before the other city guards had descended from the wall, the general guard's eyes flashed as he yelled, "He's the S-grade fugitive Li Wu. Anyone who can capture him, dead or alive, will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins." What? 10,000 gold coins? Those inside and outside the city gates were given a big fright. Most of them had not yet been to the quest center and seen the quest for apprehending Zhao Fu, but that did not matter anymore. They were completely enthralled by those 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins were 1 billion copper coins, which were worth $10 billion in the real world. This shocking figure caused countless people's eyes to shine, and their expressions became savage. If they could kill Zhao Fu, they could have almost anything they wanted. They knew how strong Zhao Fu was, but there were countless people outside the city gates who had been trying to get in. If they drowned him in this sea of people, it was possible to kill him. Whoever was lucky enough to kill him would have enough money for even his or her next life. Hearing this, a countless number of people didn't hesitate at all as they rushed at Zhao Fu as if they were crazed. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, his body erupting with killing intent as he looked at the people charging towards him. Since you lot want to die, I'll help you with that. Zhao Fu did not fear even Stage 1 city guards, much less these people who were at most Tier 0 level 5. He held the Sky Demon's sword as his body blurred and he rushed into the crowd. The massacre officially began. Rays of black sword light shot out, and cries of pain followed continuously. It was as if Zhao Fu had rushed into a group of people who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken, and because of how crowded it was and his agility and nimbleness, no one was able to hit him. Zhao Fu started to kill indiscriminately, and each of his strikes was extremely ferocious and would create 10 or so corpses. The ground was covered with blood and body parts, and the smell of blood was especially strong. Zhao Fu's black cloak had also been completely dyed red by blood. Ha 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 ha. When Zhao Fu saw that the crowd of people was still rushing at him without fear, he laughed loudly. His laugh was cold and eerie, making those who heard it feel a chill within their hearts. 152 King's profoundness. After wildly laughing, Zhao Fu coldly gazed at the people around him and slowly said with a domineering, condescending, and cruel tone, "This king sentences you all to death." Suddenly, Zhao Fu drew the Sky Demon's sword across his palm, causing red and golden blood to flow out onto the sword. Feeling the king's blood, the Sky Demon's sword hummed with delight, and its evil aura became even stronger. Kai. Zhao Fu stabbed the sword into the ground, and countless traces of demonic chi flowed out from the sword before rushing into the ground like streams of water. The ground started to be dyed black, and in an instant, it formed a 1,000-meter wide circle of darkness. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and looked at the massive crowds rushing towards him. He raised his bleeding palm, held it out towards them, and softly yelled, "King's profoundness, demon domain, 10,000 burials." Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as a black light shot out from Zhao Fu's palm, forming the image of a demon. Suddenly, formless energy rushed out as if some sort of forbidden power had been unleashed. Countless black spikes that were 20 meters long shot up from the ground unexpectedly, and they contained an immense amount of force. Kai. The black spikes pierced through person after person and lifted their corpses 20 meters high into the air. The black spikes covered the surrounding 1,000-meter radius area, and the 1,500 people at the head of the crowd were all lifted up into the air. Their expressions were filled with pain, savageness, and terror, and blood dripped down from the air, making it seem as if it was raining blood. Everything fell into a deathly silence, and the scene became a truly hellish scene. This horrifying scene caused the countless people who had been blinded by greed to be woken up in an instant. Their bodies stopped moving instinctively, and their terror did not allow them to take another step forwards. Zhao Fu used his king's power to stop his bleeding, and he pulled the Sky Demon's sword out of the ground. The darkness in the ground retreated as the black spikes disappeared, and the corpses fell from the sky, creating an empty space 1,000 meters wide. This skill was something that Zhao Fu had just come up with. The king profession was a profession that surpassed military professions and could grow. However, it did not have any skills. Zhao Fu needed to create all of the skills by himself. King's profoundness, demon domain, 10,000 burials, was the first skill that Zhao Fu had created. However, this skill was something that could only be cast with the Sky Demon Sword Sky Demon Domain. Without the Sky Demon Sword, Zhao Fu would not be able to use this skill. The blood on the ground was sucked towards the Sky Demon Sword by an invisible force and devoured by the Sky Demon Sword. The Sky Demon excitedly laughed as it said, "Kill. Kill. Kill. Owner, kill them all." After the Sky Demon Sword devoured all of the blood and converted it into its own power, it sent some into Zhao Fu's body to help him recover. Casting the King's Profoundness skill just then had consumed a lot of Zhao Fu's strength. Just as Zhao Fu pulled the Sky Demon Sword out of the ground, he pointed it at the crowd 1,000 meters away and said in a voice filled with killing intent and mockery, "What is it? Hurry up and come." This provocation caused the people surrounding Zhao Fu to look at each other, but none of them dared to come forwards. He is holding the Sky Demon Sword. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed the black sword with a demon's image, which gave off a cold, murderous, and evil aura, in Zhao Fu's hand. What? The Sky Demon Sword? Hearing this shout, countless gazes fell on the sword in Zhao Fu's hand. The Sky Demon Sword was the most famous sword right now, and even though the 10,000 Flower Festival had long since passed, The swords on the epic rankings were still publicly acknowledged to be the strongest pieces of equipment in the Heaven Awakened world. Back then, the Sky Demon Sword's disappearance from the list had caused a great shock. What these people had never expected was that the Sky Demon Sword would reappear in a player's hand, filling everyone's heart with shock. At the same time, they felt deeply curious as to who this black-cloaked figure. This news caused even the General Guard to feel shocked. At the start, he was quite doubtful, but after he saw the sword in Zhao Fu's hand for himself, he could confirm that it was indeed the Sky Demon Sword. Back then, anyone could see the equipment in the exchange stone steel, so almost everyone knew what the Sky Demon Sword looked like because it was the top-ranked piece of equipment in the epic rankings. By now, all of the city guards on the city walls had come down. They ran over to the General Guard and asked, "Sir, what should we do?" The General Guard didn't know why Heavenstone City would list this person as a fugitive, but this was no longer important. He could tell how serious this matter was, and if he allowed Zhao Fu to escape, it would be equivalent to allowing a tiger to return to its mountain, bringing endless trouble in the future. As such, he gave the order, "Kill him. At all costs." "Yes, sir." 4,000 city guards simultaneously replied and rushed towards Zhao Fu, giving off a ferocious aura. Zhao Fu felt a trace of worry when he saw those city guards charge over. If they were an army of players, he would have nothing to fear, but they were all city guards who were at least stage 1 in cultivation and were all wearing secret silver rank equipment. What's more, this was at the front door of Heavenstone City, and they would have even more reinforcements arriving soon. As such, Zhao Fu's only option was to escape. As Zhao Fu quickly escaped, the people around him hesitated. There were great benefits to killing Zhao Fu, and they would even be able to obtain the Sky Demon Sword. However, Zhao Fu's King's Profoundness skill had left too big of a trauma in their hearts. Seeing this, Zhao Fu did not show any mercy, and he sent out a Sky Demon Slash. As a massive sword light slashed out, it decimated countless people, paving a bloody path for Zhao Fu. By now, most people had been completely scared witless by Zhao Fu and had chosen to retreat. However, there were also many people who had not yet given up, and they raised their weapons as they ran up to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was bogged down by a countless number of people, and it was impossible for him to kill all of them. After killing a crowd, another crowd would come up. Zhao Fu looked around and saw that the 4,000 city guards had nearly reached him. If he was encircled by them, it was possible that he would not be able to escape. Suddenly, Zhao Fu threw an orb, which gave off a faint white light and transformed into a 2-meter-tall monkey with white fur, and the fur at its chest seemed to look like a human face. It was the White Fur Monkey King. Roar. As soon as the White Fur Monkey King appeared, a formless but powerful sound wave erupted out. The heads of people in the surrounding 20-meter radius area immediately exploded, while those beyond 20 meters died with blood streaming out of their 7 orifices. Those 100 meters away were sent flying, and even those 1,000 meters away had to cover their ears from the pain. Zhao Fu took this opportunity to leap out of the crowd, but at that moment, an arrow flashed through the air, and it was as if it contained a divine power that could kill anything in its path. It pierced through the White Fur Monkey King's body, causing it to immediately burst into tiny motes of light that dispersed. After piercing through the White Fur Monkey King's body, the arrow did not stop and continued to shoot towards Zhao Fu like a bolt of lightning. 153 shocking demons roar as the arrow shot towards Zhao Fu, who was in the middle of escaping. He was given a big fright, and his hairs stood on end. He turned to look at the terrifying arrow flying at him and flicked the sword in his hand, sending it flying towards the arrow. The arrow then exploded in the air, creating a large shock wave. At that moment, a figure appeared at Zhao Fu's side, who gripped a long saber with both hands. The saber gave off a shocking saber light as it chopped towards Zhao Fu. Clang! The sound of metal colliding sounded out, causing sparks to fly as Zhao Fu circulated his king's power and used his sword to block the long saber. However, Zhao Fu was shocked to find another figure, and he quickly retreated many steps as a spear dancing with light stabbed through where he had just been. Zhao Fu looked at the 3 people in front of him with a serious expression. The man holding the long saber was a soldierly-looking middle-aged man called Yu Limping, the first of Heavenstone City's 3 great generals. The man holding the violet bow was a handsome-looking youth called Gu Feng, and he was the second of Heavenstone City's 3 great generals. The man holding the golden spear was a big man named Liu Zheng, the third of Heavenstone City's 3 great generals. The arrival of Heavenstone City's 3 great generals caused all of the city guards to feel incredibly excited. With 3 of Heavenstone City's strongest existences here, it would not be difficult to apprehend Zhao Fu. Seeing the 3 great generals arrive, the players all conscientiously retreated hundreds of meters away. As part of Heavenstone City, they knew how powerful these 3 great generals were, and they also knew that what would ensue was a battle that they could not interfere in. However, they still hoped to come in at the end to reap some rewards, so they did not retreat too far away. Seeing these three people, Zhao Fu's expression became incredibly grim. If he was facing a single general, he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, it would be impossible for Zhao Fu to face the three of them working together. As such, Zhao Fu could only choose to escape. He swept out with the Sky Demon's sword, pretending to attack, but in the next moment, he immediately turned and ran away. Of course, Zhao Fu's actions were unable to fool these three experienced generals. Gu Feng coldly laughed as he drew the large bow in his hands, and an arrow containing monstrous strength streaked towards Zhao Fu like a meteor. As the arrow came within a few centimeters of Zhao Fu's back and looked as if it was just about to hit him, Zhao Fu suddenly twisted his body, causing the arrow to miss him and stab into the ground in front of him. Bang! The arrow slammed into the ground with an immense amount of force, and the hard ground was unable to endure this, exploding into a 5-meter-wide crater. Just as Zhao Fu dodged this arrow, Yu Linping raised his long saber and fiercely slashed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only parry with his sword, but Liu Sheng once again arrived at his side and drove his spear towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu could only once again dodge, unable to extricate himself from these three people. He unleashed his king's power, engaging in a massive battle with the three great generals. Sword light and saber light shot out everywhere, and their powerful oars gave rise to massive gusts of wind. The three great generals' cooperation was seamless, and Zhao Fu was completely suppressed. As the city guards watched the three powerful generals fight, they couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Suddenly, just as Zhao Fu blocked one of Yu Linping's strikes and was about to counterattack, an arrow shot towards his face, forcing him to tilt his head. The arrow brushed past Zhao Fu's head, and the arrow was like a sharp knife, leaving a gap in Zhao Fu's hood. A few hairs fell and a gash opened up on Zhao Fu's face, through which blood slowly flowed out. Feeling the pain on his face, anger welled up within his heart, and his king's power exploded out into his sword. The Sky Demon's sword gave off an immense sword light and a shocking demon's roar, and it seemed to contain the might to destroy everything as it slashed out. Facing this vicious attack, Yu Linping roared and exploded out with power. Countless golden oars streamed out from his body, forming a golden aura flame around him. Boom! As the sword and saber clashed, a massive explosion sounded out, resulting in a powerful shock wave that caused even the ground to crack. Caw! At that moment, Gu Feng used his full strength to shoot an arrow. That arrow shined with a brilliant violet light and carried with it the image of a massive violet rock as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gritted his teeth and once again released a lot of his king's power to form a black, semicircular shield at his side. Bang! The violet rock smashed into Zhao Fu's black dragon inscription shield with a massive amount of force, resulting in another explosion. Crack! 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 Zhao Fu's black dragon inscription shield started to crack like a mirror. Crash! The violet rock disappeared as another arrow slammed into the area with the most cracks and pierced through the shield, burying itself into Zhao Fu's chest. PFT! Zhao Fu felt a pain in his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Liu Sheng grasped this opportunity and swept out with his spear, completely obliterating the black dragon inscription shield. The shaft of the spear landed heavily on Zhao Fu's body, sending Zhao Fu's body flying 20 meters away before he crashed to the ground. The city guards cheered loudly. The three great generals were incredibly powerful, and Zhao Fu's capture seemed like a certainty. It looked like there was no chance that Zhao Fu would escape. The players all inwardly sighed, as it seemed that this man did not have a chance anymore. However, he was indeed quite powerful. Even though he was definitely going to lose against the three great generals, this battle would make him incredibly famous. Yu Linping's expression was cold and calm, and he was about to walk over to capture Zhao Fu. It became incredibly silent, and everyone watched to see if Yu Linping would kill Zhao Fu. At this moment, on the ground, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and slowly stood up. He looked at the three people with blood-red eyes as his body radiated a sinister and murderous aura. Do you really think I'd fear you? Zhao Fu roared as he raised the Sky Demon's sword and pointed it at the heavens. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, seeming to shake even the clouds in the sky as a boundless killing intent descended. Everyone was incredibly astounded and felt a terrifying power descend, and their bodies and spirits all trembled. The three great generals also stared at this scene, completely dumbfounded. The sky became a blood-red color in an instant, and countless blood-red rays of light descended. Zhao Fu raised his head and seemed to be bathed in the blood-red rays of light. His black cloak was torn to pieces, revealing Zhao Fu's true appearance, his handsome, delicate face, his black hair that reached his waist and blew around even without any wind, his black clothes, and his blood-red eyes, which were filled with killing intent. An aura that was extremely powerful burst forth from within Zhao Fu's body, and the murderous aura completely twisted the space around him, making it impossible to see Zhao Fu's true appearance. 154 Berserk. Before, Zhao Fu was completely focused on escaping and didn't want to use his nation armament. However, these people had continuously pressured him, and now, Zhao Fu's suppressed emotions finally exploded out. Zhao Fu was a very rational and reserved person, but when people like Zhao Fu went out of control, they were incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu stood there holding his sword and gave off shocking killing intent. He looked as terrifying as a demon god who was going to end the world, and he had gone completely berserk. The Sky Demon had never thought that Zhao Fu's true power would be so terrifying because he now had the king profession and a nation armament. What's more, the 12 metal colossi had already become a level 2 nation armament. Back when it was only a level 1 nation armament, the power Zhao Fu had wielded against the mysterious skeleton was already incredibly monstrous. Now, it was a level 2 nation armament, and Zhao Fu had his king profession. Even the arrogant and powerful Sky Demon remained huddled in the sword, not daring to make any noise. It was completely terrified that Zhao Fu would be displeased and destroy it with just a thought. Zhao Fu's bloodthirsty gaze fell on the 3 great generals, causing a chill to pass through their hearts. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, making him look incredibly evil. Suddenly, Zhao Fu arrived before Yu Linping in the blink of an eye. Strangely, even though it seemed like he was raising the Sky Demon's sword incredibly slowly, it was actually incredibly fast. Boom! Zhao Fu's sword slashed downwards, and even though Yu Linping used all of his strength to defend, he was still blown hundreds of meters away. He was smashed against Heavenstone City's tough city walls, and a 100-meter-long, tens of meters deep gash appeared in the ground. PFT. After crashing against the city walls, Yu Linping coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His chest was a bloody mess and the city walls had caved in slightly, making it seem as if Yu Linping was embedded in it. He seemed to be on his dying breath, and in just a single strike, one of the 3 great generals had been severely injured. This scene caused massive waves of shock to roll within the hearts of the countless players gathered around. At the same time, they all started to escape in terror because they all knew that a bloody massacre was about to ensue. The black-cloaked person's strength was enough to cause anyone to tremble, and he was like a godly spirit that normal humans could not hope to defy. All of the players could only scramble away while Zhao Fu's focus was not on them. Otherwise, if Zhao Fu decided to kill them, it would be impossible for them to run. All of Heavenstone City's people looked completely stunned. Before, they had all been completely confident and delighted, but they were now extremely serious and terrified. At this moment, Zhao Fu slowly turned his head, and his blood-red eyes shined like 2 gemstones and gave off a terrifying light. In the next second, Zhao Fu transformed into a black blur and rushed towards Gu Feng, who was holding his violet bow. Gu Feng's expression became grim as he drew his large bow and shot an incredibly sharp and powerful arrow. The arrow gave off a violet light and formed the image of a large rock as it sped towards Zhao Fu. The 2 parties clashed, and facing the same attack that had injured him previously, Zhao Fu waved his sword and sent a black arc of light out, cleaving the rock and the arrow in half. Gu Feng immediately drew his bow again, but Zhao Fu's body suddenly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Gu Feng felt a great shock and cold sweat started to pour down his body because he felt a monstrous aura appear behind him. Those blood-red eyes danced with a bloodthirsty red light. Kai! Zhao Fu's sword slashed down, causing blood to spurt out. A look of shock appeared on Gu Feng's face, and he powerlessly dropped to his knees before dying. There was a deep wound from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist, and Zhao Fu had almost split him in half. One of Heavenstone City's 3 great generals, Gu Feng, had died. Gu Feng's death caused Liu Sheng to become completely enraged. They had been Heavenstone City's 3 great generals for many years together and were incredibly close friends. Who would have thought that Gu Feng would die like this? Liu Sheng rushed towards Zhao Fu with his golden spear, utterly furious. Seeing Liu Sheng charge at him, Zhao Fu stood still and didn't move. Liu Sheng arrived before Zhao Fu in just a few moments, and his golden spear traveled as fast as lightning towards Zhao Fu's chest. Just as the golden spear was about to stab into Zhao Fu's chest, Zhao Fu condescendingly smiled and grabbed the golden spear with his hand. Liu Sheng was completely flabbergasted and immediately tried to pull it back, but he was surprised to find that the golden spear wouldn't budge. In the next second, Liu Sheng sensed something and quickly let go, but he was too late. Zhao Fu brought down the Sky Demon's sword on Liu Sheng's hands, causing blood to spurt out of his arms. Liu Sheng cried out in pain and quickly retreated. Zhao Fu followed him, and just as he was about to end Liu Sheng's life, the city guards couldn't watch on anymore and thousands of arrows flew through the air towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's eyes flashed with a cold light, his massive murderous aura seeming to create a formless wall that knocked the thousands of arrows back. Zhao Fu's gaze once again fell on the thousands of city guards. He was in a complete berserk state, and the only thing he wanted to do was kill everyone who stood in his way. Zhao Fu turned into a black shadow and charged towards the city guards. He arrived before the shield wall formed by the shield bearers and vigorously swept out with his sword. Bang! A massive collision sound rang out as the shields and bodies of the shield bearers were split in half. Very soon, Zhao Fu broke through their defenses and entered into their ranks, massacring wantonly. However, Zhao Fu did not seem satisfied with this massacre. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and he slowly raised the Sky Demon's sword before heavily stabbing it into the ground. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as black light exploded out from Zhao Fu. The energy seemed to be able to destroy everything, and it spread out in all directions like a pure black dome. The ground seemed to shake and rumble as if there was an earthquake. Even those who were 10 kilometers away were able to detect the tremors. Finally, the dust settled, revealing a 1,000-meter wide and 100-meter deep crater. Less than 10% of the thousands of city guards had survived. This scene almost shocked the souls out of the escaping players. They desperately ran even faster because they knew that Zhao Fu's next target would be them. Indeed, Zhao Fu did not plan on sparing them. However, Zhao Fu's blood-red and bloodlust-filled eyes fell on Liu Sheng's handless arms. He would think about the others after dealing with this person. By now, Liu Sheng had used his cultivation to stop the bleeding. When he saw Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes look towards him again, he ran without hesitating. However, how could he escape from Zhao Fu? Zhao Fu caught up with him very quickly, but just as Zhao Fu was about to kill him, a spirit pressure descended from the sky, and a majestic figure appeared in the air. 155 Mandate of Heaven Fate. When Zhao Fu felt this incredibly powerful aura, he stopped moving and turned to look at the figure in the air. With such intense power, this person could only be Heavenstone City's city lord. Shi Jian, Heavenstone City's city lord, stood in the air and looked at the countless dead and injured city guards as well as his 3 great generals. One was heavily injured, one was crippled, and the other one was dead. His dignified and majestic face had an intense look of anger on it as he looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You deserve death." Zhao Fu started to laugh wildly. They were the ones who had killed all of his people despite being innocent, and now they were blaming him for killing their people? In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, it was almost impossible to speak reason. Zhao Fu looked at Shi Jian with his blood-red eyes and said with a sharp, hoarse voice, "I deserve death? Then come and kill me." Ha 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 ha. After speaking, Zhao Fu once again laughed wildly while his body exploded out with even more powerful energy than before. Countless terrifying arcs of lightning appeared around Zhao Fu's body, and the ground in a 10-meter radius of him was unable to withstand this monstrous energy and started to collapse. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Shi Jian felt even more furious. His body ignited with a destructive azure flame that covered the 10-meter radius area around him, making him seem like an azure sun. The spirit pressure that he gave off seemed to become corporeal, and it covered the surrounding 10,000-meter radius area. Within the flames, Shi Jian's clothes fluttered despite there being no wind, making him seem incredibly terrifying and ferocious. Bang! Shi Jian took out a long saber at his waist, and his feet pushed off from the air, rocketing downwards towards Zhao Fu. He reached Zhao Fu in an instant and sliced his long saber towards him. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and gripped the Sky Demon's sword as he blocked with all of his might. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as 2 superpowers clashed, and it turned into an incredibly destructive shockwave. As it rippled outwards, the ground cracked and countless trees were obliterated as innumerable living creatures were killed. The players who had run very far away could still feel the terrifying shockwave from behind them, and all the people in Heavenstone City could all feel this power, giving them a big fright. At the southern city gates, the indigenous residents panicked, desperately running away from the southern city gates. At the same time, a large number of soldiers flooded towards this place. Boom! 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 Massive explosions continuously rang out as Zhao Fu and Shi Jian fought an intense battle. As the battle dragged on, both of them received many injuries, and their appearances became more and more disorderly as they were covered with more and more blood. At that moment, the azure aura around Shi Jian's body condensed, and he slashed out with his long saber with his full strength. A massive azure sword light that was 10 or so meters tall shot out, leaving a long gash in the ground as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sent a massive amount of King's power into his sword and pointed it forwards. A massive image of the Sky Demon, which was almost corporeal, shot out from the sword and spread its wings, roaring before flying towards Shi Jian. Boom! Yet another massive explosion sounded out as the 2 attacks collided and turned into a shockwave. It covered both people, causing them to cough up a mouthful of blood and fly backwards. After twisting in the air, Shi Jian landed steadily on the ground. He gazed at Zhao Fu seriously, and after exchanging a few blows with him, he found that he had underestimated Zhao Fu. However, his expression soon became savage and he shouted at Zhao Fu, "Don't think that just because you have the mandate of heaven fate and an immature nation armament that I won't be able to deal with you. I'll show you the true strength of a city lord." Shi Jian loudly roared, and all of Heavenstone City seemed to quake and give off a faint light. A formless energy entered Shi Jian's body, causing his veins to bulge, and azure aura filled the surrounding 100-meter radius area. A profound-looking rune that was about as big as a palm appeared in front of Shi Jian. The instant that rune appeared, Shi Jian's power rose to its limits, and the air around him seemed to explode as a spirit pressure descended, making Shi Jian seem like a peerless war god. When Zhao Fu saw this, he was quite surprised. Shi Jian had used some sort of power from Heavenstone City, and his strength now surpassed Zhao Fu's. At that moment, Shi Jian kicked off the ground, causing it to crack. He turned into an azure light and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression became savage, and he used the Sky Demon's sword to slash at his palm before plunging it into the ground. A large amount of Sky Demon Chi burrowed into the ground, dyeing it black. The blackness spread out, forming a 1,000-meter wide domain instantly. Shi Jian was incredibly fast, and he came within 500 meters of Zhao Fu instantly. Seeing this, Zhao Fu suddenly pressed his bleeding palm against the ground. Blood spikes that were even thicker than the ones from before erupted from the ground, stabbing towards Shi Jian. Humphrey! Shi Jian coldly harumphed, and the azure rune floating in front of him seemed to have a life of its own and floated onto his saber. Immediately, his long saber became an azure stone saber that gave off a brilliant light. Its aura seemed even sharper, and just by looking at it, one's eyes would be injured. Shi Jian swung his stone saber, and a 1,000-meter-long azure sword light flashed out. Bang! 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 As the massive blood spikes were destroyed, Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, an incredibly deep gash appearing on his chest. When Shi Jian saw Zhao Fu fly backwards and crash to the ground, Shi Jian leaped up, spanning the 100-meter distance between them in an instant and arriving at Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu lay on the ground, his aura incredibly feeble. That incredibly powerful attack from Shi Jian had heavily injured him, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood as he glared at Shi Jian, who was slowly raising his saber, with his blood-red eyes. That terrifying stone saber shot out a 10-meter-long saber light, seeming incredibly powerful. Even a mighty dragon would most likely die from such a strike. Die! Shi Jian roared coldly as he forcefully slashed downwards with the saber. He definitely wouldn't spare this person after he had killed his generals and so many city guards. At this moment, he felt a trace of joy from taking revenge for them. The saber brought with it a fearsome saber light as it descended towards Zhao Fu, and it was about to devour his body. Boom! At this moment, a shocking explosion sounded out. A blinding pillar of golden light rushed up into the sky. At that instant, the other three city lords in East Green felt a sense of shock and looked towards Heavenstone City. Shi Jian was also quite confused and was sent tens of meters away by this energy. A figure slowly stood up within the pillar of golden light. The Great Ken town did not only have the 12 metal colossi but also the Jade Ruler's seal with 5 divine dragons carved into it. The Jade Ruler's seal started to clang, giving off a powerful golden light. 156 clan armament within the pillar of brilliant golden light. Zhao Fu stood up holding his sword, and he slowly raised his face to the sky before closing his eyes. A majestic golden light covered Zhao Fu's body, and his blood rapidly flowed and heated up while his heart beat vigorously. Zhao Fu seemed to also start giving off a golden light as if he was resonating with the pillar of golden light. Boom! At that moment, the pillar of golden light became even brighter. A powerful energy started to enter Zhao Fu's body, causing his long hair and clothes to flutter even though there was no wind. An incredibly massive power seemed to be in the process of being formed. Zhao Fu's surroundings fell silent, whether it was the insects, birds, or beasts. Nothing dared to make a sound, and a terrifying silence hung over the land. Finally, the power from the pillar of golden light completely entered Zhao Fu's body, after which it started to dim. Zhao Fu slowly tilted his face forwards, and the instant he opened his eyes and looked at Shi Jian, everyone could see that his blood-red eyes looked as terrifying and deep as the stars in the night sky. Boom! A golden light exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and everything from rocks to grass to trees was obliterated. Zhao Fu currently gave off an aura that was powerful beyond description. In front of him, the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color, and everything in the world seemed extremely small. At that moment, he was the mighty and unparalleled king. Zhao Fu suddenly moved and came before Shi Jian in an instant, slashing his sword towards him. Shi Jian was quite shocked, and he used all of his strength to grip his saber and to block the strike in front of him. Zhao Fu condescendingly smiled and gripped his sword, sending more power into it. The power within the Sky Demon's sword became many times stronger as it rushed towards Shi Jian. Clang! A massive collision sounded out, and Shi Jian was blasted 100 meters back by Zhao Fu's strike, his feet creating deep grooves in the ground. Shi Jian's expression was quite unsightly, and his hands pulsed with pain. At the same time, A trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. He had never expected that Zhao Fu would have another nation armament. This nation armament was even more powerful than the previous one, and it wasn't any normal nation armament, it was a clan armament that could gather and suppress an entire clan's fate. A clan armament represents an entire clan's rise and fall, and only a saint or hero within a clan can wield such a thing. Just what sort of person has that unfilial son of mine offended this time? It was the first time Shi Jian had felt anger towards his disgraceful son. In the distance, 3 figures hovered in the air and gave off spirit pressure as they watched all of this unfold. A simple and straightforward middle-aged man finally said, "Are we just going to keep watching like this? It looks like he's in a tough spot." A beautiful woman slightly frowned and sighed as she replied, "What can we do? He's an otherworlder, and even if we help Shi Jian kill him, we won't be able to truly kill him. In the future, he'll return for revenge, and even the 3 of us will be implicated. He has a nation armament as well as his clan's clan armament. Once he grows, I'm sure you know what the outcome will be for us." Finally, a white-haired elder nodded as he said, "In the end, Shi Jian deserves all of this. He spoils that trash son of his too much, which caused Heavenstone City to fall into turmoil and grievances to fill the city. He has finally offended someone who cannot be angered. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Even if this didn't happen, he would have been devoured by the power given by the sovereign." Back on the battlefield, Zhao Fu's body suddenly blurred and reappeared at Shi Jian's side, swinging his sword with a massive amount of force. Bang! Shi Jian parried with all of his strength, but he was once again sent flying 100 or so meters away. He slammed into a massive rock, which shattered into pieces, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The situation had completely reversed, and Shi Jian was unable to even retaliate against Zhao Fu. Shi Jian's expression became savage, and he truly started to fight as if his life depended on it. He plunged his sword into the ground, and a piercing azure light exploded out from his body. He spread out his arms and roared as an azure rune appeared. Following this, the surrounding azure light gathered towards him before forming a simple, azure stone seal. This was Heavenstone City's lifeline. The City Lord Seal. After the City Lord Seal appeared, it shined with a brilliant light before slowly entering Shi Jian's chest. Boom! An azure wave of energy exploded out from his body, causing the ground around him to collapse. Azure light shot out from within Shi Jian's eyes as he started to give off a monstrous aura. Suddenly, Zhao Fu evilly smiled and appeared above Shi Jian, striking down towards him fiercely. Sky Demon Slash. When the Sky Demon's sword released a massive black light as it descended towards Shi Jian made a grabbing motion, causing the saber in the ground to fly into his hands. Boom! The black light and azure light collided, causing a formless energy to blast outwards. The ground beneath Shi Jian's feet instantly caved in to form a crater that was 100 meters wide and 10 meters deep. Bang! Shi Jian gritted his teeth and pushed back up at Zhao Fu while slashing out. His saber shined with a sharp saber light, forcing Zhao Fu backwards. Zhao Fu's body flipped through the air, while Shi Jian kicked off the ground, springing into the air after Zhao Fu. He swung his saber, unleashing wave after wave of saber light. Each attack was incredibly fearsome, and the attacks converged on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression became serious, and he also brandished his sword, releasing black arcs of light. Bang! 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 As the saber lights and sword lights collided, explosions continuously rang out. Their battle in the air caused massive gusts of wind to assault their surroundings, and even massive rocks that were as big as tables were blown into the air. This battle caused even the weather to become unstable, and countless people watched the battle unfold in the distance. They were incredibly shocked and couldn't say anything because this no longer looked like 2 humans fighting but 2 godly spirits battling. Shi Jian furiously roared and slashed out an azure saber light that was tens of meters long at Zhao Fu. In response, Zhao Fu raised his sword, and a massive black sword light rushed to meet it. As the 2 attacks collided, an explosion that could shake the heavens and earth sounded out. Shi Jian's expression became grim, and he raised his long saber with a single hand, sending all of the azure energy in his body into the saber. An incredibly ferocious 30-meter-tall azure lion that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws appeared beside Shi Jian. Shi Jian swept out with his saber, and the azure lion leaped and rushed towards Zhao Fu to attack. 157 Battle between Gods Roar. The azure lion loudly roared, and it emanated a violent and ferocious aura as it ran over. In just a few seconds, it came within 100 meters of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and raised the Sky Demon sword. His king's power poured into the sword, and he pointed it at the azure lion. A gigantic demon, this time corporeal, erupted out from the sword, bringing with it an aura of evilness and slaughter. It roared as it rushed towards the azure lion. When the demon and lion were about to collide, Shi Jian suddenly swallowed a precious medicinal pill that could raise his strength by many times. As a city lord, he had a lot of wealth, which was why he possessed such an item. After consuming this medicinal pill, his body doubled in size and his muscles bulged, and he exploded with an even more powerful aura than before. His body suddenly blurred, and the instant that the demon and lion clashed, he arrived at Zhao Fu's side like a ghost. He raised his long saber, which gave off a sharp light, high into the air, and a shocking 1,000-meter-tall blade shadow appeared, and it was to the point that even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the saber chi. Zhao Fu was shocked, and his hair stood on end when he turned to face Shi Jian, who was holding this saber. Shi Jian's expression became savage, and he madly roared. The long saber he was holding seemed to have the strength to split the heavens apart. Following this, he slashed downwards towards Zhao Fu. Boom! As Shi Jian's saber strike descended, it was as if the heavens and earth had been split, and countless beings were annihilated. Roar! At that moment, an even louder dragon's cry sounded out, one that could destroy rocks and pierce metals, one that could cause all creatures to submit and gods and demons to run. An eye-piercing golden light shot out as if a star had exploded. Shi Jian stared in confusion and was blasted 1,000 meters away by this energy, smashing into Heavenstone City's city walls. Those tough city walls, which most magic skills could not even damage, now had countless 20-meter-long cracks. Shi Jian vomited out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was stuck in the wall. His eyes widened as he stared at the gigantic golden tornado. At that moment, there were 9 divine dragons that seemed to have their own lives flying around Zhao Fu. There was an incredibly big and deep hole beneath Zhao Fu's feet, but the 9 golden divine dragons, which were 1 meter long, flew around him, allowing him to stand in the air. This scene caused the 3 other powerful spectators to become completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Zhao Fu could release such unimaginable power. In the beginning, they thought that Shi Jian would be able to kill this man in a single blow, but the situation had been completely turned on its head, making them feel as if none of this was real. "Let's go. It's best not to make an enemy out of him," the beautiful woman said with a serious tone as she gulped and stared at the scene in the distance in shock. The other 2 people had the same expression, and when they heard what she said, they couldn't help but nod. The power that Zhao Fu had just released was something that even they feared, and both Shi Jian and Zhao Fu had gone completely berserk. If they were dragged into this fight as well, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 3 of them quickly left, and the countless players who were watching from the distance retreated even further away. The place where they had originally been standing had been covered by that gigantic golden tornado. Rocks and trees flew everywhere, and even their bodies had almost been blown into the air. However, there were countless other people in East Green who had excitedly come here to watch. A thread had appeared in the Heaven Awaken World Forum: "Want to see a true battle between godly spirits? Hurry and came to East Green's Heavenstone City's southern city gates. The terrifying battle is simply unimaginable." Description: I'm just a normal person in East Green. I didn't plan on going to Heavenstone City because the Keon family relies on the government's support and acts arrogantly and domineeringly. They don't place anyone else in their eyes, and anyone who offends the Keon family will die. However, there were matters that I had to take care of, so I had to go there today. Who would have thought that I'd see something so completely shocking? Someone who looks like a player started fighting with Heavenstone City's city lord. That scene is simply too terrifying, and it was as if it was the apocalypse. It's definitely not strength that normal people can wield. I just wanted to post a thread here and let everyone know. Now, I'm going to get a bit closer to watch this world-shaking battle because this sort of battle may only appear once in a lifetime. Originally, many people didn't believe this information. They thought that this person just wanted likes and attention, so they disregarded it. However, gradually, more and more people started to verify that the information was true, and the previously peaceful Heaven Awaken World Forum became lively again. A battle between gods? Perhaps no one had ever seen such a thing before, but they could imagine just how monstrous it would be. Countless people felt incredibly curious and hurried over. At the same time, this matter attracted the attention of countless factions. A battle between a player and a city lord? Could players at this point in time have such strength? What's more, this matter had once again happened in the northern region of the Midland Continent. The northern region of the Midland Continent was a place that most factions already feared because that place was covered by Great Ken's shadow. The last few incidents that had shaken the world had happened there, and now that it was that place again, many people couldn't help but wonder if this matter was related to Great Ken as well. However, whether that super strong person who could fight with a city lord was related to Great Ken or not, most people didn't care. Just this battle alone was enough for them to send countless people to gather information. Back at the battlefield, Heavenstone City's 100,000 Stage 1 city guards had all arrived. When they saw how heavily injured their esteemed city lord was, they were incredibly furious, and their eyes filled with killing intent as they looked at Zhao Fu standing in the air. At that moment, They were still able to think clearly, and they knew that the enemy in front of them was not someone they could overwhelm with mere numbers. As such, they all knelt on the ground and yelled, "City Lord! Please use our strength." Shi Jian was completely helpless against Zhao Fu, who was powerful to the point that it made him feel despair. As such, he had to use his final trump card. Shi Jian weakly stretched out his bloody dried hand and touched the City Lord's seal. A formless energy rippled out from Shi Jian's body, and traces of bloody aura rose up from the large mass of city guards, making it seem as if there was a sea of blood in the air. Following this, the aura flooded into Shi Jian's body. How terrifying was the combined might of 100,000 Stage 1 city guards. Enough to kill a god. Boom. A power that seemed to be able to twist space itself exploded out from within Shi Jian, obliterating everything around him. An azure and blood-colored flame rose up from his body, seeming to reach the clouds, and it made the rest of the sky seem dim in comparison. A truly destructive battle was about to erupt. 158 Demon Sun Zhaofu stood with one hand holding his sword by his side and one hand behind his back, and his entire body shined with a faint golden light. His blood-red eyes sparkled like precious gems as they coldly looked at Shi Jian. Shi Jian also stood in the air, his body burning with an azure flame and a blood-red flame. The power of 100,000 city guards entered his body, and he truly seemed as if he had the strength to kill a god. Even he himself was shocked by how powerful he was. At this moment, Zhao Fu slowly raised the sword in his hand as his body turned into a ray of golden light and shot towards Shi Jian. Shi Jian's expression became cold, and he gripped his long saber as his body turned into an azure and blood-red ray of light and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two rays of light collided. A blinding white light exploded out, after which destructive shockwaves emanated outwards. The ground was destroyed and trees were obliterated as countless living beings ran in all directions. In the air, the two of them both fell backwards before steadying their bodies, a trace of blood coming out of their mouths. However, their gazes focused immediately afterwards, and they once again clashed in the air. Massive explosions continuously sounded out, and eye-piercing white light continuously burst forth. In the distance, everyone stared at this shocking battle with his or her mouth hanging open, and the results of this battle left hills, boulders, trees, and everything else completely annihilated. The surrounding 10,000-meter radius area seemed to have become flat ground. However, there was a formless barrier protecting Heavenstone City, so it was fortunate enough to avoid any damage. If it was a small town, it would have been completely destroyed in this terrifying battle. In the air, the two people continued to battle with their monstrous strength. However, both of them had received many injuries, and neither of them could continue battling for long. Zhao Fu expended a lot of Great Gen's fate by using his nation armaments, while Shi Jian was expending the life force of 100,000 city guards. As such, this intense battle became more and more desperate. Shi Jian furiously roared, slashing out hundreds of saber lights that covered Zhao Fu. In response, Zhao Fu raised his hand and a massive black arc of light flashed out, slashing apart the countless saber lights. Suddenly, Shi Jian appeared at Zhao Fu's side, his saber shining with an incredibly sharp light. It turned into a gigantic azure lion that was 100 meters tall and gave off a ferocious aura as it opened its bloody mouth. Because of how close Shi Jian was, in the instant the azure lion formed, Zhao Fu was already right in front of its mouth. The azure lion was just about to bite down on Zhao Fu, and it seemed that its jaws could take a large bite out of a mountain. Roar! At that moment, a massive dragon's roar sounded out. Zhao Fu stretched out his palm towards Shi Jian, and the 9 golden divine dragons around him roared, giving off a large amount of golden light and growing to tens of meters in length as they charged towards Shi Jian. Bang! The golden dragons flew through the azure lion's mouth, causing it to explode. Following this, the 9 golden dragons continued towards Shi Jian with an immense amount of force, smashing into him one after another and sending him flying more than 1,000 meters away. The first 7 golden dragons sent Shi Jian flying, while the 8th dashed him against the city wall, causing it to crack. Following this, the 9th golden dragon also smashed into Shi Jian, causing a golden light to explode out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the city wall, which was tens of meters tall and incredibly tough, completely collapsed, and Shi Jian lay within the ruins covered with blood. Seeing this, the 100,000 Stage 1 city guards roared furiously, "We are willing to give our lives to the city lord." Following this, rays of powerful blood-red light rose up from each of the city guards and flooded towards Shi Jian, causing him to raise his head to the heavens and roar. He once again received a massive amount of power, and as those rays of blood-red light fell on his body, his entire body started to radiate a brilliant blood-red light. Suddenly, a massive blood-red hand that seemed to be able to cover the sky appeared within the bloody light. It traversed 1,000 meters instantly and grabbed Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was completely dumbfounded, but before he could react, The massive blood-red hand smashed him into the ground. Boom. A gigantic explosion that seemed as if it could shake all of Earth sounded out. A massive 1,000-meter wide palm print appeared in the ground, burying Zhao Fu's bloody body 10 meters deep into the ground. Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up from the ground. He raised the Sky Demon's sword in his hand as he said, "Time to end all of this. Demon Son." Boom. A jet-black demonic pillar rushed to the sky, piercing through the clouds as a demonic aura emanated out from it. The sun in the sky gradually began to be dyed black, and it gave off a terrifying demonic light. A massive spirit pressure descended, causing all who felt it to feel immense fear. Zhao Fu had used the Sky Demon's sword's most powerful skill. Demon Son. On the other side, Shi Jian stood up with blood all over his body. When he saw that Zhao Fu had used his ultimate attack, his expression became serious. He raised his right hand as a stone seal appeared above it. Heaven's Stone City exploded out with a powerful azure light. A trace of azure aura floated out of every city guard and resident from Heaven's Stone City, which flowed into a stone steel. Following this, the stone steel glowed with a brilliant azure light. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter tall azure stone seal appeared in the sky. It gave off a mighty, dignified, and powerful aura, and it was as if it could suppress the heavens. Within the demonic pillar, Zhao Fu hovered above the ground, the blood-red light from his star-like eyes becoming incredibly intense. In that instant, he vigorously slashed downwards with his raised Sky Demon sword towards Heaven's Stone City. Boom. A sword light that seemed to stretch to the heavens and gave off an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth slashed towards Heaven's Stone City. Facing this terrifying sword light, Shi Jian loudly roared as wounds started to appear on his raised right hand, making it incredibly bloody. He threw the stone seal with all his might, and the 1,000-meter tall stone seal flew towards Zhao Fu. Boom. A shocking explosion sounded out as the black sword light and azure stone steel collided, and a blinding white light exploded out, making it seem as if the heavens and earth had been dyed white. Everything in the world seemed to disappear. Everyone spectating felt as if they had gone deaf, and no one could hear a single thing. Their eyes also became incredibly hazy, and their bodies froze where they were standing. Only after a long period of time did the white light disappear, and everyone's hearing and sight returned to normal. Following this, everyone looked at the apocalyptic scene in front of them with dismay. A 10,000-meter wide crater had appeared before them, and all of the trees in a few kilometers radius had been completely destroyed. Even the remnant energy remaining made it so that no one dared to approach. What's more, the previously massive and majestic-looking Heaven's Stone City had been split in half by a massive gash left by the sword, and its southern side had completely collapsed into ruin. Has the battle concluded? Everyone looked at the scene before them in shock and gulped as they asked the people around them. Everyone shook their heads, bewildered, and they continued to look forwards. Only after a long period of time were they able to conclude that the battle had finally come to an end. 159 Unexpected appearance of Great Ken's legatee. Afterwards, news of this shocking battle spread throughout the Heaven Awakened World Forum. The conclusion of this battle had almost destroyed the entirety of the southern side of Heaven's Stone City, while the city itself had been split in two by a massive sword strike. Nearly 10,000 city guards had died, and luckily, most of the residents had evacuated quickly. However, there were still many casualties. The surviving city guards' cultivations all fell below stage 1, and City Lord Shi Jian fell into a coma due to his incredibly heavy injuries. This was a massive blow to Heaven's Stone City, and the losses were inestimable. At the same time, countless people were curious as to just what sort of existence that player was. After hearing the recounts from the people who were lucky enough to watch and survive, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Could a player really wield such a massive amount of power at this point in time? Many people suspected that that person was not a player but another city lord. However, as more and more information was released, it was confirmed that he was a player. However, how could a player have such immense strength? No one could fathom this. When most of the extremely powerful factions heard about this, especially the powerful families with legacies, they first felt shocked before inwardly letting out a sigh of relief. They knew that a player could only be so powerful if he or she had used his or her nation armament, and an extraordinary nation armament at that. Only the apex factions had nation armaments, and this person was definitely one of those figures. Wherever such people went, normal factions had to continuously retreat. As such, people would always know when those people were in an area, but they had never heard of a dynasty's legatee in East Green. Because of this, they were able to conclude that he was the previously hidden Great Ken's legatee. Upon realizing this, many factions were quite excited. Before, when Great Ken hadn't revealed itself, it had been shrouded in mystery. An unknown person was the most terrifying person, and a person like that could cause people to lose sleep over the mystery. This was especially so for the factions in the northern region of the Midland continent. They worried every day that Great Ken was right next to them, but now, The previously mysterious Great Kin had finally been revealed. Even though the strength that Great Kin's legatee possessed made most factions feel extremely terrified, they at least knew where he was, so they no longer feared him as much. The news about Great Kin's legatee caused the four most powerful factions, Xia, Shang, Zhu, and Han, to become incredibly excited. They immediately started to plan out how they would defend against and act against Great Kin in the future. At the same time, this news was paid attention to by the factions overseas as well. By now, China had already become the #1 ancient country in the heaven-awakened world, and it had countless legacies. Its existence had already become a threat to the other countries. Even though it was not said explicitly, there were many countries that had already started to view China as their greatest enemy. There was nothing that could be done about this. It was China's own fault for being so terrifying and making them feel threatened. As such, many of the factions overseas had kept an eye on China, and now that the most powerful faction, Great Kin, had revealed itself, they were incredibly happy. Great Kin had gathered all of China's fate, and the factions overseas had long since started viewing Great Kin as China's #1 faction. However, Great Kin had been covered by a mysterious veil this entire time, making them feel extremely unsettled. Now that Great Kin had finally revealed itself, they felt slightly less uncomfortable. Following this, it was revealed that Great Kin's legatee was called Li Wu. Most factions had heard about this because when Heavenstone City had made Zhao Fu an S-level fugitive, they had used a name that he had given them when he purchased his properties. This was not a great secret, and many people knew it already. However, most people were quite unsure as to whether this was true or not. Anyone in East Green called Li Wu instantly became famous now. Whenever people heard that a certain person was called Li Wu, they would excitedly crowd around that person to see if he was Great Kin's mysterious legatee. Now, Zhao Fu's fame was on the same level as international superstars. Within a concealed room in East Green, a few people sat around a table. They were all from the School of Legalism. At that moment, one man said, "What do you all think? Great Kin's legatee might be in East Green." The others fell silent before one replied, "I believe we should seek shelter with Great Kin." Now, most of the schools of thought have found lords, and many of the people from the School of Legalism have found factions to serve in order to achieve something great after the real world is devoured. I believe that Great Kin suits the development of the School of Legalism. Someone else nodded in agreement and said, "Now, we just need to find out the specific location of Great Kin and how to contact Great Kin's legatee." Following this, the people continued to discuss. Elsewhere, there was a young man called Li Wu who was 22 years old and was in his 3rd year of university. His family background was quite mediocre, but he had had some luck in the heaven-awakened world, resulting in him obtaining a bronze-rank city creation stone, which he used to create a village. The village name was Great Kin Village, and it was situated in a remote area of East Green. This was because Li Wu liked the Great Kin Empire the most out of the various empires, as he thought that it was the dynasty with the most majesty and dignity. Rather than valuing peace, acting like good people, and enduring abuse from others, it had grown so powerful that all of its enemies were terrified of it, and Great Kin had subjugated others. Since Great Kin had done all of this and Li Wu had a little bit of ambition, he wanted his village to become a faction like that. However, he didn't dare to think of establishing a nation or an empire. Suddenly, one day, some people from the Ying family came to find him, and they told him that they brought terrific news. The Ying family was willing to give him a lot of their resources and money, to protect him, and to help him develop his village. However, in exchange for all of these benefits, he had to agree to something, which was that he would be Great Kin's legatee from this moment onwards. When Li Wu initially heard this, he was quite confused. At first, he did not understand why the Ying family wanted him to be Great Kin's legatee, but he soon remembered that Great Kin's legatee was also called Li Wu. But why did the Ying family's people want him to pretend to be Great Kin's legatee? A small figure like him could not anger a super faction like the Ying family. Li Wu knew that if he agreed, he would be dragged into a massive mess. However, just as he was about to refuse, the Ying family's people started to threaten him. Although Li Wu was quite angry, he realized that this was an opportunity. It would be quite difficult to develop his own faction, so why not use the Ying family to help him develop for now? In the end, Li Wu decided to agree, and following this, a shocking piece of news was revealed. Great Kin's legatee had returned to the Ying family. 160 massacre. This news made many people feel incredibly confused. What was going on? Why did Great Kin's legatee, who had refused to reveal himself this entire time, suddenly change his mind and return to the Ying family? Countless factions investigated this matter, and the results suggested that it could really be true. There were many things that coincided. The person that the Ying family had found was indeed called Li Wu, and he was in East Green. His village was called Great Kin Village, and he had a distant relative who had the Ying family's blood. These coincidences allowed the Ying family to dress up the lie as the truth. First, the Ying family's overall strength and resources were not inferior to any other factions, but in terms of legacies and fame, they had fallen far behind. After so much time had passed, even though they had continuously searched and begged, Great Qin's legatee just refused to reveal himself. Of course, the Ying family could not go on like this. As such, they made a plan to at least regain some face while directing all of the gazes, large, small, international, or domestic, to East Green. That way, the Ying family could develop in secret and wouldn't arouse any unnecessary attention. However, whether Great Qin's legatee was really called Li Wu or an East Green could not be confirmed. It was simply a large possibility. In addition, the Ying family also wanted to take some attention off of Great Qin's true legatee. Now that this matter was being paid attention to by countless people in the world, it would be difficult for him to cover it up. As such, they wanted to help him divert some of the attention. The Ying family hoped that Great Qin's true legatee would be able to detect their goodwill and would return to the Ying family. Zhao Fu's performance had completely impressed the family leaders of each of the Ying family's main branches. They were all convinced that he would be able to restore Great Qin to its former glory, and if they had the chance, they would grab onto his legs and not let go. However, even though the Ying family had done quite well in this matter, many Apex factions still doubted whether this matter was true or not. At the very least, they were unable to completely verify it. Back at Heavenstone City, the most unfortunate ones were the members of the Keon family. The Keon family was just a normal family, and it wasn't very powerful. However, in the beginning, they had been lucky enough to meet Heavenstone City's young lord, Shi Wen. They continuously curried favor with him by giving him new and interesting things and had even given him many beautiful young ladies from the main branch to toy around with. Shi Wen deeply liked these young women, so the Keon family's position in Heavenstone City had gradually risen. Because they had Heavenstone City's young lord supporting them, they used this advantage to bully the other factions into leaving and to think up many methods to destroy the ones that did not leave. Gradually, the Keon family began to monopolize Heavenstone City, and because their status rose higher and higher, they became more and more domineering. Now, the Keon family was already the second largest faction in Heavenstone City. Whenever most people saw members of the Keon family, they would always take a detour and walk another path. Offending them was even worse than offending someone from the main city's government. As long as one did not go out of one's way to make trouble for the government officials, they would not make life difficult for players. However, the Keon family acted incredibly unreservedly. If they felt like it, they would kill whoever they wanted, and the victim would not be able to do anything about it. Moreover, even though none of them had baron status, they owned more than 100 shops and had countless benefits in Heavenstone City. Even some of the government officials despised the Keon family's despicable acts, but they could do nothing about it, as the city lord simply spoiled his son too much. Even though many government officials felt contempt towards the Keon family, they could not do anything about the Keon family. By now, the Keon family placed no one in their eyes, and their acts became more and more unreserved and contemptible. Zhao Fu had made too large of a splash in Heavenstone City. He had bought 20 properties in one go, and his restaurant was doing extremely well, as they were able to cook many dishes that no one else could make. What's more, that extremely profitable merchant alliance was most likely related to him as well. These things had become a threat to the Keon family, and the main force behind the tragedy at the Westfall restaurant was the Keon family. They knew what Shi Wen's personality was like, so they took him to Zhao Fu's restaurant and made a ruckus there, leading to this conclusion. The Keon family had wanted to drive Zhao Fu's faction away, and everything had happened as they wanted. There was nothing for them to fear with Heavenstone City supporting them, who dared to offend the city's government, who had the strength to fight against the system's government. However, what they had never expected was that by trying to destroy a faction, it had resulted in this. They had not only kicked an iron board but also an iron nail. Only after this did they realize how serious this matter was. They had only wanted to force a faction away, but now, it was too late. After the dust had settled, they had been surrounded by countless furious soldiers. However, these soldiers were still loyal to Shi Jian, and they suppressed their fury. They didn't instantly massacre the Keon family. Instead, they waited for Shi Jian to wake up from his coma. If this matter was not taken care of appropriately, Heavenstone City might suffer greatly. The next day, Shi Wen woke up from a drunken stupor and had no idea what had happened. Just as he was about to leave his room, he was stopped by some city guards, who told him that he was under house arrest. This completely infuriated Shi Wen, and he roared in protest, saying that he was Heavenstone City's young lord and that he would have these city guards killed. However, the city guards only coldly looked back at him, and he was unable to leave. As a result, he could only angrily yell, "Where's my dad? Tell him to come." "What's going on?" One city guard coldly harumphed as he replied, "You have the face to ask? The city lord has been heavily injured." "What? How could my dad be heavily injured?" "No, I need to go out." Shi Wen was in complete disbelief and tried to barge out, but he was roughly shoved by the city guards back into his room. In the end, Shi Wen could only stay in his room and furiously smash things onto the ground. Back at the Great Ken town, Bei Chi said with a livid expression, "I'll massacre everyone in Heavenstone City one day." "Alright, please calm down, Commander Bei. Right now, what's most important is finding information about His Majesty." Ba King did her best to calm Bei Chi down because she knew what sort of person Bei Chi was. It was possible that he really would massacre the 400,000 or so residents and 1 million or so players. "Has there been any information about His Majesty?" Wang Jian asked worriedly as he frowned. Li Si sighed as he replied, "I've sent thousands of people to East Green, but we still haven't found any information about His Majesty." After this shocking battle, just where was Zhao Fu? 161 No return. The Path of Kings. Within a silent valley, a heavily injured person covered with blood lay within a grassy area. There were also 3 strange humanoid creatures flying around him and shining colorful rays of light on him. Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes. The sunlight was quite bright, so he used his blood-stained hands to block out the rays of light. Suddenly, the 3 humanoid creatures flying around him cried out and spoke in a strange language. Only then did Zhao Fu notice them. They were about as big as a palm and looked like little girls. Their facial features were cute and delicate, and they wore clothes made from flower petals and had a pair of leaf-shaped transparent wings on their backs. The only thing that was different among them was the flowers on their heads. One had a rose flower on her head and seemed quite lively, one had a lily flower on her head and seemed quite gentle and quiet, and the other had a peach blossom flower on her head and seemed quite shy. Flower spirits. Seeing the creatures flying around him, Zhao Fu realized that they were most likely flower spirits. At this moment, the flower spirit with a rose flower on her head shot out a red light towards Zhao Fu, allowing him to understand their words. "Human, we were the ones who saved you." The flower spirit with a rose flower on her head placed her tiny hands on her hips as a pleased smile appeared on her face. Zhao Fu still felt quite weak, but he mustered up a smile and replied, "Thank you all." The flower spirit with the rose flower on her head laughed happily as she replied, "No need to thank us. We're kind and pure flower spirits." At this moment, the flower spirit with the lily flower on her head said quietly, "Don't listen to her, human. We only saved you because your body gives off an aura that attracts flower spirits greatly." "Ah. Lily. The flower spirit with the rose flower on her head cried out unhappily when she heard the other flower spirit reveal the truth. Zhao Fu remembered the flower's embrace blessing that he had received during the 10,000 flower festival. It increased his charm towards females and made it easier for spirits to like him. Zhao Fu had never thought that the blessing would be useful in such a situation. After conversing with the 3 fairy spirits for a while, he learned their names. The fairy spirit with the rose flower on her head was called Rose, the one with the lily flower was called Lily, and the one with the peach blossom flower on her head was called Peachy. Because of the blessing and Zhao Fu's amicable attitude with them, they became quite familiar with Zhao Fu. The flower spirits didn't hide anything from him and told him all of their abilities. The first was an attack-type skill that could control plants to attack others or defend themselves. The second was a special skill that reduced the withering speed of flowers wherever they were by a factor of 6. The third was a healing skill that possessed advanced life magic. The fourth was a plant skill that could reduce the time it took to grow plants by up to a factor of 5. Of course, the one that shocked Zhao Fu the most was the fourth skill. Reducing the time it took for plants to grow by a factor of 5 was simply terrifying. The last part of the flower fairy's blessing was a chance to attract fairy spirits, which showed how rare and powerful they were. What's more, right now, they were only able to reduce the time it took plants to grow by a factor of 5, and as they grew more powerful, so would their skills. Zhao Fu had already decided to take these flower spirits back to the Great Ken town. As such, he started to act like a lilicon who was tempting Lawless, and he started to describe the Great Ken town as a beautiful paradise. Then again, what Zhao Fu said wasn't a lie. After obtaining the level 3 flower fairy's blessing, the Great Ken town had countless flowers growing around it, and even the air contained a faint flower fragrance. Of course, the 3 pure and naive flower spirits didn't have many reservations and agreed to go with Zhao Fu to the Great Ken town. After talking with him for a while, they found out that his name was Zhao Fu, but they liked to just call him Zhao. At that moment, Rose said that she was hungry and went with the other 2 fairy spirits to find some fruits. However, Zhao Fu stopped them and took out 3 black forest fruits. Each of the 3 flower spirits hugged a fist-sized black forest fruit and took a bite. They found that it tasted quite good and started to happily eat. Rose ate in large mouthfuls, causing the juice to spurt everywhere, whereas the other two ate much more elegantly. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to find that they were not weak at all. After watching them eat the black forest fruits, Zhao Fu looked down at himself and couldn't help but sigh. This was most likely the most injured he had ever been, and it was even worse than when he had fought against that mysterious skeleton. This was because there was an azure energy within his body that was stopping him from healing. This azure energy had some sort of sealing power, and it was hard to get rid of, making it difficult for him to recover. What made Zhao Fu's heart ache the most was that he had expended nearly all of Great Gen's fate. Zhao Fu didn't take the nation armaments out lightly, as they consumed a great amount of fate. Because fate could determine an entire nation's path, it was quite valuable. He had used up most of the fate he had, but not to the point that the foundation was damaged. He would gradually regain the fate in the future, but he wouldn't be able to use the nation armaments again in the future because he would risk the foundation of his fate being destroyed. Nation armaments should only be used when making extremely great decisions, such as taking down another nation or fighting against a main city. At the very least, there had to at least be great benefits, such as obtaining an ancient king armament shard. Back then, after Zhao Fu's battle with the mysterious skeleton, he had used up a lot of the fate he had, but after obtaining the ancient king armament shard, he regained a lot of the fate. It was clear just how powerful and important that ancient king armament shard was. Now, even though Great Gen's fate would recover, he did not receive any benefits. If he had been able to take down Heavenstone City, not only would he have regained all of that fate, but he would have also been able to gain enough to the point that he could level up his nation armament again. However, it was a pity that Zhao Fu could not take down Heavenstone City by himself. Even if he had 40,000 Stage 1 soldiers, he wouldn't be able to conquer Heavenstone City, but not including the skeletons, he only had 6,000 soldiers, most of whom were not at Stage 1 yet. Right now, a main city's power was not something normal people could resist. Zhao Fu somewhat regretted this battle. Even though he knew that Heavenstone City had suffered disastrous losses, it had been a Pyrrhic victory, and no one had received any benefits. Back then, Zhao Fu had sensed that there would be danger, but he had never thought that Heavenstone City would be so unrelenting and ruthless, which had completely enraged Zhao Fu. He had suppressed his anger and had continuously tried to escape, but in the end, he was unable to contain his rage. After obtaining Great Gen's legacy, Zhao Fu found that his personality had gradually changed. He seemed to be becoming madder, more violent, more bloodthirsty, and even colder. Now, even Zhao Fu wasn't sure what sort of person he would become. He didn't know whether or not he would become someone who would create millions of corpses whenever he was angered. No matter what sort of person Zhao Fu would become, it was something that had already been determined. After all, when he stepped onto the path of kings, there was already no turning back. 162 Three great generals. Of course, Zhao Fu did still reap some rewards from the battle. The first thing was Gu Feng's corpse, which Zhao Fu had put into his king's ring. As one of the three great generals of Heavenstone City, Gu Feng's corpse was, without a doubt, SSS grade. With this corpse, Zhao Fu could once again develop a top-notch general. Moreover, Gu Feng had a normal epic rank piece of equipment and 4 dark gold rank pieces of equipment. The epic rank piece of equipment was the large violet bow that he had used. Great Spirit Rock Bow, grade, epic rank, stats, strength plus 15, intelligence plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, description, a piece of equipment forged from a Spirit Rock's corpse. It has the Spirit Rock's soul sealed within it and contains many of the Spirit Rock's abilities. The Great Spirit Rock Bow's stats were quite ordinary, and Zhao Fu had no idea as to what sort of abilities it had. However, its most powerful skill was most likely the one that released the Violet Rock. Because of this skill, Gu Feng had been able to break through Eva Zhao Fu's king's domain. Even though it was a king's domain that he had put up hurriedly and didn't contain the full defensive power of his king's domain, it still demonstrated the might of the Great Spirit Rock Bow. It was a pity that Zhao Fu didn't have a general who used a bow. As such, Zhao Fu could only keep the bow with him until he found someone suitable for it. Out of the 4 dark gold rank pieces of equipment, there was leather armor that was already badly damaged and required repairs, while the other 3 were a short sword, a pendant, and a pair of boots. They were all exquisite dark gold rank pieces of equipment, and their stats were quite good. There was nothing too special about the first 3, but the boots were quite eye-catching. Windwalker boots, grade, gold, stats, strength plus 5, intelligence plus 5, constitution plus 10, agility plus 12, description, wearing these boots gives wind's blessing and increases walking speed. Out of the 4 dark gold rank pieces of equipment, only the pendant and boots were somewhat of use to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu then looked at Gu Feng's spatial ring, which was dark gold rank. After looking into it, he found that there were roughly 300,000 gold coins inside, as well as many materials. 6 of these materials were dark gold rank materials. With these dark gold rank materials and the ones Zhao Fu already had, all of his generals would be able to have a piece of dark gold rank equipment. Apart from this, the spatial ring contained some other items and skills, which were all quite ordinary. However, there was one item that seemed quite unique. The item looked like a talisman paper, and half of it was black while the other half was white. The runes drawn on it were also in black and white, which made it look quite strange. Reversal talisman. Twists and reverses the properties of dark gold rank items or below for 12 days. This talisman could most likely turn things that were black white and cold hot. Zhao Fu could not think of any uses for it right now. The gains from Gu Feng's body were quite plentiful. After all, he was one of the 3 great generals of Heavenstone City, and Zhao Fu felt some regret that he had not been able to kill the other 2 great generals. However, all in all, the losses did not make up for the gains, as Zhao Fu had used up simply too much fate. Following this, he took out an azure stone that was about as big as a fingernail. The stone looked incredibly ordinary except for the fact that it was azure, and it seemed like the type of stone that could be picked up off the ground anywhere. Zhao Fu knew what this small azure stone was. It was a small shard from the City Lord's seal. Right now, the City Lord's seal was in a damaged state, which meant that Heavenstone City could not be leveled up or conquered, and many of its functions would be missing. As long as Zhao Fu had this shard of the City Lord's seal, Shi Jian would be unable to use Heavenstone City's power to deal with Zhao Fu. In fact, Zhao Fu could even use this shard to fight for or steal the City Lord position. Now that he had established complete enmity with Heavenstone City, Zhao Fu would definitely take his revenge someday. He would take down Heavenstone City, and this shard of the City Lord's seal would be incredibly important for that. Those were all of the things that Zhao Fu had gained from the battle, and Zhao Fu sighed, feeling that he had made a loss. Zhao, when will you take us to the Great Ken town? Rose finished her black forest fruit very quickly, and her stomach bulged from how full she was. She lay comfortably on the ground as she asked Zhao Fu. This made Zhao Fu feel quite troubled. This matter, which should have been quite simple, had become extraordinarily difficult. He had to use the main city's teleportation channel to return to the bronze-grade village he had created before he could return to the Great Ken town. However, it was simply impossible for him to return to Heavenstone City, so he would have to go to one of the 3 other main cities in East Green. Zhao Fu immediately took out his map and found his position. The nearest main city was tens of thousands of kilometers away. If he had to walk, just how long would it take him? Perhaps Zhao Fu could take down a village, but the problem was that he didn't know how to build teleportation channels. As such, Zhao Fu would have to find a village that already had a teleportation channel so that he could go to a main city and return to the Great Ken town. Otherwise, he would have to walk. However, therein lay another problem. Very few villages in the wilderness had teleportation channels, and finding one would take great luck. After thinking about this, Zhao Fu replied to Rose, "We need a teleportation channel for that, so we can't go right now. Let's see after my injuries get better." Okay. Rose did not seem to mind and continued to lay comfortably on the grass. She closed her eyes and smiled happily as she rubbed her round belly. Zhao Fu once again lay back on the ground and took out a black forest fruit. He ate it as he looked at the deep blue sky, watching white clouds slowly drift past. It was rare for him to enjoy such a leisurely period of time. 3 days later. 163 hobgoblins. After recovering for 3 days, Zhao Fu's external injuries had healed quite quickly because of the 3 flower spirits. However, it would take him quite a long time to recover from the internal injuries. On this day, Zhao Fu took off his blood-stained clothes and put on a new cloak. He started to walk towards Nine Sun City in the north, which was the closest to him. As for the 3 fairy spirits, they flew around him as they followed him, and when they were tired, they would rest on his shoulders. Seeing how carefree and without worries they were, always in high spirits, Zhao Fu admired them quite a lot. Soon, he entered a jungle. "Zhao, don't go forwards, it's dangerous ahead. It's better if you go around," Rose, who was sitting on his shoulder, suddenly said. Zhao Fu stopped and asked in surprise, "What's ahead?" Sitting on his other shoulder, Lily explained calmly, "There's a historical remnant as well as many terrifying goblins. We've been there before. There are also minotaurs." Sitting beside Lily, Vici cried out in fear. After speaking, she realized that she had spoken too loudly, and her face became bright red as she hid behind Lily. Historical remnants? Zhao Fu became quite interested because there were usually great benefits to be gained at such places. Now that he had somewhat recovered, Zhao Fu wanted to have a look, so he said to them, "Hide in my cloak for now, I want to go and take a look." "Zhao, you have to be careful." The 3 flower spirits dove into his cloak but poked their little heads out to see what Zhao Fu was going to do. Following this, Zhao Fu used his assassin profession skills and soundlessly entered the jungle. Soon, he arrived in an empty area. There was a dilapidated structure in the middle of the empty area. Most of the structure was already gone, but because the historical remnant was still incredibly large, it stretched on for as far as the eye could see. At the front of the historical remnant were 2 words on a gigantic boulder. Of course, Zhao Fu could not read those 2 words, so Lily told him that they were Ro and Lan. There were many types of goblins within the Roland historical remnant that Zhao Fu had never seen before. They all looked incredibly ferocious, and their skin was a different color. Some were pale white while others were gray-black. Some of them held clubs that was quite large on one end, making it look like a hammer. What's more, the club's material looked even tougher than iron, and it would be able to cause a lot of blunt damage. There was another type with wicker baskets on their backs, which were filled with rocks. These rocks were for throwing, and because of how large they were, normal creatures would have their bones broken from being hit. They were most likely a ranged type of goblin. The final type held a sharp sword. There were not many of these goblins, but the ores they gave off were quite powerful. They seemed as powerful as 10 goblins. These 3 types of goblins were listed as goblins, goblin rock throwers, and hobgoblins. These goblins were not gathered together, and they were instead scattered in small groups. There weren't any patrols, so it seemed that there wasn't a chief great existence leading them. Because there were practically no defenses, Zhao Fu became incredibly happy. He decided to have a look inside the historical remnant before leaving. I want to deal with the monsters here. Can you wait for me outside? Zhao Fu lowered his head and said to the 3 flower spirits. He was worried that they would become terrified of him if they saw him massacre these goblins because they were pure and kind creatures, so he wanted them to wait outside the jungle. Don't worry, Zhao, we'll stay with you and help you get rid of these scary monsters, Rose said as she looked up and smiled at Zhao Fu while the other 2 nodded. Hearing this, Zhao Fu didn't worry about this anymore and started to move. Zhao Fu first went to a corner and planned to attract some goblins over. With his current strength, he would not be able to massacre all of them together. Even in his strongest state, he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Moreover, this was only the outermost region of the historical remnant, and who knew what terrifying creatures there were within it. As such, it was best to keep a low profile for now. Zhao Fu ducked behind a large tree and threw a pebble. The pebble hit a rock, immediately drawing the attention of a few goblins. Because Zhao Fu had many goblin subjects, he was able to learn the goblin language through the language stone steel. As such, he was able to understand them. Hey, there's something over there. Let's go have a look, an ordinary goblin said. Hearing this, another goblin lying on the ground lazily replied, so what if there is? Nothing to do with us as long as it doesn't go in. What should we eat for lunch? Let's catch a few chickens. It's been a long time, one goblin rock thrower said excitedly. Yes. 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 When the others heard what the goblin rock thrower said and thought of how delicious chickens were, they immediately nodded and agreed. The goblins started to talk about lunch, completely forgetting about the noise from before. Hiding behind a tree, Zhao Fu felt incredibly awkward. What was wrong with these goblins? Following this, Zhao Fu threw out another pebble, which thudded against a tree. Hey, there's more noise. Are we really not going to have a look? The goblin who had first spoken once again suggested taking a look. Don't bother, it's so troublesome. Just ignore it, another goblin said as he frowned because he didn't want to be inconvenienced. The other goblins all nodded, and the goblin who had originally spoken once again forgot about this matter. Zhao Fu started to feel more and more annoyed. The 3 flower spirits covered their mouths, trying not to laugh. Zhao Fu picked up a few more pebbles and threw them directly at the goblins. The pebbles flew quickly through the air, hitting a few goblins in the head. They instantly jumped up and roared, "God damn it, which bastard threw those?" Following this, they furiously looked towards where Zhao Fu was and raised their weapons as they furiously walked over, vowing to destroy that bastard. Seeing that he had finally drawn the goblins over, Zhao Fu inwardly let out a breath of relief. 164 War Machine. Zhao Fu didn't need to use the Sky Demon Sword to deal with these goblins, and he instead used his assassin skills to kill these goblins. The jungle suited his assassin skills, and since he didn't have the ability to kill them all instantly, he had to deal with them subtly. Seeing 5 goblins furiously walk over, Zhao Fu hid within the jungle and looked for an opportunity to act. Look for the bastard who did this. We'll definitely kill him after finding him. One of the goblins yelled angrily after walking into the jungle. That's right. That's right. Kill him. The other goblins shouted. Zhao Fu hid in a corner with a calm expression as he watched those goblins slowly walk closer. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that after walking 20 meters, the goblins gave up looking for that bastard and completely tossed aside their vows to kill him. Zhao Fu had wanted to lure them further away because if a large ruckus erupted here, it was possible that they would draw the attention of other goblins. However, Zhao Fu now had no other choice but to act immediately. He rushed out from where he had been hiding, moving incredibly quickly and lightly. He arrived at the back of the group of goblins between two goblin rock throwers like a light breeze. Zhao Fu's arms shot to either side, placing his hands against the two goblin rock throwers' necks. He then activated the mechanism for his hidden blades, sending two silver blades into the two goblin rock throwers' necks. The two goblin rock throwers only felt a pain in their necks before their pupils constricted and they died, and the other three goblins didn't even notice what had happened. This showed just how agile and stealthy the assassin profession was. Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity and quickly withdrew his hidden blades from the two goblin rock throwers' necks. Just as their corpses were about to fall, Zhao Fu rushed forwards, his body turning into a blur as he stabbed one of the hidden blades into another goblin's heart from behind. The two goblin rock throwers' bodies were right about to hit the ground, and Zhao Fu sent his king's power into his hidden blades, slashing another goblin to his left with a hidden blade on his left wrist. Thud. 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 The first two goblin rock throwers' bodies hit the ground, as did their baskets of rocks, followed by the third goblin's corpse and then the fourth goblin's corpse. Even though this seemed quite slow, it had all happened in a few seconds. Suddenly, the chain of thuds caused the goblin in the front to quickly turn around and look. Kai. A sharp hidden blade stabbed through the last goblin's throat, and he could only gurgle as he stared at Zhao Fu with wide eyes before dying. Zhao Fu felt a slight sense of pride that he was able to deal with those 5 goblins so quickly, simply, and efficiently. The assassin profession was quite good, and he gradually came to like this profession more and more. However, with Zhao Fu's status, he would not be able to continue down this path forever because his king profession would always take priority. The 5 goblins didn't drop any good equipment, only clubs, rocks, and a few silver coins. However, there were a few black wooden shards, which Zhao Fu picked up to satisfy his curiosity. Gloomy Jungle, shard, collect 10 shards to form a command medallion, which can be used to enter the hidden region, Gloomy Jungle. Hidden region? Zhao Fu did not know what this was because he had never heard of such a thing before. However, obtaining these things was quite easy. After killing those 5 goblins, he had collected 5 of them. If he killed another 5 goblins, he would be able to form a Gloomy Jungle command medallion. Zhao, you're so strong. Rose looked up at Zhao Fu, her eyes filled with little stars as she said in admiration. Zhao Fu smiled. They had not yet seen him at his peak. If he was at his peak, he would have been able to annihilate those 5 goblins in a single strike. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to draw over and kill goblins. Back at the Great Ken town. What's going on? It's been 3 days already, so how can there be no news from His Majesty? Beiqi was quite angry, and he radiated a shocking coldness that kept everyone several meters away from him. Nearby, Li Si tried to calm him down, saying, Commander Bei, we haven't received any notifications, which means that His Majesty is fine. He's most likely still in East Green. Wang Jian nodded as he said, from how things look, His Majesty seems to be fine and should be back after a while. I believe that as subjects, we should think about how to develop the Great Ken town. Beiqi breathed out and calmed himself down before saying, I have an idea, is everyone willing to hear it? Everyone looked over at Beiqi as they nodded and waited to hear his idea. Following this, Beiqi said, I believe that Great Ken should enter a battle-ready state. We're gaining massive amounts of money from our businesses, but we haven't bought many things with the money. I believe that we should place our emphasis on war. Right now, what Great Ken lacked most was people. In the real world, with Great Ken's population of 50,000, the limiting factor would be food. However, because of the stat bonuses in the Heaven Awakened world, food was the thing that they worried about the least. Beiqi continued, I believe that we should increase our army to 10,000 soldiers and split them into 10 divisions, each with a general commanding them. Each division will also have a king's undead cavalryman and 300 skeleton soldiers. Including their advantage in equipment, cultivation, skills, and stats, each division will be able to take down advanced villages with a population of 1,200 people or less. Great Ken will go all out to boost its population through warfare and will establish a strict reward and punishment regime. Those who bring back large numbers of people will be greatly rewarded, while those who do not meet the requirements will be punished. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they understood what he wanted. Beiqi wanted to turn Great Ken into an emotionless war machine. This would indeed allow Great Ken to develop even faster, but the cost in lives would be quite great as well. Not only would many people from others' villages be killed, but Great Ken's soldiers would also have higher casualty rates. At the same time, Great Ken would become less humane and much colder, existing to only kill and pillage. Beiqi's idea split Great Ken's upper levels into 3 factions, the war faction, which consisted of Beiqi and a few Outlander generals, the pacifist faction, which consisted of Li Si, Ba King, and Daisy, and the neutral faction, which consisted of Wang Jian and Zhang Du. 165 Great Ken's master if Zhao Fu was present, No matter what they wanted to do or what thoughts they had, Zhao Fu would have been the one making the decisions, as he was Great Qin's master and would decide Great Qin's fate. However, because Zhao Fu could be an East Green for a long time, Great Qin was in a special state. Moreover, because of what had happened in Heavenstone City a few days ago, Great Qin needed to greatly increase its strength. For Beiqi, Zhao Jian, and some of the Outlander generals, because of their experiences and nature, they believed that the strong preyed on the weak and that they needed to develop their strength through killing and plundering. They believed that feelings and other things that were unrelated to strength were impediments and burdens and that Great Qin should become a machine that developed quickly and efficiently. As for Li Si, Ba King, and Daisy, it wasn't that they didn't want Great Qin to develop, but Beiqi's idea was too extreme and would result in all parties incurring great losses. At the same time, it would cause all of Great Qin to become cold and cruel. They wanted to use more moderate means to promote growth. On the other hand, while Wang Jian and Zhang De did not like killing and plundering, they weren't against it either. During this period of time, they could allow themselves to become cold-blooded and merciless. Right now, everyone held on to their own beliefs on how they wanted Great Qin to develop, so they split into different factions. Following this, because of this matter, Jnaya temporarily put his training on hold and returned to the Great Qin town. Even though he seemed incredibly cold and had experienced countless bloody battles, he didn't hesitate to stand with those in the pacifist faction. However, this could not change anything, as Beiqi's war faction currently held the most power. Li Si could only sigh and try to persuade Beiqi, saying, "Commander Bei, you should know that His Majesty is a kind person and doesn't like to see his soldiers being injured or killed. I'm sure that he wouldn't want Great Qin to become a cold killing machine. Perhaps His Majesty will not be pleased with us doing such a thing." After spending so much time by Zhao Fu's side, Beiqi understood Zhao Fu's personality. He knew the consequences of his actions, but he had made up his mind. He wanted to create a powerful empire that no one could offend for Zhao Fu, so he said, "I'll bear all of the consequences." In the end, a chain of orders was sent out, causing the previously lively and joyous Great Qin to be filled with a disturbed mood, and everyone began to look quite worried. Within the Roland historical remnant, Zhao Fu had already killed 50 or so goblins and had fused together 5 gloomy jungle command medallions. The command medallion was black and made of wood, and it had a jungle carved into it. Zhao Fu wanted to use it, but he received a system announcement that the hidden region hadn't been opened, so he could not use it. As such, he could only put it away for now. By now, Zhao Fu had cleared all of the goblins in the outermost region of the historical remnant. Now, he had to face groups of goblins with hobgoblins. Zhao Fu felt that these hobgoblins would be difficult to deal with because their cultivation was already at stage 1 and they held sharp swords that could easily release terrifying sword lights. Zhao Fu was still somewhat injured and could not use his full strength, so he had to act carefully. He still used the same tactic, luring a group of goblins away from the rest before attacking. He burst forth from his hiding place, stabbing a hidden blade through one goblin's heart before thrusting the other towards another goblin's neck. Even though Zhao Fu had moved incredibly quickly, he was still detected by the hobgoblin. Just as Zhao Fu was about to kill a third goblin, a sword light swept at him. This sword light was abnormally ferocious, and Zhao Fu was forced to draw the sky demon sword to block the attack. Clang! A clear colliding sound rang out as sparks flew from the clash. Even though Zhao Fu was much weaker in his injured state, because the Sky Demon's sword was a legendary rank weapon, it left a large crack in the hobgoblin's secret silver rank sword. The hobgoblin stared in surprise before choosing to retreat while the other 3 goblins surrounded Zhao Fu. Luckily, Zhao Fu had already dealt with the ranged goblins, or it would have been quite troublesome for him to deal with this group of goblins. The 3 goblins raised their clubs and shrieked as they ran towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu activated some king's power with great difficulty, causing the Sky Demon's sword to shine with a faint light as he slashed out. Zhao Fu destroyed the 3 clubs with a single strike, shocking the 3 goblins. Zhao Fu once again attacked and prepared to kill those 3 goblins when the hobgoblin stepped in again, sending a sharp arc of sword light towards him. Zhao Fu raised his sword and blocked it, dispelling the attack. The hobgoblin stabbed his sword towards Zhao Fu and yelled for the 3 other goblins to call more goblins over. Hearing this, the 3 goblins turned and ran. Luckily, Zhao Fu could understand them, but because he was tied down by the hobgoblin, he could only ask the 3 flower spirits to stop the goblins. The 3 flower spirits happily agreed and waved their hands, releasing 3 rays of light. Following this, 3 green vines burrowed up from the ground and wrapped around the 3 goblins like snakes, binding them in an instant. The vines even covered the goblins' mouths, preventing them from yelling. Clang! 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 On the other side, the hobgoblin battled with Zhao Fu. As their swords collided, the sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. After a few exchanges, the hobgoblin's sword was covered with cracks and gaps, and it looked like it was about to fall apart. This made the hobgoblin quite angry. He felt that he was not much weaker than Xiaofu, but the difference in their weapons was simply too great. He had a secret silver rank sword, but it was like scrap metal against Xiaofu's legendary rank sword. He believed that this was why Xiaofu was suppressing him. Human, use a normal sword if you dare. The hobgoblin roared sullenly and angrily. Xiaofu inwardly grinned and pretended not to understand. He was not stupid. How could he change weapons against an opponent like this? Xiaofu swung vigorously, cutting the hobgoblin's sword in half and giving it a big fright. Now that the hobgoblin had lost his weapon, how could he fight? As such, he immediately turned and ran. Xiaofu grasped this opportunity and flew forwards, stabbing out with his sword and piercing the hobgoblin's heart. He twisted, destroying the hobgoblin's heart and killing him instantly. After dying, the hobgoblin dropped 2 items. One was a black wooden shard. This seemed to be something that every goblin would drop, while the other item was quite strange. It wasn't corporeal. Instead, it was a cluster of silver light. It fell on the ground and gave off a faint light, and it seemed quite mysterious. As such, Xiaofu picked it up and looked at it with a curious expression on his face. Legacy, Silver Lake Immortal's Sword, Sword Essence, the shard of a epic rank weapon, Silver Lake Immortal's Sword. If one collects 1,200 sword essences, one can fuse them into the Silver Lake Immortal's Sword and obtain the legacy attached to the sword. These things can fuse to form a epic rank sword? Xiaofu was quite surprised. However, collecting 1,200 of them seemed quite difficult. 166 Extreme Greatkin. If Xiaofu wanted to obtain 1,200 sword essences, he would have to kill 1,200 hobgoblins. Xiaofu doubted that there were that many hobgoblins because until now, he had only seen 50 or so. That was far from enough from the 1,200 required. However, because of how difficult it was to obtain epic rank equipment, Xiaofu understood why the requirement was so difficult to fulfill. After killing the hobgoblin, the Sky Demon's sword released a formless attraction force and devoured the hobgoblin's fleshly essence. From this, Xiaofu could tell that the previously dormant Sky Demon's sword had woken up. However, after the 3 flower spirits felt this power, they flew out from Xiaofu's chest with pale faces and cried out, "This power feels so evil, I hate this sort of feeling." "Zhao. That's a demon sword." Xiaofu nodded, not minding too much. On the other hand, an eerie laughter came out from the Sky Demon's sword, and demon chi started to stream from the sword, causing the warm surroundings to become much colder. It seemed as if a demon was about to descend. Following this, the Sky Demon's sword greeted the 3 of them. "Hello, 3 little fellows." The 3 flower spirits cried out and said, "This demon's sword can speak, and the demon inside is so powerful. Zhao, hurry and throw it away so you don't get taken over by it." Xiaofu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, this sword is fine." "Really?" Rose and the others didn't seem to be convinced. Xiaofu wrapped his fist against the Sky Demon's sword, and within the sword, the Sky Demon lightly harumphed as it withdrew the demonic chi and said, "All right, I shouldn't have scared you fellows just then." Hearing those words and seeing that Xiaofu seemed to be in full control, the 3 flower spirits relaxed before flying over to the Sky Demon's sword and looking at it with a mixture of fear and curiosity. As a high and mighty Sky Demon, being looked at by the 3 flower spirits like it was some sort of novelty item made it feel quite displeased. However, because Xiaofu quite liked them, it decided to let it go. However, when would its stingy yet powerful owner like it to the point that he would allow it to devour anything it wanted? That would be the best. The Sky Demon looked at the general soul within Xiaofu's king's ring and licked its sexy lips. Xiaofu looked at the 3 goblins bound by vines and tossed a hellfire ball, ending their lives. Following this, the 3 flower spirits once again flew back into his clothes. Because of his battle with Shi Jian, the Sky Demon had also fallen into a deep sleep. Now that it had woken up, Xiaofu wanted to use its power again. Xiaofu once again lured over a group of goblins and used his assassin skills to deal with the ranged goblins, the goblin rock throwers. However, he was once again discovered by the hobgoblin, who rushed at Xiaofu. Sky Demon. Xiaofu equipped the Sky Demon's sword, and large amounts of demonic chi entered Xiaofu's body. Instantly, Xiaofu felt an evil energy enter his body. Xiaofu parried with his sword, flicking the hobgoblin's sword away before thrusting his sword towards the hobgoblin's throat. The hobgoblin was quite shocked and quickly tilted his head to the side. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaofu's lips as his stabbing motion immediately became a slashing motion, causing a dark arc of light to flash out. The hobgoblin's head separated from his body, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out from his neck. The hobgoblin's body stood there for a few seconds before finally falling down. The remaining goblins were scared into scrambling away, but Xiaofu chased after them and sent out a few arcs of black sword light, ending their lives. The goblins' corpses were once again devoured by the Sky Demon. With the Sky Demon's sword's power, It was much easier to deal with these goblins. Because Zhao Fu was injured, he only gained a little bit less than half of the stats that he normally received from his equipment. Otherwise, just with the Sky Demon Sword's terrifying stats, he would be able to massacre these goblins. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to use this method to kill goblins and to collect various shards and sword essences. 2 days later, Sar led his division and found an intermediate village with roughly 1,200 or so people. Great Kin was now prioritizing growth, with war as the main method. Each division had Great Kin's best equipment, and every division also spent a large amount of money to buy good quality skills for the soldiers to learn. Moreover, each person carried 2 spirit pills. One could raise his or her strength for a short period of time, while the other could quickly heal injuries. Each division was also given a few medics. Sar's division was comprised mainly of orcs. After discovering this village, Sar first observed it for a while. This could not be done carelessly because if something went wrong, the general would take all responsibility. Even if Beiqi did not kill him, he would be stripped of his rank. After observing the village, Sar found that it was an ordinary village with mediocre defenses. In the end, Sar chose to force a direct fight. Normally, unless the leader died or the village was conquered, it was difficult to get the villagers to surrender. As such, if he wanted to gain a lot of people to boost Great Kin's population, he would have to quickly conquer the village or kill its leader. As the sun gradually set, the glow of the sunset fell on the peaceful village, and plumes of smoke started to rise as families started to cook dinner. Sar and his division had long since made preparations, and he raised his large saber and roared. He charged out on his black forest horse, leading 300 orc cavalrymen from one side, while shield bearers, infantry, and archers rushed out from another side. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sudden attack caused the villagers to loudly yell in terror, and the entire village descended into chaos. Swish! 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 The arrows and bolts that the archers and ballistae shot tore through the air and landed in the village, eliciting a wave of screams. Arrows immediately shot out of the village in retaliation. Sar, who was leading the charge, brandished his large saber and gave off a saber light that deflected 5 or 6 arrows. Some soldiers hid behind their shields, while others did their best to dodge. However, some people were still injured. By now, Sar had reached the entrance of the village. 300 orc cavalrymen ferociously smashed through the village's wooden defenses, and then, the rest of the soldiers streamed in. Soon, the two sides started to clash. Sar looked around and couldn't find a leader, so he directly rushed towards the village hall while the king's undead cavalrymen and the 300 skeletons controlled the situation. Sar and his 300 cavalry swept through the village with irresistible force and were simply unstoppable. Soon, he saw an important-looking middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the village. Sar rushed over, disregarding whether he would surrender or not. As long as the man did not show any signs of surrender, Beiqi had given him the power to execute him. Because time was of paramount importance, Beiqi had ordered all of the generals to finish each battle quickly to preserve their forces and the population of each village. As long as the generals complied with this order, they could use any methods, regardless if they were honorable or shameless. All Beiqi wanted was results, and now, Great Ken had started to embark on an extreme path that gave off a terrifying aura. 167 bloodied sword. A saber light flashed as Sar charged over on his warhorse, decapitating the leader of the village in one fell stroke. He caught the head as he dismounted and raised it as he yelled in the human language, "Your leader has died. Anyone who resists will be killed without exception." When the entire village saw Sar's ferocious attack and that their leader had died, the entire village quickly chose to surrender. After the battle ended, a deputy came up and reported, "Sir Sar, we've obtained 752 captives this time, many goods, and 100,000 copper coins. In terms of losses, 163 of our men were injured, and we suffered 7 casualties." Hearing this, Sar felt somewhat happy. After obtaining so many captives, he had completed 1/5 of his quota for this month. Following this, he ordered, "Distribute all of the goods and money among the soldiers. Send the injured to the medics quickly and take good care of the corpses of our soldiers." Now that Great Kin was unreservedly attacking other villages, the soldiers took great risks each time. As such, Beiqi had ordered that all of the spoils were to be distributed among the soldiers. At the same time, bringing back captives would result in great rewards. Now that Great Kin was in a militaristic state, divisions benefited as a whole when they were rewarded. It could be said that Great Kin's battle spirit had been greatly roused, resulting in high morale. Elsewhere, Zhao Jian led his division to the bottom of a small mountain and found a normal village with roughly 1,500 villagers. After observing the village for a while and finding that the village would not be easy to take care of because of how many people it had, Zhao Jian ordered his soldiers to take a villager captive and to whip the person until he gave in. In the end, The captive gave in and told Zhao Jian all of the information that he wanted to know. Zhao Jian thought of something and suddenly grinned, but because of the scars on his face, it made him look extremely savage. This time, apart from normal soldiers, Zhao Jian had also brought 100 assassins. Most of these assassins were ratfolk, because ratfolk were naturally agile and nimble. It was easy for them to be acknowledged by the profession. By now, the sky had darkened, and the villagers had finished eating dinner and had started to rest. The moonlight tonight was somewhat hazy, and within the darkness, 100 or so figures stealthily entered the village from different places. Their job was not to carry out assassinations but to kidnap people. Each of the important figures was quite strong and had many people protecting him or her, so without top-notch assassins, it would likely alert them. As such, Zhao Jian had ordered the assassins to kidnap easier targets, which were the families of the important figures. Most people were sleeping at this time and didn't realize anything. However, screams started to pierce through the night air, and the guards started to yell, "Enemies! There are enemies attacking!" A chorus of yells sounded out, sending the entire village into a panic. Following this, a big man wearing armor furiously stormed to the entrance of the village and looked at the torches outside. They had already been completely surrounded by a large number of enemies, most of whom were human. What angered the man the most was that there were 20 or so people tied up and kneeling on the ground. They were all family members of the upper-level officials of the village, and his own 5-year-old son was there. Zhao Jian came to the side of these 20 or so people and terrifyingly smiled as he yelled, "I'm sure that there's no need for me to state my purpose here. Hurry and surrender. We won't mistreat you all, and we'll release them." The man furiously roared, "You despicable scum! If you want to obtain our village, why not just attack? Why resort to such shameless methods? Little Hill Village won't surrender to you." Ha 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 ha. Zhao Jian loudly laughed and said uncaringly, "All is fair in love and war. Do you really expect all of your enemies to act like gentlemen? It's best that you surrender quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless." Hearing Zhao Jian's words, the people within the village looked at the ferocious-looking enemies gathered outside and the people kneeling on the ground and were incredibly hesitant. After a while, Zhao Jian's gaze became cold and he signaled at a soldier, who brought an elderly man before Zhao Jian. "Are you sure you don't want to surrender?" Zhao Jian yelled coldly. There was no response from the village, so Zhao Jian didn't hesitate to chop off the elderly man's head. A heart-wrenching scream immediately sounded out from within the village, "Dad!" A youth cast all thought aside and tried to rush out, but he was held back by a few people beside him. Zhao Jian was no longer as courteous as before. He raised his bloodied sword and pointed it at the village, yelling in a voice filled with killing intent, "I'll give you a bit more time to think. Next time, I'll be killing all of them before massacring your entire village." When the leader saw the elderly man who had been killed because of him, their sobbing family members kneeling on the ground, and how well-equipped their enemies were, the leader's face became ashen, and the people around him had extremely unsightly looks on their faces. The villagers also started to panic, as Zhao Jian didn't seem to be joking or lying when he said that he would massacre the entire village. After a while, Zhao Jian saw that there was still no response, so he mounted his war horse and raised his sword as he yelled, "Ready!" All of the archers and the soldiers in charge of the ballista made their preparations and aimed at the captives and the rest of the village. At the same time, he prepared to give the signal for the 70 or so assassins hidden within the village to kill as many people as they could in the chaos. Wait. Facing this massive threat, the villagers finally decided to surrender. Even though they had 1,500 people, only half of them could fight. The rest were women, elderly, and children, and facing Zhao Jian's elite soldiers, the villagers would definitely be slaughtered. Facing so much pressure, the leader could only sigh, and a dejected look appeared on his face as he and a few others put down their weapons and walked out. Seeing this, Zhao Jian relaxed and accepted their surrender, and the assassins lying in ambush within the village walked out, giving the villagers a big fright. They had incurred no injuries or casualties and had obtained 1,500 captives, countless goods, and 160,000 copper coins. Even though this method was quite shameless and despicable, Beiqi allowed anything as long as they brought back more villagers. The other divisions went through more or less the same things as Sar and Zhao Jian's divisions. By now, Great Qin was developing much faster than before, but it started to be filled with blood and gore. Back at the Roland Historical Remnant, Zhao Fu finished clearing out all of the goblins in the outermost region and walked towards the Historical Remnant. 168 enchantment card within the Roland Historical Remnants, Zhao Fu started to see more and more structures, and they looked like the structures from the Western Middle Ages. There were more and more goblins and 2 new types of goblins. These new types of goblins looked quite similar to the other goblins, but the color of their skin was different. One type had blue skin and could use ice magic, while the other type had red skin and could use fire magic. The auras that these two types of goblins gave off were even more powerful than the aura that a normal hobgoblins gave off. Each group of goblins usually had around 4 normal goblins, 3 goblin rock throwers, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 blue goblin or red goblin. Each of these teams was quite powerful, so it would be quite difficult to deal with the teams. Luckily, there were many structures within the roll and historical remnant, so it was easy for Zhao Fu to hide, which gave him a chance. He would have to completely rely on his assassin profession. This profession was becoming more and more useful. Soon, Zhao Fu began. He hid behind a tall structure and threw a pebble, which hit a wall and fell to the ground. This time, the situation was not as awkward as before. This noise quickly drew over a team of goblins, and they immediately walked over. Zhao Fu hid in an inconspicuous corner and waited for his prey to deliver themselves to him. These goblins were clearly more serious than the ones outside. They walked over warily, and Zhao Fu did his best to hide his aura so that he wouldn't be detected prematurely. The team of goblins slowly approached where he was, and just as a goblin looked past where he was, Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity and ran out. He swept out with his hidden blade, which gave off an icy light and sliced open a goblin's neck. However, that resulted in Zhao Fu being discovered. It was clear how alert this team of goblins was. The goblins turned and furiously looked at him, and Zhao Fu felt that the situation was about to become worse. He immediately retreated, but the goblins rushed towards him and were filled with killing intent. Zhao Fu used the various structures to leap and dash about, losing the goblins soon. The assassin profession was especially suited for areas like this. Even though Zhao Fu had vanished, the goblins continued to chase after him and look for him. As such, after running for a short while, Zhao Fu once again hid in a corner. As the goblins passed by, Zhao Fu once again suddenly attacked. He rushed out, piercing a goblin's heart with his hidden blade before rocks and ice balls flew at him. Zhao Fu quickly leaned backwards before diving towards a nearby group of structures. Bang! 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 A chain of heavy thuds sounded out. It was clear just how ferocious these goblins' attacks were. However, when they ran to where Zhao Fu had escaped to, they found that he had once again disappeared. This completely infuriated the goblins, but Zhao Fu suddenly appeared behind them. Now, he was using the Sky Demon sword, and he slashed out, sending out a black sword light that instantly killed 2 normal goblins. The hobgoblin immediately raised his sword and chopped downwards at Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu quickly stepped sideways before plunging his sword into the hobgoblin's chest. The Sky Demon sword immediately absorbed all of the hobgoblin's fleshly essence, turning him into a dry corpse. However, rocks and ice balls immediately flew over, and Zhao Fu immediately blocked them with his sword as he evaded. Zhao Fu's luck was not too great, and a rock smashed into his waist. Pain flared up there, and he felt that he had been badly bruised. The goblins continued to chase after Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu once again disappeared and hid. He went to the top of a structure and took out a violet large bow, the Great Spirit Rock Bow. Zhao Fu's archery was mediocre, and he hadn't really practiced archery. He had only obtained his archery skills through a refined martial soul. By now, only 5 goblins were left in the team. The only one that Zhao Fu was somewhat worried about was the blue goblin. Its ice balls were simply too powerful, as a single one could freeze an entire wall. What's more, the blue goblin's casting speed was quite fast. Zhao Fu drew the bow. With his current strength, he would not be able to release the full might of this bow, but he could still use simple attacks. An arrow shot out and turned into a violet streak of light that flashed through the air before stabbing into the blue goblin, who had been standing in the midst of the other goblins. Kai. After the arrow pierced through his chest, the blue goblin looked down with a confused expression and coughed up a mouthful of blood before dying. Zhao Fu had used one of the bow's skills, Violet Light Arrow, and he had successfully killed the blue goblin in one shot. When they saw that the most powerful goblin out of them had died, the other goblins immediately turned and ran. Zhao Fu equipped the Sky Demon sword, while the 3 remaining goblin rock throwers threw large rocks at him. These rocks flew with an immense amount of force and tore through the air. Zhao Fu had suffered because of these rocks before, so he dodged while the 3 flower spirits used vines to bind those goblin rock throwers. Following this, Zhao Fu used the Sky Demon sword to easily deal with a hobgoblin in just a few exchanges before dealing with the 3 tied-up goblin rock throwers. This team of goblins had finally been taken care of by Zhao Fu. Dealing with them had been quite troublesome, but with the strength he currently had, he didn't have any other choice. Now, he started to miss the feeling of being incredibly powerful. Afterwards, the Sky Demon sword devoured the fleshly essence of the goblins while Zhao Fu started to collect the spoils. Normal goblins only dropped command medallion shards, while hobgoblins dropped sword essences and blue goblins dropped cards. This card gave off a cold aura and felt icy in Zhao Fu's hand. It had the picture of a blue goblin on the front, and there were 5 stars on the back. Zhao Fu looked at the card's description: Goblin, Ice Strengthening, An enchantment card that gives a piece of equipment a nice enchantment. Enchantment card? Zhao Fu thought about it and tried to use it on the Sky Demon sword. However, he received a system announcement that he could not do so because its grade was too high. As such, Zhao Fu took out a secret silver rank sword and enchanted it. The enchantment card turned into a cold mist and entered the sword in Zhao Fu's hand. The secret silver rank sword's blade was covered with a faint layer of frost, and Zhao Fu looked at its new stats. Ice, blue steel sword, grade, blue, stats, strength +1, description, a sword that has been enchanted and now possesses ice element attacks. The wielder also receives a certain degree of ice resistance. It seemed that enchantment cards gave the wielder an elemental attack and resistance to that element. This ice enchantment would be quite useful in some situations, such as in lava terrain or ice terrain. These elemental attack buffs and resistances would be a great help in battles as well. 169 9 genres and 10 schools. After looking at the enchantment card's effects, Zhao Fu put all of the items he had obtained into his king's ring. At that moment, Rose rubbed her flat stomach and said, "Zhao, I'm so hungry." Zhao Fu looked up and saw that it was getting late, so he decided to stop there. As such, he came out of the Roland historical remnant, went to an empty area outside, and lit a bonfire. He gave each of the 3 flower spirits a black forest fruit while he went around and found some wild chickens. These wild chickens were slightly bigger than normal roosters, and they had many feathers. However, they didn't look very pretty because their colors were incongruously mixed. Zhao Fu had heard from the goblins that these chicken were quite delicious, so he caught one and feathered it before roasting it over the bonfire. Soon, the chicken was cooked and Zhao Fu tasted it, and he found that its flavor wasn't bad at all. The chicken meat was incredibly savory and tender, and anyone who ate it would eat incredibly heartily. However, only Zhao Fu could eat the chicken, as the flower spirits only ate fruits and vegetables. After devouring the entire wild chicken, Zhao Fu's belly was incredibly full. After this, Zhao Fu felt that it was time to leave the Heaven Awakened world to take a look at the forum. He told the 3 flower spirits about this and told them to hide and to be safe before leaving the Heaven Awakened world. After Zhao Fu's consciousness returned to the real world, he asked his bodyguard to order him some food. Just like before, he opened up the Heaven Awakened world for him and was somewhat shocked to see what he had caused. The matter at Heavenstone City has undoubtedly created a great sensation, and the School of History and the School of Minor Talks had started to make records. The School of History, or historians, did not normally care about politics or the lives of commoners. Their only aim was to record history. The School of Minor Talks, or novelists, appeared in the early years of the Qin dynasty. They gathered all sorts of stories and turned them into novels, and they also made up their own stories. Even though the School of Minor Talks was called a school of thought, it was not an orthodox school. This was why there was a saying of 9 genres and 10 schools. The 10 main schools of thought were the school of the military, the school of legalism, the school of Taoism, the school of Confucianism, the school of yin-yang, the school of logicians, the school of miscellany, the school of agriculture, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the school of minor talks. However, the ones counted as the true orthodoxy were the first 9. Even though the school of minor talks was not viewed very favorably in ancient times, it now flourished and had many different branches. The books and novels they wrote were innumerable, and now, the internet age was its golden age for development. They recorded this matter mainly to keep a record of history. This matter caused simply too great of a stir. It was the first clash between a player and a main city, and it was something that had to be recorded in the annals of history. A smaller reason that they recorded this was so that it could be used to write stories. Zhao Fu did not mind this, but what he was worried about was that they might have guessed his status and his rough location, which made him sigh. Back then, if he had restrained himself, things would have been much more simple. However, the king's majesty within his heart could not be offended. Moreover, Zhao Fu had continuously held himself back, and they had forced him into that state. After all, a cornered beast was the most dangerous. Zhao Fu's emotions were quite complicated, but what was done, he could not change the past. There were downsides to him being exposed, but there were also benefits. The downsides were that countless factions and families would become incredibly wary of his rough location and may become obstacles to him. They might try to restrict Great Qin's development, which would bring many troubles to Great Qin. The benefits were that after he was exposed, he did not seem as mysterious, terrifying, and threatening. As such, he wouldn't arouse the enmity of the masses and could use East Green as a cover-up to draw the attention of many factions there, instead of the Forest of Horrors. After thinking about this, Zhao Fu found that the situation wasn't as bad as he had thought. He then looked at another thread that greatly shocked him. Great Qin's legatee has revealed himself and has triumphantly returned to the Ying family. What was going on? He had came to the Ying family long ago, So why did this make it seem like he had suddenly returned to the Ying family with great fanfare? Zhao Fu was quite confused and clicked on the thread, and he found that the person was a fake. Just what was going on? After reading through the thread, Zhao Fu found that it was the Ying family who had announced this and made such a big deal of it, but why had they done such a thing? Zhao Fu thought about it and realized that it was possible that the Ying family was trying to help him. Did they suddenly develop a conscience? Or was this just a ploy? Zhao Fu couldn't fully understand the Ying family's intentions, but the appearance of a fake was quite good for him. He would become a big meat shield for Zhao Fu. What's more, in order to welcome the return of Great Qin's legatee, the Ying family would be holding a grand banquet and had invited many famous and powerful families. However, these families didn't include their greatest competitors, making the Xian, Shang, and Zhou dynasties displeased. This banquet caught the attention of countless people. Most people were quite excited to see what Great Qin's mysterious legatee was like, but how could normal people enter this sort of banquet? As such, the forum was filled with people raging and venting their frustrations. Fudge, why doesn't the Ying family do a television broadcast of this big event? Even though we're just lowly commoners to them and can't participate in the banquet, they should at least let us take a look. I really want to see what Great Qin's legatee is like. Is he handsome? Is he assertive? I really want to know. I heard that Su Yuan, who has had a crush on Great Qin's legatee all this time, has been invited. I don't have many desires in this lifetime, I just wanted to be able to see Great Qin's legatee once. Great Qin's legatee has brought a lot of face to China, and many superstars and leaders of countries wanna meet him. If I ever meet him, I'll ask him to do 10 or so autographs for me and sell them for $1 million each. It'll be such easy money, ha ha ha. I also want to meet Great Qin's legatee. I even dreamt about meeting him. In my dreams, he was super handsome and really gentle and affectionate towards me. I feel like he is my one true love, my god. Maybe we were lovers in a past life. I'm just a passerby, and even though I don't know why Great Qin's legatee is so popular, seeing how everyone wants to see him, I also want to see him. If anyone can go, bring me as well. I'm at 20 town, so please take me. Zhao Fu saw that the time of the banquet was tonight, but he hadn't received an invitation. After all, how could someone from the collateral family like him be invited to such a high-profile banquet? Nevertheless, Zhao Fu hadn't intended on going even if he was invited. Even though this matter was related to him, he didn't care about it at all. It would be better for him to explore the Roland historical remnant more once his food was delivered and he ate. 170 Conquer the world. After this, the bodyguard came back with stir-fried capsicum and beef as well as a bowl of rice. Zhao Fu quickly finished it and filled his empty stomach before preparing to go into the heaven-awakened world again. At this moment, Wu Qingnian came over with a few female bodyguards, and when she saw that Zhao Fu had just finished eating, she smiled and said, "Zhao Fu, come, I'll take you to open your eyes." Zhao Fu was quite surprised. Take me to open my eyes? He saw that Wu Qingnian was wearing a formal dress, had put on makeup, and had styled her hair. He realized what she meant when he remembered that the banquet was tonight. Zhao Fu shook his head as he replied, "It's best that I don't go, that banquet's for big figures like yourself, so small figures like me shouldn't go." Wu Qingnian lightly laughed as she said, "You mind your status? I couldn't tell that you were such a person. Today's the banquet for welcoming Great Qin's legatee, and since you're part of the Ying family, don't tell me you don't want to see him. He's the future leader of the Ying family and is someone who will hold immense power." Zhao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh and say, "Do you really think he's really Great Qin's legatee?" Wu Qingnian looked quite surprised and walked up to Zhao Fu, looking into his eyes as she asked, "Do you know something?" Wu Qingnian was incredibly close, and Zhao Fu felt that something was off. Facing Wu Qingnian, who was so close, Zhao Fu felt quite awkward and turned his head away as he said, "This matter is too high profile, and it is way too different compared to how low profile Great Qin's legatee acted in the past. The Ying family seems to have done this to attract attention to itself. Looks like I wasn't wrong about you." Wu Qingnian suddenly grinned and held Zhao Fu's arm, pulling him up from his chair as she said, "Let's go. I just so happen to be lacking a +1. Zhao Fu was speechless, and he expressed that he really didn't want to go. After all, that banquet was just a farce. However, in the end, Zhao Fu was still dragged there by Wu Qingnian. After arriving at the banquet, Zhao Fu found that it was filled with upper-class people dressed in gorgeous clothing. Wu Qingnian was wearing a red dress and looked beautiful, and she gave off a slight domineering air as she walked arm in arm with Zhao Fu. They immediately attracted many people's gazes, but despite being somewhat good-looking, Zhao Fu's plain aura made Wu Qingnian seem less impressive. Zhao Fu had no choice about this. He wanted to be as low profile as possible and couldn't attract attention to himself. As such, he dressed and acted as plainly as possible. Because Wu Qingnian was so attractive, This was the only thing he could do. The sight of them together was like a brilliant flower being placed on a pile of cow dung, or a perfect head of cabbage being eaten by a pig. Many handsome men looked at Wu Qingnian with pity in their eyes. A few of the people who knew Wu Qingnian were quite surprised when they saw Zhao Fu beside her. They greeted her with strange looks and looked at Zhao Fu while asking in a friendly and curious manner, "May I ask who this is?" Because they didn't know Zhao Fu but he was treated like this by Wu Qingnian, they suspected that he was the young master of some large but reserved family. Before Wu Qingnian could reply, one of the Ying family's members whispered into their ears, and after finding out that Zhao Fu was just an ordinary member of the collateral family, their attitudes towards him completely changed. However, even if they didn't have to give Zhao Fu face, they still needed to give Wu Qingnian face. As such, they didn't mock him, but they couldn't hide their disdain for Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Wu Qingnian slightly frowned. However, the other people had already given them a lot of face, so she could not say much. Afterwards, those people found an excuse to leave Wu Qingnian and Zhao Fu. At this moment, Wu Qingnian turned to look at Zhao Fu, who looked quite calm, and curiously asked, "Zhao Fu, aren't you angry?" Zhao Fu suddenly smiled and looked at her as he replied, "Why would I be angry? Just because they look down on me? With my current status, there's nothing surprising about that." Wu Qingnian wasn't quite sure how to reply to this, but a faint smile appeared on her lips as she said, "Then don't you want to change your status? Even though the Ying family isn't willing to support you, I can give you some resources to help you establish your own faction. Perhaps one day you'll be able to rise to fame." "No need, I can do it on my own." Zhao Fu suddenly gave off a calm, indescribable aura. Rise to fame? How could that be his goal? Zhao Fu's ambition was to conquer the world. The aura that Zhao Fu suddenly gave off caused Wu Qingnian's heart to tremble. However, Wu Qingnian immediately became serious and gazed at Zhao Fu as she said, "Zhao Fu, is there something you've been hiding from me this entire time?" Zhao Fu was quite surprised, but he felt that he hadn't said anything that could give him away. This woman's instincts were quite amazing, so he ambiguously said, "Not really, and even if there was, they'd all be small matters to you." "Really?" Wu Qingnian looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously, seeming to not fully believe him. Zhao Fu nodded earnestly. Just as Wu Qingnian was about to say something, surprised cries came from the entrance, drawing many people's attention. Zhao Fu also turned and looked, and he saw a peerlessly beautiful woman walk in. She had a graceful bearing and was wearing a white dress. Her skin was white as snow and seemed incredibly tender, and she had a flawlessly beautiful face. Her dark hair fell to her shoulders, and she was so beautiful that the people who saw her felt like they were being suffocated. When she appeared, she seemed to radiate light, drawing the attention of everyone present. After listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Fu realized that this woman was Su Yuan, a superstar. Zhao Fu didn't care much, and he looked away. "Not bad, you only looked at such a beautiful superstar for 3 seconds." Wu Qingnian's voice suddenly came from beside him. Zhao Fu rolled his eyes at Wu Qingnian as he replied, "I'm not someone who places great emphasis on looks, nor am I interested in those things. Everyone has their own desires and ambitions, so don't judge everyone the same way. Plus, your looks aren't inferior to hers at all." Wu Qingnian smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I'm starting to like you more and more." Zhao Fu felt quite awkward and wasn't sure what to do. At this moment, the people around them started clamoring again. A handsome young man, who had a few elderly people around him, slowly walked into the hall. The main character of the banquet had officially arrived. 171 Supreme. As the young man walked in, countless people immediately gathered around him with kind smiles plastered all over their faces, and they tried to express their goodwill. Li Wu walked into the hall like a moon surrounded by countless stars. The upper-class people around him were people who he could only look at before, but they were now incredibly respectful towards him and trying to curry favor with him. When he looked at these upper-class people, Li Wu, an ordinary person, was incredibly delighted and cheerful. However, on the surface, Li Wu pretended to look humble and courteous. He knew that he was just a fake that the Ying family had found. These people were trying to curry favor with the status of Great Qin's legatee, not himself personally. What he needed to do was to act as Great Qin's legatee as the Ying family wished and become truly powerful with their help. One day, he would make these important and noble figures truly bow at his feet. After reaching the center of the hall, Li Wu did as they had rehearsed and walked onto the stage with a confident smile on his face as he said, "Everyone, welcome to my banquet. Today is the day that I officially return to the Ying family, and it is the day that the Ying family will rise up. The Great Qin Empire shall once again rise to glory and will be completely unstoppable. Great Qin will be restored to its former majesty. Those who are friends with Great Qin will receive innumerable benefits, but those who are enemies of Great Qin will be scattered like ashes and dispersed like smoke." After Li Wu spoke, the hall erupted with tremendous applause. Even though some people didn't quite understand, they still vigorously clapped. They all knew how important Great Qin's legatee was. If they could curry favor with him, their entire family would benefit. Zhao Fu could understand what Li Wu was trying to do. He was drawing many factions to his side while also quashing any thoughts of resistance against Great Qin. He expressed his power and might while also expressing his amicability and willingness to make allies. Following this, Li Wu officially changed his surname to Ying, becoming Ying Wu. If it was Zhao Fu, he wouldn't change his surname, he would always be surnamed Zhao with his mother. This was something that would never change. After Ying Wu spoke, he slowly descended from the stage, and countless people surrounded him, wanting to become closer with Great Qin's legatee. Do you want to go over? A trace of a smile appeared on Wu Qingniang's face as she looked over at Ying Wu and spoke to Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it but decided not to enter the muddy water, so he shook his head. Wu Qingniang withdrew her arm from Zhao Fu's arm and said, I'll go over to take a look at Great Qin's legatee, wait for me here and don't run off like last time. That was exactly what Zhao Fu had been planning to do because this sort of place did not suit him at all. He was quite uncomfortable and bored, so he wanted to leave quickly. He hadn't thought that Wu Qingniang would guess his intentions, so he could only nod and agree to stay here until she came back. At this moment, there was already a woman by Ying Wu's side who had completely drawn his attention. Unsurprisingly, it was Su Yuan. Of course, Ying Wu recognized this superstar and was quite drawn to her. Su Yuan was someone who most men dreamed that they could be with, and before, it would have been impossible for Ying Wu to even see this superstar in person. It would only have been possible for him to meet her in his dreams. However, now, she was taking the initiative to chat with him, making him feel as if his dreams were coming true. In fact, he couldn't believe that this was happening. Su Yuan was already incredibly beautiful on television, and Ying Wu had never thought that she would be even more mesmerizing in person. Ying Wu's heart started to race when looking at Su Yuan's beauty. He had completely fallen for her. Indeed, if an ordinary man could marry her, he could die happy. Ying Wu felt indescribable joy in his heart, and he felt as if he was in heaven. He was filled with many wonderful and ecstatic feelings. Hello. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded out from beside him, and Ying Wu turned to look over. It was a woman wearing a red dress with beautiful looks that weren't inferior to Su Yuan's. However, the aura she gave off was different to the one of beauty that Su Yuan gave off. It was one that made any man desperately want to conquer her. Ying Wu felt that his status was quite great. He had met so many devastating beauties in such a short period of time, and they had all taken the initiative to talk to him. However, he had seen this woman standing next to another man before, and she had had her arm in his, making them seem quite intimate. Ying Wu nodded and greeted her back before turning to glance at Zhao Fu in the distance. When he saw his delicate, handsome face but unimpressive aura, he seemed to be a small figure. Ying Wu didn't understand how such a person could gain the favor of such a top-tier beauty, and as a man, Ying Wu couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Zhao Fu detected Ying Wu's gaze and inwardly smiled. However, he continued to stand there calmly and wait for Wu Qingniang. Wu Qingniang's arrival caused Su Yuan to slightly frown because she felt a slight threat from Wu Qingniang. That was what her womanly instincts told her. However, after the three of them chatted for a while, there wasn't a sense of an imminent explosion, and everyone spoke quite amicably. It was as if the three of them all knew something, and each of them gave the others a good impression. Afterwards, Wu Qingniang returned to Zhao Fu's side and apologetically smiled as she said, "Sorry for making you wait for so long." Zhao Fu didn't mind and shook his head, signaling that it was fine. "Let's go then, I know you don't want to stay here," Wu Qingming said as they left the hall. After walking away from the hall, Wu Qingniang's expression became serious as she sighed and said, "Aren't you curious as to what I got out of that?" Zhao Fu looked over in surprise and replied, "A little, what is it?" Wu Qingniang breathed out before saying, "Indeed, that person wasn't Great Qin's real legatee. Even though his temperament wasn't bad, he's far below Great Qin's real legatee." "Oh," Zhao Fu calmly replied before looking at Wu Qingniang's serious expression and asking, "Why do you seem so serious about Great Qin's legatee?" Wu Qingniang rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she replied, "Only you don't know the danger of Great Qin's legatee or how terrifying he is. This fellow has refused to show himself, and he hides in the boundless darkness like an evil dragon. Who can be at ease? Who can know what he'll do in the next moment? Is he really that terrifying?" Zhao Fu suddenly smiled as he asked. Wu Qingniang nodded earnestly and said, "If you ever meet him, you'll understand fear that penetrates your very bones and fills your entire soul, becoming your worst nightmare. It's said that he's in East Green, which is right next to the Forest of Horrors. Zhao Fu, if you ever meet him, it's best that you stay out of his way at all costs." 172 When Zhao Fu saw how serious Wu Qingniang looked, he couldn't help but smile and nod, expressing that he understood how terrifying Great Qin's legatee was. Seeing Zhao Fu act like this, Wu Qingnian was somewhat angry and slapped Zhao Fu's arm as she said, "I'm completely serious here. I hope that you won't be traumatized after meeting him. Great Qin's real legatee is quite terrifying. I've personally experienced how monstrous he is, which is why I'm giving you this warning. Why are you being so carefree?" Zhao Fu stopped smiling and once again nodded, but with a serious expression this time. Asking him to fear himself was simply quite amusing, but when had Wu Qingnian experienced how terrifying he was? Could it be that time with the dragon's roar? Seeing this, Wu Qingnian lightly harumphed. Seeing that they had almost arrived at where Zhao Fu was staying, she said, "Zhao Fu, are you sure you don't want my help? It'll be difficult to create a large faction with your own strength." Zhao Fu replied, "I'll take care of everything myself, but—" "Thank you, Qingnian." Wu Qingnian was quite surprised because this was the first time that she had heard Zhao Fu say her name. However, she still looked at Zhao Fu earnestly as she said, "Zhao Fu, if you need anything, let me know, and I'll do my best to help you. From the first time I met you, I knew that you wouldn't be an ordinary person in the future. Since I view you so favorably, I've already started to see you as mine in my heart. Regardless of whether you're willing or not, I'll make you submit to me wholeheartedly one day. In the chaotic and dark times ahead, I'll need your help as well." Zhao Fu looked surprised after listening to Wu Qingnian. He simply couldn't understand why Wu Qingnian saw him so favorably. In the real world, he was an unimpressive, small figure, so he felt that she thought of him too highly. However, before Zhao Fu could say anything, Wu Qingnian continued and said, "I know what you want to say, but in this world, the ones who know how to judge men the best are the Wu family. After all, most of us have phoenix dragon constitutions. You're someone who I have chosen, so I believe that you'll achieve great things one day. I'm sure that you won't let me down." Zhao Fu listened to Wu Qingnian's words and was speechless towards how domineering she was. Even though he was weak in the real world, he didn't want to submit to her. After all, he was the master of Great Qin. Nevertheless, he did not bear any ill will towards Wu Qingnian, as she was trying her best to help him. Even though she was, in a sense, doing this to help herself, Zhao Fu couldn't think badly of her. Now that Wu Qingnian had made her intentions clear, she smiled as she said, "Zhao Fu, I'll give you some time to develop, but after that period of time, I'll start stepping in." Zhao Fu had no choice but to sigh and temporarily give in. "All right. Don't be so reluctant. Do you know how many men would want this but don't have the opportunity?" Wu Qingnian lightly smiled as she softly hugged Zhao Fu's arm. However, in the next instant, Wu Qingnian suddenly leaned in and sniffed Zhao Fu, curiously saying, "Zhao Fu, I've always been meaning to ask you, what have you been doing this whole time in the Heaven Awakened world? I feel like my body constitution's attraction towards you has been growing stronger and stronger." This question shocked Zhao Fu because Xianru had reminded him that he could not hide his fate in the real world. Zhao Fu suspected that Wu Qingnian's body constitution was related to fate, and he decided that after going back to the Heaven Awakened world, he would ask Xianru what the Phoenix Dragon constitution was. Zhao Fu could only quickly extricate himself from Wu Qingnian before finding an excuse to quickly return to his room. Elsewhere, Su Yuan finished talking with Ying Wu and entered a luxury car. At this moment, she received a call. After picking it up, she said earnestly, "Big sister, Great Qin's legatee was indeed fake. He's just a shield pushed by the Ying family. However, he doesn't seem to intend to fully submit to the Ying family, so he might have some value." A mature voice sounded out from the other end, saying, "I see. Also, I'll leave you to manage the 3 provinces Heaven Awakened World Forum. There are a few hidden families that seem to be about to come out of hiding, so pay some attention to that." "Understood. Thank you, big sister," Su Yuan said somewhat happily after listening to the other person's words. After Zhao Fu got back to his room, he didn't waste any more time in the real world, and he once again entered the Heaven Awakened world. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu realized that because one day in the real world was equivalent to 3 days in the Heaven Awakened world, the 3 flower spirits had been waiting for quite some time. As such, he apologetically smiled as he said, "Sorry, I've made you 3 wait." "Humphrey." Rose crossed her arms and lightly harumphed, saying somewhat angrily, "Zhao, you said that you would be back soon, but you've made us wait for such a long time. I thought you had forgotten about us." Rose, Zhao most likely had matters he couldn't get away from, Lily said amiably before Zhao Fu could reply. She was quite good at understanding others. The red-faced Peachy also nodded. Rose's character was quite simple, and when she heard them say this, she was no longer angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "All right, Zhao, I won't be angry at you then." Seeing how pure and simple she was, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. and he took out 3 spirit fruits as compensation. Following this, he continued killing the goblins in the Roland historical remnant. He stuck with his method from before, using his voice or pebbles to attract teams of goblins over. With his experience from the previous time, Zhao Fu chose places with many structures and darted around the structures, slowly wiping out team after team. He dealt with a second, a third, and a fourth team. Zhao Fu thought that killing all of the goblins here would be quite simple, but something unexpected happened when he started to take on the 5th team. He had suddenly appeared from the side, instantly killing 3 goblins. However, at that moment, one of the goblins took out a black horn and started to blow it. The horn seemed to be quite special, and the sound that came from it wasn't very loud. However, all of the goblins could hear it, and they were all attracted by it. The instant that the horn sounded out, countless goblins immediately rushed this way, causing a rumbling sound to sound out. Zhao Fu's hairs stood on end, and he didn't hesitate to run away. The situation immediately reversed, and the goblins madly chased Zhao Fu. In the end, Zhao Fu was able to rely on his agility and skills to pitifully escape from the Roland historical remnant. It was only half a day later that Zhao Fu dared to venture into the historical remnant again. However, now, the goblins were gathered in groups of roughly 20, and they seemed more alert. It would be more difficult to assassinate them now. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to change his strategy into a group battle. 173 chaotic battles. Zhao Fu turned his gaze to a small team of goblins near the outer region within the historical remnant and started to move. There were only 10 or so goblins in this team because the outer region was not too important, so the defenses here weren't as strong. Zhao Fu stayed low as he snuck over. The goblins didn't notice Zhao Fu at all and were idly chatting with each other. Zhao Fu directly took out the Sky Demon's sword and jumped down from a structure, dealing with a few normal goblins in just a few strikes. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he was still unable to instantly deal with the remaining goblins. As such, he had to use the structures to dodge their attacks. The team of goblins furiously chased Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu took advantage of his agility and the structures to deal with a few goblin rock throwers. Finally, there was only a red goblin and 2 hobgoblins remaining. Zhao Fu set a trap, and they were bound by green vines from the 3 flower spirits. Only then did Zhao Fu walk out from a dark corner with a smile. The 3 goblins desperately struggled on the ground as they hatefully glared at Zhao Fu. If their mouths were not bound by vines, they would most likely be loudly cursing at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu walked over and slashed apart the vines covering the goblins' mouths. One of the goblins immediately yelled, "Despicable human! You've killed so many of us, we definitely won't let you go. If you release me, I'll definitely kill you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. This was simply too stupid. Who would be stupid enough to release and fight the enemy that he or she had caught? Zhao Fu said in the goblin language, "Now that you've been caught by me, you have 2 options, surrender to me or die." When the goblin heard Zhao Fu speak in the goblin language, the goblin was completely shocked and immediately roared, "I won't submit to you, kill us if you dare. Humphrey. You have guts." Zhao Fu took out a whip and started to whip the goblins to force them to surrender through pain. However, Zhao Fu was surprised when the goblins did not give in. They indeed had guts. After lashing them tens of times, leaving countless wounds all over their bodies, the goblins still weren't willing to surrender. At the side, the 3 flower spirits were unable to watch on and said, "Zhao, don't keep abusing them like this, they look so pitiful." Zhao Fu also felt that this method was quite ineffective. The goblins within the historical remnant were indeed different to the ones outside. If they were like the goblins from outside, they would have surrendered already. As such, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to use the life or death contracts he had purchased before to force them to submit. These life or death contracts were master-slave contracts that forced them to hand their lives to him. He could do whatever he wanted with them, and even if they died, it would not affect him. It was only through this that Zhao Fu could force them to surrender to him. After using the life or death contracts, the contracts turned into motes of light and entered the 3 goblins' bodies. Even though the goblins still looked quite reluctant, they still decided to give in. Of course, the goblins were not very loyal to Zhao Fu, but they would at least follow his commands. Zhao Fu told the 3 flower spirits to release them, and after being unbound, the 3 goblins knelt on the ground and called out, "Lord." Zhao Fu smiled. He had achieved his goal. He took out some healing medicinal pills and gave them to the goblins before taking out 2 fine gold rank swords and a fine gold rank staff and handing them to the goblins. These fine gold rank pieces of equipment were all from Gufeng's spatial ring, and there were still hundreds of them. This was not very surprising because most elite soldiers in main cities had full sets of fine gold rank equipment, and as one of the 3 great generals, it was normal for Gufeng to possess so many so that he could distribute them his subordinates. The 3 goblins consumed the medicinal pills while joyfully receiving the fine gold rank weapons. They became much more loyal towards Zhao Fu, and because they only had some external injuries, They were able to heal quickly. Now that he had subdued these 3 goblins, Zhao Fu had effectively gained 3 capable subordinates. Even though normal goblins and goblin rock throwers had decent fighting strength, they were not good enough to be chosen by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu let them rest for a while before taking them to find another team with 10 or so goblins. With these 3 goblins helping him, things became much simpler for Zhao Fu. At the beginning, Zhao Fu rushed in, killing a few normal goblins before they could react, while his 3 goblins rushed in from the other side. They split up the remainder of the team into 2 groups, and Zhao Fu's goblins took care of a few while Zhao Fu quickly dealt with the rest. Afterwards, the 4 of them attacked the remaining blue goblin and 2 hobgoblins together. While they were distracted, 3 green vines crept up from the ground and bound the 3 enemy goblins in an instant. Now, all that was left was to force them to surrender. This time, the enemy goblins' anger was not directed at Zhao Fu but at the 3 goblins who had submitted to him. The enemy goblins cursed at them and said that they were traitors. Following this, Zhao Fu once again used the life or death contracts to force these goblins to surrender, and they continued to look for other weaker teams. After repeating this a few times, Zhao Fu's team expanded to 15 goblins. There were 2 blue goblins, 3 red goblins, and 12 hobgoblins. With these soldiers of his, there was nothing that Zhao Fu feared. He lured a team of 20 goblins and attacked them directly without using any tricks. The blue and red goblins threw fireballs and ice balls at the enemy goblins, while the hobgoblins rushed over with their weapons. Zhao Fu held the Sky Demon sword, and Sky Demon Chi entered his body as he entered the fray. 3 goblins swung their wooden clubs at him, and Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, the massive amount of force sending their clubs flying away. He then slashed the other way, sending out a black arc of sword light that hit the 3 goblins in their chests. A horrifying wound appeared on their chests as blood quickly flowed out of them, and they died on the spot. Bang! A goblin rock thrower threw a rock at Zhao Fu with all his might. Zhao Fu leaned to the side and dodged the rock before rushing at the goblin rock thrower. The battle concluded quite quickly. However, this was not because of Zhao Fu but because of his 15 goblins. After all, the other side only had 1 blue goblin, 1 red goblin, and 4 hobgoblins, and the rest were normal goblins and goblin rock throwers. On the other hand, Zhao Fu's force only had the most powerful goblins, which was why he had been able to deal with this team of goblins so easily. After dealing with those 20 goblins, some of Zhao Fu's goblins had received some injuries. After gathering the spoils, Zhao Fu told them to rest before they continued taking down more teams of goblins. 174 for professions 3 days later, Zhao Fu and his team had nearly wiped out all of the other goblins. His team had now expanded to 32 goblins, and because the battles in the last few days had been quite intense, some of his goblins had been injured or killed. Because of this, he added some more goblins to his team. He now had 5 blue goblins, 7 red goblins, and 20 hobgoblins. This was now quite a big team, and Zhao Fu led them towards the inner regions of the historical remnant. Zhao Fu had also received some information from his subdued goblins about this historical remnant. The region he had been in before was the outer region, while the true inner region was guarded by a group of minotaurs. Minotaur was a special military profession for Tauren, and minotaurs were especially violent. The goblins could only stay in the outer regions of the historical remnant because they feared the minotaurs, and they did not dare to venture into the inner regions of the historical remnant. From what he heard, Zhao Fu knew that the inner region of the historical remnant would be even more dangerous, and he understood how powerful the minotaurs were. However, he still wanted to take a look. After all, riches and honor were found with danger. Good fortune very rarely came easily, and it usually took risks to obtain. The goblins who were familiar with this area led the way, and Zhao Fu followed behind them. They passed by more and more structures until they arrived at a ruined castle. The castle was quite large and majestic, and it was a Western-styled castle. However, it had fallen into ruin, and most of the walls had collapsed. Weeds and grasses had also grown all over the castle, making it look quite desolate. What's more, Zhao Fu saw a stage with 4 gray stone steels that were about 1 meter tall, which seemed to be profession change stone steels. Zhao Fu walked over and found that they were indeed profession change stone steels, and they corresponded to the 4 types of goblins he had found in the historical remnant. Goblin Club Wielder, E+ grade military. Description: Goblin soldiers who wield clubs. Effect: receives skill, blunt attack. This first military profession somewhat surprised Zhao Fu. This was because it was E+ grade, which was slightly higher than Greatkin Z grade soldier profession. However, Zhao Fu's Greatkin soldier profession did not have a limit. An unlimited number of people could obtain that profession, while there was a limit of 1,000 goblins for this profession. However, because of the Greatkin town's bonus stats, he could have 2,000 Goblin Club wielders. At the same time, Zhao Fu suddenly felt that the Greatkin soldier profession's grade was too low and wouldn't be enough for future battles. However, Zhao Fu did not know how to raise its grade. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the other goblin professions. Rock thrower, goblin, E+ grade military, description, goblin soldiers who have terrifying rock throwing abilities, effect, receive skill, rock throwing. Hobgoblin, D grade military, description, powerful goblin soldiers who wield sharp swords, effect, receive skill, sword essentials. Blue-red, goblin, D+ grade military, description, goblin mages who can cast powerful magic, effect, receive skill, ice fire. These three professions also had limits. The goblin rock thrower profession had a limit of 500, the hobgoblin profession had a limit of 200, and the blue-red goblin profession had a limit of 100. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and found that the profession change stone steels could be moved, making him quite happy. He immediately put them into his king's ring. With these 4 profession change stone steels, the goblins would have a complete set of professions. Next, Zhao Fu turned his gaze towards the castle. He told his goblins to wait outside while he went inside to scout out the situation. With his assassin profession, he didn't need to worry. However, if he brought too many people in, it was likely that they would be found out. The goblins heeded his orders and remained outside. After all, they were quite afraid of the minotaurs. Zhao Fu entered the castle from a hole in a wall and suppressed his aura as he ventured inside. At first, Zhao Fu did not find much, and his surroundings were quite normal. It was very quiet, but as Zhao Fu advanced, he started to hear sounds from ahead. There were loud snores, the sound of things being smashed, and loud roars. The various voices all sounded like they came from cows. Zhao Fu slowly climbed up a rather tall structure and looked ahead, and he saw roughly 50 or so minotaurs. These minotaurs had the body of a human and the head of a cow. They also had muscles all over their bodies and a piece of beast skin covering their waists. However, these minotaurs were exceptionally big, about 4 meters tall, and they were easily angered. When they went berserk, their eyes would turn blood red. Furthermore, apart from the normal minotaurs, he also saw the minotaur chief standing in front of a pair of exquisitely carved doors. This minotaur chief was 6 meters tall and had a pair of sharp horns that gave off a dark light. His muscles were well defined, and he gave off an incredibly powerful aura of suppression. After observing these things, Zhao Fu left and thought about how he could deal with these minotaurs. They possessed a profession that had powerful, explosive strength, and with how easily they went berserk, they were even more dangerous. After all, their strength increased by many times in their berserk state. With how terrifying these minotaurs were, it was best to not confront them in a direct fight. Rather, using strategies and tricks would be much more effective. Zhao Fu thought of something and found a tree that was 10 or so meters tall. He took out a chain that was 2 fingers wide that he had prepared a while ago in the Great Ken town, and he found a large rock. Whether this plan could work depended on cooperation. Moreover, because of the existence of the Minotaur Chief, Zhao Fu had to be careful. After all, the normal Minotaurs would obey the Minotaur Chief, and if the Chief detected anything, the entire plan would fall apart. Right now, Zhao Fu's strength wasn't enough to take on the Minotaur Chief. Following this, the plan went into motion. Zhao Fu took a few goblins into the castle and chose a Minotaur who away from the rest of the group. He threw a rock at him before pushing out a goblin, who continuously provoked the Minotaur. The goblin pushed out by Zhao Fu felt wronged because he feared Minotaurs. However, he was unable to resist Zhao Fu's threats, and because Zhao Fu had guaranteed his life, he could only reluctantly provoke the Minotaur. Facing a goblin from outside, the Minotaur wasn't too wary. If it was Zhao Fu provoking them, the Minotaurs would have been very wary of him, and many Minotaurs would have come to kill him. Very soon, under the goblin's repeated provocations, the Minotaur became angered, and its eyes became blood red as it breathed out steam and rushed at the goblin. It was a success. Zhao Fu hurriedly picked up that goblin and turned and ran. 175 ancient power. The enraged Minotaur gave off a murderous aura as it charged over, knocking over a few walls in the process. Sand and dust immediately filled the air, and his blood-red eyes searched around for the goblin. However, after looking around for a while, he found that the goblin had disappeared, causing him to become even more furious. Just as he was about to vent his anger, the goblin appeared in the distance and continued to provoke him. The Minotaur roared, vowing to tear the goblin into pieces, and he once again rushed over. Just like last time, after the Minotaur rushed over, the goblin once again disappeared and reappeared further away. If any rational person saw this, he or she would have detected that something was off. However, the Minotaur had completely lost his ability to reason, and he didn't even consider that this was quite suspicious. Right now, he just wanted to rip that goblin to shreds, but the goblin was able to escape every time. Bang! The Minotaur blew up the wall with a punch, causing bricks to fly everywhere, and he gave off a monstrous aura. In the distance, the goblin that Zhao Fu had pushed out saw this, and his face paled. If he was hit by that punch, he would be turned into meat paste. His body trembled and turned to say to Xiaofu, who was hiding in the shadows, "Lord, you have to protect me. My tiny life is in your hands right now." All right, don't worry," Xiaofu said as he looked at the berserk minotaur and smiled. This smile made the goblin feel quite worried, but with his own strength, he wouldn't survive if the minotaur chased and attacked him, so he could only rely on Xiaofu. As such, he continued to point at the minotaur and curse, "You bastard, cow-headed pig, you're the shame of the Tauran race." Roar. The minotaur furiously charged at the goblin again, and Xiaofu immediately picked up the goblin and used his agility to dart around the structures. In a few dashes and leaps, he appeared in the distance again. This happened time and time again. Finally, the minotaur chased them to a street, and when he saw that the despicable goblin was no longer running, flames of fury erupted from his heart, and he started to unleash all of his rage. His eyes became more and more blood red, and he breathed out white steam. Each of his steps was incredibly heavy as he rushed at the goblin again. From how ferocious he looked, it seemed like he could stomp the goblin into meat paste. However, his feet suddenly stepped onto an unremarkable pile of hay. The minotaur was given a big shock, and he felt that his feet had been caught by something. In the next moment, the sound of a massive rock hitting the ground sounded out as his entire body was lifted into the air. Xiaofu's trap was very simple. He used a goblin to lure the minotaur out and an iron chain to form a trap. When the minotaur stepped into the trap, Xiaofu would cause the massive rock attached to the other end of the iron chain to fall, bringing the minotaur into the air by his foot. Now that the minotaur was strung up in the air, no matter how powerful he was, he could not use his strength. He was currently swinging his fists about furiously, but if he calmly thought about it, he would most likely be able to free himself from the iron chain. However, right now, the minotaur only wanted to destroy things. This iron chain was something that Xiaofu had specially made, so how could he allow the minotaur to destroy it? Xiaofu smiled as he walked over. The minotaur was going mad and had completely lost his mind. He continuously roared and wanted to rip apart everyone in front of him. This minotaur's strength was quite powerful, and even the wind from swinging his arms around was enough to injure people. Xiaofu walked over and released a faint shield from his king's domain to defend against the wind from the minotaur's flailing, and Xiaofu took out a life-or-death contract. He had set up this trap not to kill the minotaur but to force him into submission. After all, if he had a few minotaurs, it would not be too difficult to defeat the other minotaurs within the castle. After Xiaofu used a life-and-death contract, the contract turned into motes of light and flew towards the minotaur. However, they were unable to enter his body. Instead, they were repelled by an invisible force. Xiaofu frowned and used another contract when he saw the motes of light scatter, but it also failed. This caused Xiaofu to sigh. It seemed that life-or-death contracts were useless against minotaurs. Since there was no way of subduing this minotaur, Xiaofu could only kill him. Seeing how berserk he was, it was best to not give him an opportunity to draw the other minotaurs here. Xiaofu slowly drew the sky demon sword at his waist and sent his king's power into it. The sword gave off a sharp and black sword light, and Xiaofu slashed out with it, causing the minotaur's head to fall from the rest of his body. It was as if a bottle of blood had been opened, and blood continuously poured out from his neck. The sky demon's sword happily devoured the minotaur's fleshly essence and delightfully cried. Such powerful fleshly essence was great nourishment for it. After the minotaur died, he dropped an orb of green light. This orb of light was about as big as a fist and gave off an ancient aura, and one could sense the power coming from it. As such, Xiaofu picked it up and looked at it. Ancient power, a type of pure physical power that can be fused into one's body or equipment. Ancient power? After looking at its description, Xiaofu looked down and asked the sky demon's sword, "Do you want this?" The sky demon, who was enjoying its feast, rapidly shook its head as it said, "I don't want that type of physical power." Xiaofu decided that since the sky demon didn't want it, he would use it on himself and see just what effects it had. After all, this power felt quite rare. Following this, Xiaofu pressed the orb of green light against his chest, and it entered his body before turning into a ray of green light and dispersing. Immediately, Xiaofu felt like some sort of power had entered his body, causing him to tremble. His heart then started to thump rapidly as his body heated up. This lasted for an hour before stopping because Xiaofu's king's power had directly devoured a portion of the ancient power. It seemed that ancient power was definitely inferior to king's power, or it wouldn't have been devoured so easily. Despite this, the ancient power's effects were still evident. Xiaofu's strength and constitution stats rose considerably, and Xiaofu could feel the ancient power within his body. It was a power that had greatly nourished his fleshly body. Moreover, the ancient power had also made Xiaofu's slightly skinny body become a bit more muscular, which surprised Xiaofu. Feeling the ancient power coursing through his body, Xiaofu looked up at the minotaur's dry corpse. Since he could not subdue these minotaurs, he could only kill them. As such, This trap was useless. Zhao Fu decided to set up a more convenient trap, but that would take some time to prepare. 176 Level 9 Royal Bloodline. Following this, Zhao Fu led his 32 goblins to dig a pit. Zhao Fu stabbed his sword 1 meter deep into the ground and then sent his power through the sword, obliterating the ground around it. Digging the pit went quite quickly, as he found that the hobgoblins could also dig efficiently with their swords. What's more, the 20 hobgoblins were all at least stage 1. Zhao Fu worked together with the goblins, and after half a day of work, they had dug a pit that was 6 meters wide and 20 meters deep. After digging such a massive pit, the goblins and Zhao Fu were all exhausted. Sweat ran down their bodies as they sat down and panted. Seeing this, the 3 flower spirits took out 3 small towels and helped Zhao Fu wipe his sweat. A while later, Zhao Fu affixed 20 or so sharp fine gold rank spears to the bottom of the pit before returning to the surface. They layered some hay on top of the trap and all over the surrounding area, completing the trap. Zhao Fu felt satisfied when he saw the result. Now, they had to continue luring minotaurs, and Zhao Fu looked at the goblin who had done well in provoking the minotaur earlier. The goblin's body trembled when he saw Zhao Fu's evil look. He tried to shrink within the crowd of goblins. After all, he simply didn't want to provoke any more minotaurs. Before, his heart had almost been scared out of his chest. However, despite his unwillingness, Zhao Fu grabbed him from the group of goblins. That goblin's expression became incredibly despairing and bitter, and he looked incredibly wronged. However, after Zhao Fu threw over a bottle of little spirit pills, the goblin's expression immediately changed to one of determination. After coming to the castle again, Zhao Fu's gaze fell on a minotaur who was lying on the ground towards the outside and snoring loudly. Zhao Fu picked up a pebble and threw it at the minotaur, striking him squarely on his head. However, the minotaur did not react much, he merely scratched his head before continuing to sleep. Zhao Fu was speechless and picked up a rock that was as big as a fist and threw it. The rock tore through the air in a graceful arc before slamming down onto the minotaur's head. Roar! After being hit by the rock, a large bruise appeared on the minotaur's head. The minotaur leapt to his feet and became incredibly berserk. His eyes became blood red as he searched for the bastard who had disturbed his sleep. This time, without Zhao Fu having to push it, the hobgoblin jumped out and yelled, "Big cow head! You stupid cow, come and catch me!" Roar! The minotaur furiously roared again. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he shot out like a cannonball towards the goblin. This ferocious charge caused the goblin's face to pale as he suddenly felt the aura of death. His body froze on the spot, and he started to sweat. Just as the minotaur was about to smash into the goblin, a hand grabbed him, and he disappeared. Bang! The minotaur smashed into where the goblin had been, leaving a large crater in the ground and sending a lot of sand and dust into the air. The minotaur's blood-red eyes searched around for that despicable figure, and he saw the goblin in the distance, causing the minotaur to charge after him. After this happened a few times, the minotaur once again saw the goblin provoking him in the distance. He was completely infuriated by this point, and he roared as he stormed over, vowing to rip the goblin into shreds. Bang! The minotaur was incredibly fast, and just as he was about to reach the goblin, he suddenly could no longer feel the ground under his feet, causing him to fall down. Success! Zhao Fu grinned as he walked out from the side and looked down into the pit. The minotaur had been impaled by 10 or so spears, and blood flowed down the shafts of the spears. The minotaur had not died, and he was still whirling his arms around, trying to get up. Zhao Fu quickly descended into the pit and ended the minotaur's life, not allowing him to continue struggling. This minotaur also dropped an ancient power orb, and his fleshly essence was devoured by the sky demon. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the minotaur's dry corpse to the surface. This luring and killing tactic was very successful. The next thing was, of course, to lure the minotaurs here one by one and make them fall into this trap. This took Zhao Fu a few days, and he led over 30 or so minotaurs one by one, dealing with them individually. During that time, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Zhao Fu had also obtained 30 or so ancient power orbs. He had tried to use more but found that one person could only use one, so these orbs were useless to him. This had somewhat messed up Zhao Fu's plans. After using the ancient power orb, he had found that his internal injuries had slightly recovered. The azure energy stopping his recovery was slightly reduced, and Zhao Fu regained some of his strength. He had hoped to use the ancient power to fully heal himself and to return to the peak of his strength. However, it seemed like this was not possible, so he could only put them away. However, Zhao Fu used one to reward the goblin who he used each time to lure minotaurs. After using the ancient power orb, great changes happened to his appearance. The 1.3 meter tall goblin became 1.5 meters tall. His body was covered with muscles, and his stats also greatly rose. It was like watching a poor and haggard-looking man turn into a muscular man filled with vitality. At the same time, his aura became many times more powerful, making the other goblins admire him greatly. The goblin changed so much because his bloodline was far inferior to this power. Because Zhao Fu already had a level 9 royal bloodline, he didn't change much. After killing 30 or so minotaurs, the Minotaur chief sensed that something was wrong, and Zhao Fu didn't dare to act rashly anymore. If Zhao Fu tried to lure any more minotaurs, it was possible that he would draw all of the remaining minotaurs, including the Minotaur chief. Zhao Fu had the confidence to deal with an ordinary minotaur, but he wasn't confident against the Minotaur chief. The aura he gave off was simply too dangerous. As such, he could only remain in this stalemate. Zhao Fu didn't dare to rashly act while the minotaurs still didn't know who their enemy was. In the end, Zhao Fu could only strengthen his resolve and take a big risk to deal with the remaining 20 or so minotaurs and the Minotaur chief. 177 Dark Times. Zhao Fu's task at hand was to dig pits night and day, and he and his 32 goblins started to dig more and more. Back at Heavenstone City, Shi Jian, who had been comatose, finally woke up. He had received even heavier injuries than Zhao Fu, which was why he had only woken up now. Lying on his bed, Shi Jian looked as if he had suddenly aged 10 or so years, and there were even traces of white hair on his head. Liu Sheng and Yu Limping had long since been waiting at his side. Yu Limping had already recovered, and while Liu Sheng's hands had been chopped off by Zhao Fu, they had somehow been reattached. However, his cultivation had been greatly reduced. When they saw Shi Jian slowly open his eyes, they gently called out, "City Lord." Shi Jian weakly nodded and put his hand on the side of the bed, trying to get up. Liu Sheng and Yu Limping quickly came up to help, and they sat Shi Jian up against a pillow. Liu Sheng and Yu Limping started to report as to what had gone on in the past few days. There were matters about the Qian family, the effects that the monstrous battle had on Heavenstone City, and the matters about young Lord Shi Wen. Hearing these things, Shi Jian sighed, "Call Winner over, I want to talk to him." When Shi Wen, who had been placed under house arrest for the past few days, heard that his father had sent for him, he looked incredibly happy as he ran to Shi Jian's room. However, seeing his father, who looked like he had aged and suffered much, he felt incredibly emotional. Adding on the grievances he had suffered in the past few days, he ran over and held on to Shi Jian as he cried. After a while, Shi Jian looked at the crying Shi Wen with a kind expression and patted his shoulder as he weakly said, "Have the past few days been tough on you?" Shi Wen looked up at his father and wiped his tears with his hand as he said guiltily, "Dad, I'm sorry, it was all my fault that you were injured so heavily." After the past few days, Shi Wen had heard what happened. He had never thought that what he originally thought to be a small matter would have such serious consequences. When he saw that his son had regretted his actions, Shi Jian felt a slight sense of joy in his heart. He felt much more comforted, and he suddenly felt that being injured had been worth it. Shi Jian said, "Now you know how terrifying and cruel this world is. Even though I was chosen by a sovereign to be a city lord, I'm not invincible. Now that such a powerful otherworlder has appeared in such a short period of time, we can be sure that there will be more and more of these experts in the future. You won't be able to imagine just how cruel the future is. It will be a time of boundless darkness and killing. I can only protect you for a while, not for your entire life. If you continue to live in such a muddle-headed way and live only for pleasure, it's possible that you'll be killed by such an expert in the future. In those dark times, even if you survive by luck, you might become someone below others and be even worse off than dogs or pigs. It's possible that dying will only be something that you can desire. Dad, will the future really be that terrifying?" Hearing how serious his father sounded, Shi Wen asked in slight disbelief. Shi Jian nodded as he smiled bitterly and said, "Everything you see is only temporary. You'll understand when the time comes. However, when that time comes, the world will already have become hell." Shi Wen nodded earnestly. Seeing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Shi Jian's face and he felt comforted as he said, "I'll leave the Qian family's matter to you then." By now, a change had happened within Shi Wen's heart. Before, he thought that he could do anything he wanted without fear because of his father's position. Now that this had happened, he couldn't help but change his thinking. In a world where the mighty reigns supreme, he did not want to become someone below others. Now that Shi Jian had been heavily injured, this gave Shi Wen an alarming wake-up call. When he thought of the Qian family, a determined expression appeared on Shi Wen's face, and he looked up at Shi Jian as he said, "Dad, I'll take care of it now, I promise that you'll be satisfied." After saying this, Shi Wen left and drew his sharp sword. He went to a room with many beautiful women within it. These were all the women the Qian family had given him to play with. Even though players could normally leave the Heaven Awakened world when they wished, they could not leave when in battle or when imprisoned. In such circumstances, they would only be able to leave if they died. However, once they died, they would lose essentially everything, so the Qian family's people were reluctant to kill themselves. As such, they had waited in captivity this entire time, hoping that the hedonistic young master, Shi Wen, would save them. However, they far underestimated Shi Wen's ruthlessness. After entering the room, the women stroked their hair coquettishly and wanted to curry favor with Shi Wen like they had in the past to ask him to spare the Qian family. Kai. Shi Wen had long since become somewhat tired of these women, and he used his sword to stab through one of their hearts. Seeing this, the rest of the women screamed and immediately kneeled on the ground to beg for mercy. However, Shi Wen did not react at all, and he killed the rest of the women with a few swings of his sword. Following this, Shi Wen personally took a team of city guards to the Qian family's residence. When the Qian family's leader saw Shi Wen, he was incredibly delighted. If it was anyone else bringing city guards, the Qian family would be in trouble, but with Shi Wen, the situation was different. After all, he thought that Shi Wen was easy to deal with. He would bring out a few beauties and give him a few rare items, and the Qian family would be safe. Young Lord Shi, please save the Qian family. We were plotted against by others and had no idea about this. The Qian family's leader threw off all responsibility and acted innocent and pitiful as he walked up and spoke to Shi Wen. The other people from the Qian family all cried out to Shi Wen and told him that they were innocent and that they had been framed, trying to make it seem like they were good people. Facing these people from the Qian family, Shi Wen savagely laughed, causing the Qian family's leader to stare in surprise. In the next second, a sword light flashed, and the Qian family's leader's head rolled off his neck. Kill them all, don't spare a single one. Shi Wen ordered as the city guards started to massacre the Qian family. At that moment, Shi Wen looked at the Qian family's leader's noble and dignified-looking wife, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. He dragged her into a room, and pitiful cries sounded out. After a while, Shi Wen came out looking quite disheveled. There was a satisfied smile on his face as he walked out, leaving behind a naked corpse in the room. From then onwards, the Qian family, which had dominated Heavenstone City, was completely uprooted. This news allowed many people to sigh in relief and feel extremely joyful. That scourge had finally been rid of. After Shi Wen had left him, Shi Jian looked out with a serious expression and said, "Now that Heavenstone City has established enmity with that person, he'll come back sooner or later. In light of Heavenstone City facing complete destruction, we have to do something." 178 trap kills. Hearing this, Liu Sheng and Yu Limping looked quite serious, and they lowered their heads and cupped their fists as they said, "Please give us orders, City Lord." Shi Jian thought before replying, "Go and talk to those 3 people. If they can help, Heavenstone City will not be in as much danger." After talking to Shi Jian, Liu Sheng and Yu Limping turned and left. Those 3 people were the city lords of the 3 other main cities in East Green. Back over at Zhao Fu's side, he and the 32 goblins had spent 10 days and 9 nights digging a pit that was 30 meters wide and 100 meters deep. After digging this hole, Zhao Fu affixed 50 or so fine gold rank spears at the bottom. These were all of the spears that Zhao Fu had, and they definitely wouldn't be enough. As such, Zhao Fu went and found an iron tree, and he used its wood to create another 100 or so spears. Following this, he prepared some more things. After that, the super big pitfall trap was completed. It was easy to guess Zhao Fu's aim, to lure all of the minotaurs into this super big pitfall trap. This time, Zhao Fu would have to personally lure the minotaurs instead of using goblins again. The goblins temporarily waited here and set an ambush. When Zhao Fu lured the minotaurs over, they would activate the mechanism for the pitfall trap. In order to prevent anything from going wrong, Zhao Fu checked everything many times, and after making sure that everything was perfect, he started the plan. Zhao Fu hid his presence as he stealthily entered the castle. He found a high place to stand as he looked down at the Minotaur chief lying down on the ground. At this moment, Zhao Fu took out the Great Spirit Rock bow and knocked an arrow as he used his full strength to draw the bow. He sent his king's power into the arrow and aimed it at the Minotaur chief's head. Swish! After releasing the arrow, it turned into a streak of black and violet light and gave off a ferocious and sharp aura as it tore through the air. It flashed and drew an arc in the air before arriving before the Minotaur chief. Suddenly, the Minotaur chief, who had been lying down, leaped to his feet and formed a fist. All of the muscles in his body bulged as he punched out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as if the air had erupted, and the massive amount of force behind the Minotaur chief's punch sent the arrow flying away. In the next moment, Zhao Fu revealed himself. Now that their hidden enemy had finally revealed himself, the Minotaur chief's eyes became blood red with fury as he looked at the mysterious black-clothed person standing high up above with a bow in his hand. The Minotaur chief grabbed a rock that was the size of a millstone and easily threw it like a normal person throwing a pebble. The massive rock made a whooshing sound as it flew towards Zhao Fu with great force. Bang! Zhao Fu stared in surprise before leaping down. The massive rock smashed into where Zhao Fu had been previously standing, leaving a 5-meter deep crater. The force it contained was simply monstrous. When he saw that his attack hadn't hit Zhao Fu, the Minotaur chief's legs tensed before turning into a blur, and he charged towards where Zhaofu was. The other Minotaurs also went berserk, and their eyes became blood red as they followed the Minotaur chief towards where Zhaofu was. Just as Zhaofu jumped down, he felt a dangerous aura approach. He turned around and saw that the Minotaur chief was already within 20 meters of him. So fast. Zhaofu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He immediately turned and ran in the direction of the pitfall trap. Zhaofu was also extremely fast, and he turned into a black blur as he dashed and leaped around the structures, appearing far away in just a few moments. However, the Minotaur chief was not slow either, and he was savage to the extreme. He charged his way through structures and even gradually closed the gap between Zhaofu and himself. Zhaofu saw that if he didn't do anything, the Minotaur chief would catch up to him. As such, Zhaofu could only take out the throwing knives that he used very rarely. Swish. 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 Following this, Zhaofu started to throw the throwing knives one after another. They tore through the air and gave off cold glints as they flew towards the Minotaur chief's head. However, the Minotaur chief exploded with a green aura and ignored those throwing knives. As the throwing knives hit his body, it was as if they had collided with metal, and clanging sounds rang out as they bounced off. This greatly surprised Zhaofu, and the Minotaur chief continued to close the distance. As such, Zhaofu could only give up on the throwing knives and decided to use hellfire balls. Zhaofu didn't use hellfire balls much these days, but with the Sky Demon's power, their might was greatly boosted. Zhaofu stretched out his hand, and a blood-red flame gathered within it, instantly growing to the size of a basketball. As soon as the hellfire ball formed, Zhaofu threw it at the Minotaur chief's head. Facing the incoming fireball, the Minotaur chief roared and clenched his fist, which also gave off a green light and gathered a monstrous energy. Boom! The Minotaur chief once again punched out, and the force behind the punch caused even the air to explode. An invisible force collided with a hellfire ball that Zhaofu had thrown, causing it to scatter into fiery sparks and disappear. What was even more terrifying was that the invisible force did not disappear and continued towards Zhaofu. This greatly surprised Zhaofu, and he twisted in the air to avoid this attack. The invisible force continued forwards and hit a wall, creating a crater in the image of a massive fist. By now, the Minotaur chief had greatly closed the distance between himself and Zhaofu, and he was now only 10 meters away. The Minotaur chief once again raised his fist, and Zhaofu realized that there was no more he could do. Suddenly, 3 green vines exploded out from the ground and bound the Minotaur chief's feet. The Minotaur chief quickly broke free of them, but during that time, Zhaofu was about to extend the distance between himself and the Minotaur chief to 20 meters. Zhaofu smiled and looked down at the 3 flower spirits hidden in his clothes. This time, it was all thanks to them. Because of the vines, the Minotaur chief lost a lot of his momentum, and the distance between them started to grow. Zhaofu could now maintain a safe distance between them without having to worry too much. Very soon, Zhaofu lured the group of Minotaurs over to the trap. He stood on the other side of the trap and watched as the Minotaurs charged over, feeling somewhat nervous. He was not completely sure if the trap would work or not. Since he wanted to lure all of them in, a normal-sized trap wouldn't work. This was because if the Minotaurs at the front fell in, the ones behind them would stop, and he would not be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. As such, Zhaofu's trap was designed differently. It had hay over it to conceal it, but under the hay was a layer of wooden boards. These wooden boards were extremely sturdy and could bear the weight of the Minotaurs. Zhaofu's plan was to wait until all of the Minotaurs had stepped onto the boards, following which the hidden goblins would activate the mechanism, causing the wooden boards to fall. The Minotaurs standing on top of them would also fall into the pit, hopefully killing most of them. 179 Ring Spear. Zhaofu stood at the other side of the trap and watched the Minotaur chief and the 20 or so normal Minotaurs behind him rush over. Zhaofu started to feel nervous. The Minotaur chief was extremely fast, and it was possible that he would reach Zhaofu before the rest of the Minotaurs had even stepped within the trap. He had to limit the Minotaur chief's speed. Zhaofu took out the great sparrow-trap bow again and rapidly shot out arrows in quick succession. The arrows turned into violet streaks of light and shot towards the Minotaur chief's head. Facing so many arrows, the Minotaur chief punched out, knocking away an arrow each time. Zhaofu continued to stand still and repeatedly shoot out arrows, and the Minotaur chief gradually came closer and closer. Soon, he was only 5 meters away. Staring at this despicable enemy, the Minotaur chief tightened his fists and prepared to deliver a mighty blow to turn this person into meat paste. However, at that moment, the Minotaur chief saw that the cloaked figure was slightly smiling underneath his hood. This caused the Minotaur chief to become confused. Clatter. The hidden goblins grabbed this opportunity to activate the mechanism for the trap. The wooden planks fell, as did the Minotaurs who were standing on top of them. At the same time, the Minotaur chief also lost his balance and started to fall. However, at that moment, a cold light flashed in the Minotaur chief's eyes, and he punched out with the force that he had gathered. Bang! The punch sent out an invisible shockwave, and Zhao Fu quickly leaped to the side. The shockwave rushed past, obliterating the right corner of Zhao Fu's cloak. Luckily, Zhao Fu had reacted quickly and was not injured. After sending out this punch, the Minotaur chief fell into the pit. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy thud sounded out as the Minotaurs crashed down into the pit. A few moments later, the thudding noises stopped, and Zhao Fu went to the edge of the pit and looked down. Most of the Minotaurs had been turned into Swiss cheese, but there were still a few who were still alive. What shocked Zhao Fu was that despite falling from so far up, the Minotaur chief had broken the fine gold rank spears that he had fallen on, and those spears had only left small wounds on his body. Roar! The Minotaur chief was completely enraged, and his 6-meter-tall body released a ferocious green aura, causing the size of his body to double. His skin became bronze in color, and his horns gave off a green light as he radiated an incredibly terrifying aura. Zhao Fu was shocked and quickly ordered, "Hurry!" The goblins quickly placed the wooden boards together and formed a ramp before pushing down the massive rocks that they had prepared earlier. As the rocks rolled down, they loudly crashed against the bottom of the pit. Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to use all of his strength to throw down a giant rock that was 3 meters wide. He then continued picking up rocks and throwing them down. After going through all of the rocks that they had prepared and the other ones in their vicinity, they had filled up 30 meters of the 100-meter deep pit. Only then did Zhao Fu let out a breath of relief. Luckily, Zhao Fu had considered the possibility of not being able to kill the Minotaur chief instantly, so he had made backup plans to bury them alive. If that berserk Minotaur chief had charged out, the situation would have become disastrous. Zhao Fu decided to confirm it for himself, and he looked over the edge of the pit. He was surprised to find that there was still movement from below the rocks. It seemed that the Minotaur chief was still alive. Zhao Fu immediately yelled for the mouth of the pit to be destroyed. Hearing this, the exhausted goblins were also dumbfounded, and they used either ice balls, fireballs, or sharp sword lights to attack the sides of the pit, causing the ground around the pit to collapse and fill up the pit. Soon, Zhao Fu and the 32 goblins, feeling incredibly panicked, filled up the entire pit. However, before they could relax, the ground started to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Fortunately, this stopped after a short while. The Minotaur chief's strength was quite incredible. After everything went silent for a while, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel amazed. The Minotaur chief's strength was most likely no less than his when he was at his peak. He wasn't sure if the Minotaur chief was dead yet, but it was a pity that the items that were going to drop were down there. However, Zhao Fu didn't dare to dig down. Not only would it take too long, but they would also be doomed if the Minotaur chief wasn't dead yet. Just like that, that matter came to an end. Zhao Fu took the goblins to the ruined castle and arrived before a set of doors. The doors were about 4 meters tall and quite ancient looking, and there were beautiful carvings engraved on it. Zhao Fu hadn't been able to see the doors clearly before because he had been too far away, but he found that at the middle of the door, there was a magic seal that was half a meter tall with a silver ring at the center. This silver ring looked quite beautiful. There were mysterious pictures engraved on it, and they looked like beautiful elves. Zhao Fu gently took it off from the door and looked at its description. Celia Kluman, grade, epic rank, stats, all stats plus 10, description, a mysterious girl transformed into a ring, and this ring can bring its wearer luck. Epic rank equipment. Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised. Since he was able to obtain this epic rank piece of equipment, all of the time he had spent here wasn't wasted. Zhao Fu put on the ring, and it suddenly gave off waves of faint silver light as a figure appeared beside him. The figure was a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and she looked incredibly graceful and beautiful. Her figure was slim, and her skin was snow white. Her eyes were red, and she wore a Gothic-style dress that had a green top and a white skirt. She gave off a refreshing and moving aura. "Hello, Master," the girl said in a clear voice as she sweetly smiled at Zhao Fu after she appeared. Zhao Fu stared in surprise and realized that this was a ring spirit before smiling back and nodding. Following this, Zhao Fu chatted with her and found that the ring spirit's temperament was quite good, and she was quite lovable and cute. She was much better than Sky Demon. He also found out that her name was the same as the ring's name, Celia Kluman, so he decided to call her Celia. Afterward, Celia returned to the ring, and Zhao Fu looked up at the stone doors. 180 stats gem. While looking at these exquisite stone doors, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and used his strength to slowly push them open. It was quite dark behind the doors, and Zhao Fu could only see about 5 meters ahead of him. It was completely silent ahead, and the region beyond gave him a sense of eeriness. Just as Zhao Fu started to enter, a formless energy blocked him, surprising him. Zhao Fu suddenly thought of the gloomy jungle command medallion. After taking out a command medallion, the formless energy in front of him instantly vanished. Zhao Fu had already fused together 67 of these command medallions, and he distributed them to the goblins, planning to bring them in with him. However, Zhao Fu found that the goblins could enter without command medallions, so he took them back. Zhao Fu led the goblins and lit a few torches before entering into the space beyond the doors. At first, it seemed like a very long corridor, and everyone proceeded nervously with their guards up against any unexpected surprises. After walking for a while, they arrived at a jungle within the castle, and it was quite dark inside. However, they could still make out some things. The trees here were incredibly lush, and they heard strange noises from time to time, making this jungle seem quite frightening. Onwards. Soon, Zhao Fu encountered a few goblin club wielders. These goblins were different than the ones outside, as their skin and eyes were black. Moreover, apart from looking ferocious, they also gave off a sense of evilness. In terms of strength, they were a bit stronger than normal goblin club wielders, but this wasn't a problem as Zhao Fu's goblins were all hobgoblins and blue-red goblins. Zhao Fu essentially didn't have to do anything as the hobgoblins went up to surround them and swung their sharp swords, reducing those goblins to corpses in just a few moments. Apart from dropping some command medallion fragments, they also dropped a type of gemstone that was about as big as a fingernail. These gemstones were all different colors and shapes. Some were rhombuses, some were squares, and some were irregular shapes. From their appearance, they at least seemed quite pretty. Zhao Fu picked one up and looked at its stats. Stats gem, red, grade, white, stats, strength +1, description. Equipping this on any piece of equipment will apply bonus stats. There were 4 types of gemstones, red ones increased strength, white ones increased intelligence, green ones increased constitution, and blue ones increased agility. Is this the benefit of secret regions? Holding the gemstones in his hand, Zhao Fu stood there and thought about it, and he realized the value of this secret region. Secret silver rank equipment only gave 1 stat point and was incredibly easy to find, while these gemstones seemed quite rare. As such, these gemstones would be worth even more than normal secret silver rank equipment. When he thought of this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Great Kin had found yet another way to strengthen itself. However, in the next moment, countless terrifying figures flew out incredibly quickly from the side. Immediately, cries of pain sounded out as a dark figure swept towards Zhao Fu as well. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and he drew the Sky Demon's sword in an instant, slashing with it and sending out an arc of light. Clang! A metallic collision sound rang out as Zhao Fu's sword was blocked by his enemy's claws, allowing Zhao Fu to see what creature it was. This creature was somewhat like a cat and had a humanoid physique. It was covered with fur, concealing its appearance and revealing only a mouthful of sharp teeth. The name of this creature was displayed to be Cat Demon. Zhao Fu's sword continued to clash against the Cat Demon's claws, and the arm holding the sword started to feel numb. After remaining in this stalemate for a few seconds, the Cat Demon leaped backwards and hid within the lush jungle. Seeing this, Zhao Fu immediately yelled, "Hurry, retreat!" From that single exchange, Zhao Fu found that these Cat Demons' strength had reached stage 2, and they were also incredibly fast. If they didn't retreat, they would all die here. Following this, Zhao Fu and his goblins immediately started to retreat from this place. Half an hour later, Zhao Fu and the goblins escaped, but they looked quite wretched. 3 of the goblins had died inside, leaving only 29 now. Standing outside the door, Zhao Fu let out a breath when he saw that they were safe now. Gloomy Jungle was not a place that they could explore right now, it was simply too dangerous. The Cat Demon's strength was at least at stage 2, and they were ridiculously fast. What's more, there were many of them, so he could only give up for now. Zhao Fu closed the stone doors and gave out some recovery items to heal some of the injured goblins. Zhao Fu had also received some injuries, but because they were all surface injuries, the 3 flower spirits were able to quickly heal him. Afterwards, Zhao Fu sat on a large rock and started to think about what to do next. Since he couldn't explore Gloomy Jungle for now, he could only leave. He had already stayed here for half a month and had no idea what the situation in the Great Ken town was like, so it was time for him to return. However, this required luck. He hoped that he would be able to find a village with a teleportation channel, but this was not something he could do by worrying. He had a teleportation talisman that could allow him to teleport anywhere within 10,000 kilometers, but it was incredibly rare and could only reduce his journey by 1/3. Even if he used the teleportation talisman, he would still be 20,000 kilometers away from Nansan City. What's more, Zhao Fu was quite reluctant to use this item, and he would only use it in a situation to save his life. Even in the battle against Shi Jian, he didn't use it because he knew that he would be able to survive if he went all out. However, before leaving here, Zhao Fu still had to do a few things. Because Gloomy Jungle could bring him a lot of benefits, he could not just leave it as it was in case something happened to it. Zhao Fu decided to establish a village here to protect this place but also to make it easier for him to find this place in the future. However, Zhao Fu didn't have a city creation stone right now, So after the goblins had more or less recovered, Zhao Fu took them exploring. 181 Pity for the week. After spending a lot of effort, Zhao Fu and the 29 goblins found a village about 10 kilometers away from the historical remnant. It was a Man clan village. The Man clan was a clan during the spring and autumn period, and it was filled with uncivilized, barbaric people who idolized strength. This village was only a basic village and had around 300 people. Both the men and women were quite tall and well built, and they looked like good fighters. Even though this village had 300 people, it posed no threat to Zhao Fu and his goblins, as the Man people's cultivation was only around Tier 0 Level 3 to Tier 0 Level 4, while everyone on Zhao Fu's side was at least at Stage 1. Because there were minotaurs in gloomy jungle as well, Zhao Fu didn't worry too much about running out of ancient power orbs. In order to protect this place well, he had given each of his goblins an ancient power orb. Now, all of his goblins were covered with muscles and as sturdy as oxen. In terms of strength, most of his goblins had already reached Tier 1 Level 5, soon, they would see the advantage higher stage soldiers held over lower stage soldiers. Zhao Fu didn't use stealth as he walked out with his goblins. Instead, they gave off a dense killing intent. When the Man people saw Zhao Fu and his goblins, the Man people started to become wary, and their soldiers gathered at the entrance of the village. Perhaps it was because they realized Zhao Fu's group was quite powerful, but a big man with a fierce-looking face stepped forwards and started yelling. He seemed to be telling Zhao Fu to piss off or face the consequences. Zhao Fu could not understand their language, nor did he have any special feelings for these minority clans. In history, whenever minority clans attacked China, they would kill, plunder, destroy, and rape, committing countless evils. Kill everyone who resists. Zhao Fu said as calmly looked at the village ahead. Even though his voice was quite soft, it was filled with killing intent. Yes, Lord. The goblins heeded his orders and rushed at the Man clan village. The villagers had already aimed their bows at Zhao Fu's party, and when the goblins started to rush at them, the arrows were released at the goblins. The hobgoblins slashed out with their swords, releasing numerous sword lights and sending the arrows flying away. The blue-red goblins also released ice balls and fireballs and sent them towards the village. The goblins charged into the village like ferocious tigers rushing into a herd of sheep. This was the outcome of Stage 1 soldiers fighting against Stage 0 soldiers. If the Stage 0 soldiers had decent equipment, they could use numbers to fight against superior soldiers. However, how could this normal village defend against goblins who were many times stronger than them? It was a completely one-sided massacre. The wooden walls of the village were like bubbles in front of the goblins. A hobgoblin swung his sword and completely obliterated a section of the wall, sending wood flying. The Man people were quite fierce and tough. There were men and women holding all sorts of weapons, but they were completely outclassed. These hobgoblins were even more powerful than normal Stage 1 soldiers, and they enjoyed killing. They savagely smiled as they rushed up with their swords. 10 minutes later, the battle had ended quite quickly. Zhao Fu lowered his head and said to the 3 flower spirits, "If you don't want to look, then just hide inside my clothes." The 3 flower spirits nodded. They didn't dare to look at such a bloody scene, so they ducked within Zhao Fu's clothes. Following this, Zhao Fu walked into the village, stepping over corpse after corpse. Fresh blood had sprayed everywhere, and the scene was incredibly gory. After stepping over numerous bodies, Zhao Fu arrived at the village hall. There were 20 or so Man people remaining, and their faces were pale as their bodies trembled. In just an instant, the 300 or so villagers had been reduced to just 20. Around them were bloodied but savagely smiling goblins, and they looked like terrifying demons. They hadn't killed to their heart's content yet, and they stared at the people who surrendered. Because Zhao Fu had only ordered them to kill those who resisted, they didn't dare to kill those who had surrendered. Zhao Fu was very calm about this because he had experienced such things many times before. He went to the village hall and prepared to go in to conquer the village. At this moment, within the group of surrendered people, a woman holding a baby suddenly ran and knelt before Zhao Fu, sobbing as she said, "Lord, please spare my child." Zhao Fu stopped walking, but because of his cloak, no one could see his expression. Seeing this, one of the goblins thought that Zhao Fu was going to blame him for not keeping the captives in check, so he quickly stepped up and raised his sword, preparing to kill the mother and son. Seeing this, the mother hugged her child in her arms and desperately kowtowed as she wept and pleaded, "Lord, please spare my child." At that moment, the goblin's sword descended and was about to slay the mother and son. "Stop," Zhao Fu said, his voice soft from beneath his cloak. The goblin immediately stopped and looked quite afraid as he said, "Lord, it was my fault for this, please punish me." "No need, step down for now. And you, get up. I won't kill you or your son," Zhao Fu said before walking into the village hall. The goblin let out a sigh of relief, and the woman emotionally took the child in her arms back into the crowd. The other captives all gradually felt less fearful and anxious. Even though they spoke the man language, because they had surrendered to Zhaofu, their intentions were automatically translated, so they could understand each other. Even though Zhaofu did not possess any favorable feelings towards these minority clans, he would not act inhumanely. These surrendered people were now his subjects, and he would treat them equally and fairly. It was just that he had felt slightly moved when he saw that woman pleading for mercy. Some of it was because she reminded him of his mother when he was younger, and some of it was pity for the weak. The man people were incredibly fierce people, but if they were defeated, they could only obediently kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. This stimulated an even greater desire within Zhaofu to become stronger so that he would never fall into such a situation. Zhaofu went to the village hall and was slightly surprised to find that the village was a secret silver-grade village. He chose to conquer it and relocate it, obtaining 100 achievement points. For some reason, he had been obtaining quite a lot of achievement points, and the Great Ken town had been obtaining a lot of experience point recently. He would often receive notifications that his subordinates had taken down villages. What's more, he had also received 1,000 achievement points when he had killed Gu Feng. Now, Zhaofu had 2,800 achievement points, and he was 200 achievement points away from becoming a first-ranked baron. However, a high status didn't mean anything right now because he couldn't leave East Green. Zhaofu thought about it and decided to divert most of the achievement points in the future to Beiqi. That way, he could continue to open up paths to the outside world, buy properties, and create new restaurants. Even though he was stuck here for now, someone had to do those things. Time was money, and each region had massive profit-earning opportunities. They couldn't let go of such opportunities just because he was stuck here. However, this small decision shook all of Great Kin. 182 Comrade Zhaofu, who was right now in an unidentified location, had diverted most of the achievement points in the future to Beiqi. This simple notification showed that Zhaofu was alive. This allowed all of Great Kin's subjects to finally relax and let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were all happy that Zhaofu was safe because Zhaofu was the master of Great Kin, and he everything to Great Kin. Very soon, the upper-level members of Great Kin gathered together and discussed this matter. They understood why Zhaofu had diverted most of the achievement points to Beiqi, to carry out his biggest goal right now. Beiqi continuously opened up regions to the north, and he had already created paths to 6 regions in the north. They were now only 1 region away from entering the territory of Vietnam. Because Beiqi's status was too low, he hadn't been able to buy any properties or open any restaurants. However, the Merchant Alliance had entered each of these regions, bringing massive profits to Great Kin. Unfortunately, most of these profits had been consumed by the war to buy medicinal pills, skills, and other consumables. All of those things required a great amount of money to support. Even though they spent so much money, the effects were astounding. In the past 20 or so days, Great Kin had gained more than 70,000 subjects, and this figure was nearly at 80,000. Moreover, the surrounding 300-kilometer radius area was officially under the control of Great Kin. This speed was many times greater than before, and most of the generals had broken through to stage 1 and had started to train their own unique military professions. What's more, some of the soldiers had even broken through to stage 1. This was because Beiqi had not only bought healing and strength-boosting pills but also a large amount of high-grade medicinal pills that could greatly boost one's cultivation speed to use as rewards. When it came to rewards, there was anything that the soldiers could want. These rewards stimulated the soldiers' battle spirit and greatly lifted Great Kin's morale. As it was written in the ancient Odes of Kin, how can you say that you have no clothes? I will share my robes with you. The king is raising his forces, and I will prepare my lance and spear to fight the enemy with you. How can you say that you have no clothes? I will share my underclothes with you. The king is raising his forces, and I will prepare my spear and halberd to take the field with you. How can you say that you have no clothes? I will share my lower garments with you. The king is raising his forces, and I will prepare my armor and weapons and march along with you. This was what Beiqi envisioned for Great Kin's soldiers. Equipment, skills, cultivation, and professions were all quite important, but the most important thing was fighting spirit. Beiqi wanted to create an army for Zhaofu that could conquer and kill all enemies. Currently, Great Kin's main medicinal pills were little spirit pills. They were still growing the 100 origin grass, so they couldn't mass-produce the 100 origin pills yet. Even though the countless battles had caused Great Kin to rapidly develop, an oppressive atmosphere seemed to hang over all of Great Kin. On the streets, everyone seemed quite hurried, and they all had serious expressions on their faces. This was because everyone had something that he or she was rushing to do, and everyone barely had any time. It was as if no one had the time to chat for a few minutes. Even though the population of Great Kin had increased, the things that had to be done had also increased. They were short on hands for everything, and Great Kin constantly operated at a very fast pace because it was growing at an extreme rate. When news of Zhaofu's survival reached Great Kin, it was as if a sliver of light had pierced through a dark haze. Elsewhere, Zhaofu conquered the village and chose to relocate it, gaining experience point and a man tier. These man tiers had similar effects to Xian Bai tiers, and after looking at it, Zhaofu put it away. Following this, Zhaofu took the city creation stone and the surrendered man people to the Roland historical remnant. After returning, Zhaofu looked around and chose a place to put down the city creation stone. A wave of blue light spread out as the village appeared. This village was called Lone Mountain Village, and Zhaofu registered it as a subsidiary of the Great Kin town. At the same time, Zhaofu chose one of the man people to be the village chief. Because this village was a secret silver grade village and it had bonus stats from being a subsidiary of the Great Kin town, it could spawn 6 to 7 people per day. In a month or so, the village would be at the same population as before. Zhaofu left 300 sets of equipment with them. This equipment was not from Gu Feng but from himself. They were pieces of secret silver rank equipment forged from bronze concentrate. Zhaofu called over the new man village chief, who was an elderly man. Because most of the young and able men had been killed by the goblins and the remaining ones were not very useful, he had chosen this elderly man, who had some management experience, to be the village chief. Zhaofu told him to build some defenses using the historical remnant around them after they had more people, and he also told him about some things that he had to be wary about. Zhaofu wasn't sure when he would return here, so he made sure that the village would be prepared against all sorts of dangers. At the same time, Zhaofu ordered all of his goblins to remain here to defend the historical remnant with the man people. The benefits they could gain from this historical remnant were massive, and Zhaofu hadn't explored Gloomy Jungle that much. This meant that the true value of Gloomy Jungle was far greater than what he had seen at the surface level, so he didn't want anything to happen to this place. After taking care of these matters, Zhaofu and the 3 flower spirits headed towards Nine Sun City. One day later at noon, Zhaofu was walking along a small path. There were not many clouds in the blue sky, and the wind blew gently against his face. The 3 flower spirits were sitting on Zhaofu's shoulder, and each of them was hugging a black forest fruit as the 3 flower spirits happily ate them. Zhaofu looked down at his map as he walked along. He felt that he was somewhat lost and had strayed from the direction of Nine Sun City. As such, he found a high place and looked around to try to find out where he was. It was currently noon, and Zhaofu was quite hungry. He decided to catch some wild game to eat when suddenly a dark figure rushed at him from the grass. Zhaofu's pupils contracted, and he punched out vigorously. Even though Zhaofu's strength had been suppressed by the azure energy, after recovering, his strength was nearly at stage 2. If he was at the peak of his strength, he would be close to even stage 3. The black figure was sent flying, but surprisingly, it seemed to be fine. It once again leaped at Zhaofu, surprising him. This black figure was incredibly fast, and it came before Zhaofu in an instant. This time, Zhaofu clenched his fist even tighter, causing his bones to crack as he punched out with even more strength, knocking this black figure back 10 or so meters. Only then did Zhaofu see the black figure clearly. It was a 7 or 8-year-old boy who had long hair and was wearing beast skin. His appearance was quite terrifying, his pupils were completely black, and his teeth were incredibly sharp. His body was also covered with scales, and he crawled like a wild beast on the ground as he glared at Zhaofu. Even though his opponent was a child, he had attacked Zhaofu first and was giving off killing intent. However, Zhaofu despised the look that the child had in his eyes. The child was viewing him as food. 183 Sin Devil, you're seeking death. Zhaofu's figure blurred and instantly disappeared. The 3 flower spirits, who were sitting on Zhaofu's shoulders, flew up in shock, and Zhaofu's body reappeared 10 or so meters away as he punched the boy again. Bang! The boy rolled on the ground to avoid Zhaofu's punch, which had left a crater in the ground. Following this, the boy jumped up from the ground and sprang towards Zhaofu. He opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth as he tried to bite Zhaofu like a savage wolf. Zhaofu took a step backward and twisted his body as he brought his knee upwards, slamming into the boy's abdomen. A muffled sound rang out as the boy was sent sprawling backward, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even though he had coughed up blood, the boy didn't look very injured. Rather, Zhaofu's attack had enraged him, and he gnashed his teeth as he roared like an animal. In the next second, the boy turned into a black blur and rushed at Zhaofu. He raised a claw-like hand, sweeping it towards Zhaofu as it left behind 5 icy glints. Humphrey! Zhaofu coldly harumphed as he suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbing onto the boy's wrist. He twisted, and a cracking sound sounded out as he broke the boy's wrist. The boy's expression became extremely savage, and he madly charged at Zhaofu, biting towards his throat. In response, Zhaofu grabbed the boy's broken wrist and lifted upwards, bringing his body into the air. Immediately afterward, Xiaofu slammed him down onto the ground. Boom! The boy's body smashed into the ground. The impact caused the ground to crack, forming a 2-meter-wide crater. Within the crater, the boy was bleeding from all over his body, but he was still glaring at Xiaofu ferociously. Xiaofu could tell from the boy's gaze that he still viewed him as food. Out of indignance, he decided not to use the Sky Demon's sword to immediately kill this boy. "You still want to kill me?" Xiaofu was furious. This was the first time he had encountered someone who wanted to eat him. This feeling felt terrible, and he raised his foot and kicked the boy. However, the boy twisted his body, avoiding Xiaofu's foot. However, in the next moment, Xiaofu brought back his foot and kicked with the other one, sending the boy several meters away. Roar! The boy roared like a beast as he tried to stand up. Bang! Before he could stand up, Xiaofu once again appeared at his side and sent him flying with another kick. Roar! The boy was completely infuriated, and a black aura erupted from his body. This aura looked incredibly evil, and it seemed to be filled with sin. The boy gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed at Xiaofu, using his good hand to grab Xiaofu. Xiaofu unleashed his Black King's power from his body. However, this blackness was different compared to the boy's aura. It was one filled with dignity, majesty, and domineeringness. Looking at the boy charging at him, Xiaofu tightly clenched his fist as he punched out towards the boy's hand. Og! Another pitiful cry sounded out as the boy was once again blasted backward. That arm now hung powerlessly by his side. It had been broken by Xiaofu in one punch. By now, the boy knew that he definitely wasn't able to beat Xiaofu, so he decided to run away. However, his gaze said that he decided to retreat so that he could eat Xiaofu another day. Xiaofu felt even more indignant and once again stepped forwards, sending the boy flying with a kick. By now, the boy had one broken wrist and one broken arm, and he was unable to run like a beast anymore. He could only stand on his feet, but as soon as he did this, Xiaofu hit him with a roundhouse kick, breaking both of his legs. Despite being unable to use all 4 of his limbs, the boy still hatefully glared at Xiaofu as he lay on the ground. Xiaofu walked over with a cold gaze and walked to his side, slowly clenching his fist. A large amount of King's power gathered within his fist, causing it to glow with a dark light, and it gave off terrifying energy ripples. Boom! Xiaofu's punch slammed down onto the boy's chest, resulting in dull explosion. The ground caved in, and the boy coughed up a mouthful of blood, several of his ribs breaking. Only then did Xiaofu let out a breath. He decided to stop venting his indignance against this person. It was better to just kill this person immediately. Even though the enemy was a child, Xiaofu had no other choice, as this boy was quite dangerous. Xiaofu wasn't a weak and emotional person, and he grabbed the boy's neck, raising him up. Xiaofu wanted to break the boy's neck and end his life. How could he spare this fellow when he had wanted to eat him? The boy's bones seemed to have all been broken by Xiaofu, and the boy seemed like a pile of sludge. Facing Xiaofu's eyes, which were filled with killing intent, a slight change appeared in the boy's eyes. It was a trace of fear and terror. In the end, the boy revealed an expression that said that he wanted to live on, he didn't want to die. It was a look of pleading. However, Xiaofu had already decided on killing him. He started to tighten his hand, preparing to snap the boy's neck. Suddenly, Xiaofu detected some strange movement within his king's ring. This caused him to stop and send his mind into the ring, feeling quite confused. Following this, he took an item out. More precisely speaking, it was an equipment set. It was the kill equipment set that reacted strangely. It gave off waves of bloody light as if it wanted to make the boy its master, surprising Xiaofu. It was the first time that he had seen equipment choose a master for itself. In order to make sure of this, Xiaofu placed the boy on the ground and placed the kill equipment set on the boy's body. The kill equipment set gave off an even stronger bloody light as if was expressing its joy. This allowed Xiaofu to confirm that the kill equipment set had indeed chosen its master. However, Xiaofu hesitated. He had been set on killing this boy, but it seemed that the kill equipment set liked this boy very much to the point of even choosing him. This meant that there was definitely something special about the boy. Finally, after thinking for a while, Xiaofu decided not to kill the boy to see why he was special. From the boy's black pupils, sharp teeth, and scales, he definitely wasn't a normal human. Xiaofu took out an expensive healing pill and fed it to the boy. Under the immense medicinal strength of the pill, the boy's broken bones started to mend, and he started to recover from his injuries. The boy had fallen unconscious, but the kill equipment set that Xiaofu had placed on his body gave off waves of bloody light, slowly healing the boy and seeming incredibly loyal and protective, making Xiaofu feel quite speechless. "Zhao, why aren't you killing him? The aura he gives off is so despicable, I dislike it even more than a demon's aura." The 3 flower spirits said meters away with an expression of contempt, unwilling to even come close. 184 Ancient kings and emperors dislike it even more than a demon's aura? Zhao Fu thought back to the evil and sinful aura that the boy had given off before and looked at the boy, waiting for him to wake up. The sky demon was quite displeased when it heard the three flower spirit's words because it was a sky demon. As such, it coldly harumphed, frightening the three flower spirits. Only after Zhao Fu repeatedly reassured them that they were safe did the three flower spirits calm down, returning to Zhao Fu's side. Time gradually passed, and soon, the sky had darkened. A bright moon hung in the sky, and Zhao Fu lit a bonfire as he roasted a few rabbits. The three flower spirits were nestled in Zhao Fu's clothes and had fallen asleep a while ago. Zhao Fu sat beside the bonfire and was about to start eating a rabbit when he found that the boy had woken up. This fellow had recovered quite quickly. He had seemed gravely injured before, but now, he seemed more or less fine. This was because of the healing pill Zhao Fu had given him, the kill equipment set, and his own constitution. After waking up, the boy wanted to escape, but he noticed Zhao Fu's gaze on him. As such, he immediately crawled onto his hands and feet and pressed his head against the ground, looking like a beast showing its submission. Zhao Fu received a system announcement that the boy had surrendered to him and decided to look at his stats: name, non-grade, SSS title, non-profession, non-achievement points, commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human, sin devil, age, 8, 500, loyalty, 60 stats, strength, 10, intelligence, 10, constitution, 10, agility, 10 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skills, none equipment, beast skin. This boy had no name, but what greatly shocked Zhao Fu was that he was actually SSS grade. What's more, apart from human as his race, there was sin devil in brackets. What are sin devils? Zhao Fu wasn't sure what sort of creature or race they were. All he was certain of was that they were quite powerful, especially in terms of lifespan. After all, this boy's lifespan was a whole 500 years. Even dynasties usually didn't last that long, and this was his base lifespan. When he became stronger, his lifespan would increase as well. In terms of this, even Zhao Fu's level 9 royal bloodline couldn't compare to the boy's bloodline. After all, Zhao Fu's royal bloodline didn't increase his lifespan at all, it only increased his power. Perhaps that was why the ancient kings and emperors never lived for too long. Rumble. Suddenly, the boy's stomach started to rumble, cutting off Zhao Fu's thoughts. Zhao Fu smiled and gestured towards the rabbits, saying, "You can eat." Even though the boy couldn't understand what Zhao Fu was saying, because of the system's interpretation of Zhao Fu's thoughts and intentions, he could understand the general meaning that Zhao Fu was trying to convey. He grabbed a roasted rabbit and didn't even care if it was still hot or not, and he started to eat it on the ground like a beast. Zhao Fu guessed that the boy had never lived with other humans before and didn't know how to act like a human nor know any languages. He was more or less a real beast. Zhao Fu couldn't guess his background, but he could imagine his experiences. This boy had most likely lived like a beast since he was born. "Sit up and eat. From today onwards, you're a human," Zhao Fu said as he looked at the boy devouring the rabbit on the ground. Hearing this, the boy raised his head and looked quite confused. He wasn't quite sure what Zhao Fu's words meant. Zhao Fu patiently explained to him what he wanted, after which the boy imitated how Zhao Fu sat up uncomfortably, and he started to use his hands to eat. Following this, the remaining roasted rabbits all entered the boy's stomach. After eating his fill, his gaze fell on the kill equipment set, and he picked it up. He seemed to like it very much. Wayulu. Wayulu. The boy didn't know how to speak, but the meaning behind his noises was that he liked this thing very much. Since the kill equipment set had been shameless enough to choose a master by itself and the boy liked it so much, Zhao Fu could only nod his head and say, "It's yours from now on." The boy excitedly hugged the kill equipment set as he rolled around on the ground happily. Zhao Fu wanted to take in this little boy, just his SSS grade alone was something that Zhao Fu couldn't resist, let alone the Sin Devil bloodline. However, Zhao Fu first wanted to teach this boy how to act as a human. Because of the affinity between him and the kill equipment set and the fact that he had no name, Zhao Fu decided to name him Little Shaw. Because the boy didn't care much for a name and didn't have any opinions, he accepted this name, and he even seemed quite happy about it. Following this, Zhao Fu started to teach him the basics of being a human. Early the next morning, the air was quite fresh, and the sun had only just risen. Dew glistened on the green grass as Zhao Fu and Little Shaw continued on their journey. The three flower spirits continued to be carefree and without worries, joyfully flying around Zhao Fu. Little Shaw was given a bath at night and had some of Zhao Fu's clothes on. They had also wrapped some cloth around the kill equipment set, which Little Shaw now carried on his back. Because Zhao Fu's clothes were too big for Little Shaw, they were more or less tied to him, which looked quite strange. Even though his appearance was still quite terrifying, he now seemed more like a human than a beast. Little Shaw's learning abilities were quite astounding. He had already learned how to walk. He no longer ran on his hands and feet like a beast. Of course, he wasn't fully used to walking on his feet, and he looked like a toddler as he swayed side to side and followed Zhao Fu. In order to cater to Little Shaw, Zhao Fu didn't walk too fast so he could keep up. At this moment, Zhao Fu discovered 10 or so animals by a creek that looked like donkeys, and they had gray fur and white manes. Seeing this, Zhao Fu was quite relieved. They had finally found some sort of mount. He had been walking the entire time, which was not only slow but also tiring. Zhao Fu told Little Shaw to wait by the side as he took out 2 ropes and made them into lassos. He stealthily snuck over and found that these creatures were called greystone beasts. Using his assassin profession, Zhao Fu was able to easily reach the greystone beasts without the herd noticing him. At that moment, Zhao Fu threw the 2 lassos and easily caught 2 greystone beasts. The other greystone beasts were given a big fright and immediately ran away, but the 2 that were lassoed were firmly held onto by Zhao Fu. After getting closer, he used taming on them to subdue them. Riding on the greystone beasts, Zhao Fu found that their speed was decent. He rode on one and put the other in his spirit pet ring, a ring especially for storing living creatures, while Little Shaw continued to practice walking. If he knew that things would have turned out like this, he would have brought Little Black. With Little Black's speed, he would have been able to reach the 9 Sun City in 2 weeks. Zhao Fu decided that he would definitely bring Little Black along with him in the future.